Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
That's what I'm waiting for at the end of that is the boom. It didn't happen for me.
We needed the blah to start our day.
Well,
yes.
Especially for us, you know, I know I'm not a morning person, so we're making this happen. 8 morning start. There's a lot of coffee chat going on already in the in there.
I now have to try a lavender white chocolate mocha but where?
I did see that one. I did see that coming.
It tempted you too.
I don't drink coffee, so I wouldn't even know what any of this stuff is.
Well, it's just chocolate. Do you drink hot chocolate?
Yeah. I'll dabble sometimes from time to time in hot chocolate.
What on earth are you running on to be awake this early in the morning?
I'm just on life, babe. I'm just on life. Just on life.
Just on Paul.
We discussed that. I think.
Paul.
Yeah. I'll have a tea every now and then. That's probably my Canadian influence since we're part of the Commonwealth. You know,
I love tea.
Tea's big in Canada.
Yeah.
I'd say. So is coffee. Come on, Tim Hortons. It's massive.
I mean, coffee and tea are big everywhere. I love that you
can't do it.
This Canadian thing.
Yeah. I can't do caffeine. Not happening. It's not gonna. Can't do it. I can't do it. I stay away from as much as possible. Really? Can you imagine me on caffeine?
No, I was really going to say so. You have enough energy that the world just decided caffeine was absolutely unnecessary, and that's okay.
I don't think it'd be a good decision to put me on caffeine at all. And let's be honest about this.
You know, over the hedge with the squirrel, and then it gets the caffeine and it goes into bullet time. You are the bullet time squirrel.
Well, you know what? I want to, first of all, let's just kick us off with saying thank you to you for waking up, being a part of this. Day
so
2
tired.
for you. So Jessica Drew, if you guys didn't know, she's our co-host for today with me along this ride. Thanks, Jessica. And I noticed you swapped out the costume in the back.
I decided that I should change something in the background for day 2 to celebrate day 2. Well, day 4, technically. You have been at it all weekend. And
yes,
seriously,
the last day 4, of the summit. My words are starting to escape me right now. But you know, those costumes that she has back to people, she makes those. And then she, you know, is photo working. Like, she's a prolific artist, not just on the computer keyboard, but she's doing hand stuff too.
I like working with my hands to kind of balance all the digital stuff, but then everything that I do with my hands, it actually feeds back into the digital art really well. Like, so I get to do digital costuming because I do real life costuming, and yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how the world works that way.
That's awesome. Oh yes, I see it here. Let me unveil a little bit more here.
Oh gosh. Can you at least give us his smile?
Because it's the last day. We'll do this. Should give it away now for sure.
Oh yeah.
People already knew what it was, but it's just fun to just keep it across his eyes now. There we go. I saw someone ask about the pillow in the back. There you go. It's my nap pillow. Oh yeah.
Can you imagine sleeping on it with all the sequins? No,
it would be
horrible. You wake up.
I feel
it'd
be one of those times
up.
I wake up and I'd have a sequence here and a sequence here and a sequence here. Right? You just wake up and you got the face on the face happening. So that would be great. Yeah. So it is the last day. We're super excited. Again, we've got a lot going on still today, though. There's quite a bit going on, right? So I want to run through again just quickly what your guys' days are going to look like for those that are staying with it. So like this. It's the black hole, apparently. There we go. What's going on here? It's one of those days. One of those days. And let me refresh the page. I don't know what's going on with that. It was just there. There we go. All right. You just got to roll with it sometimes. It's technology. Sometimes it's our friend. Sometimes it's not. So we are kicking the day off with our final group of streamers. However, this has been going so well, and I've been having a lot of fun with the co-hosts with this. I know the artists themselves have been having a lot of fun with this. A lot of them are talking about trying to do this every month. We're going to start a little bit earlier with this group than we've done with previous groups, just to get a little bit more time, have a little more fun with them. So we're going to be bringing them in shortly here to get going and have some more fun with the 6 artists we got: Oscar, Pablo, Paul, or I like to call them the D's. The D's. Because when Paul and I it's funny because when Paul and I are emailing back and forth, it starts with Paul and ends with Paul. It's like Paul. And like, we got to come up with nicknames. So we gave each other nicknames, right, Paul? So that's what we went with. And Sadan, Shane, and Steven. So thank you to the 6 of them also for being here. It's like 2 a.m. for Pablo right now. I know that much.
Gosh.
I don't know what time it is. Sadan, I don't know what time it is for Sadan. I'm trying to figure out I'm doing the math real quick in my head, and Oscar too. So
it's late, is what it is.
It's late, I think, there too. Shane's, Steven's in our time zone.
It's okay,
right? So I think we should all just do this. Get the little crabbies out of our eyes for those. Right?
The acting exercise or something where you're just like breathe in and then shake it out.
Pinch. Okay, yeah. Do a little bit. I'm gonna do a little Ashley.
Or like.
Okay, so again, we're going to be starting off the summit we've been doing these last couple days with this group. Again, and we're going to be bringing them all in. They're all going to be here at the same time. Jessica and I are going to be able to talk to them. They're going to be able to talk to us. We're going to bounce around their screens. It's been a lot of fun, just different conversations, different tips and tricks that are being shared. It's been awesome. And I know these are all also ZBrush live streamers that are on this channel all the time. So if any of these artists that you start seeing, maybe you weren't aware of them, this is a great location to come and find out about them. And we have a full calendar so you can see when they are actually. So these get reminder buttons right here that we have here. I'm just going to open one for now. This will go to that calendar that I'm actually talking about. So this channel is always live almost every single day practically. Okay. So this is just going to go straight to this event, which we're in. Let's see, there's Jessica in one of her. Is that a medieval knight one?
Yeah, I treated myself to some armor over the summer. Like you do.
Nice. Wait, did you make the armor? Is that 3D printed?
No. I commissioned a blacksmith to make me the armor. I also commissioned a blacksmith to make me the sword.
Stop it right now. Shut the front door.
How
heavy is the sword?
I had it made with aluminum so that I could take it in the water. And it's beautiful. So I'm leaning back into like my fencing skills. So I got a beautiful rapier made for me.
Wait. You have fencing skills?
I used to fence. I fenced all through high school and college competitively, like hardcore. Yeah. No, I'm a super nerd. I like my sport. The sport that I got like deeply into is basically the most D&D geek nerd sport ever.
I gotta know when you were in the fencing team.
Yes.
How many times did you guys do the Princess Bride? Hello. My name is Antonio Montoya.
It would be basically like the first week of every new term. Because when I was fencing in college, we would bring in and have new students start with like the fencing club every term. And so there'd be like all of the usual jokes about duels and whatnot. And so like Princess Bride is like a fan favorite for a long time. Also, the epic duel between, the 2 sword masters, like the 6-fingered man and all of that. It's just, I don't know. I can't get enough of that stuff.
There's the one movie, right, with Robert De Niro, is it? I think the one it's a very popular. I'm trying to. I can see the poster.
Is it from the 80s? Are you gonna pull out more 80s movie trivia for me that I don't know?
I want to say this is 70s. I'm trying. I'll have to see if I can remember.
Even worse. I wasn't even alive.
I can't help myself. Stardust. Duelist. Thank you. Like Duelist. I'm talking about Duelist. That's the one I'm talking about. Okay.
Damn.
Well, I did not know that. Look at that. We're learning fun-filled facts already. So this is where you guys go to the calendar. Okay. So right here, for you guys are interested in because this is the last day of the summit, but this channel is always rocking and rolling. As you can see, there's always people on here, and these are the artists that have been doing these segments with us. Okay. So this is a great location for you to go. I'll throw this in chat really quick. If you've been having a lot of fun with us these last 4 days, it continues on. Okay. On myself, I'll stream on there on a regular basis. We have other colleagues of mine. Daisuke is on there as well. And then all these artists that we've been looking at and more, because not everybody was able to come in with us for this summit. So again, we're going to be starting the day off with them. This should be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're having a lot of good jokes in our little test streams with these guys. So this should be fun. After them, we are going to be going into Pitch Dev Studios. So this is, as I've been saying, this is a really good one for you guys to come and watch and stay and watch if you're watching right now. If you've ever wanted to get into multiple sectors of businesses, i.e. film or even game or just like conceptual work, or in essence, they are handling a lot of different clients and a lot of different types of workflows. They're really going to talk about how they involve in the beginning process of what they're doing and throughout the process of working with the studios or any companies that they're working with. There's going to a lot of be designing stuff, talking about, I know there's going to be some hard surface stuff. They're also going to share a little fun things that their custom IMM brush that they made. They're going to share that with you guys and have a little special promotion for that as well. And one of them is actually going to show Bevel Pro in action on one of their projects as well. So Bevel Pro is a feature that's coming out in the next version of ZBrush. I showed that on Sunday, right? So one of them is going to be, I'm going to leave it as a mystery. Okay. Who's it going to be? You got a 50-50 chance. 50-50 chance, right? So, and then again, people, if you want to click on any of their names, you'll find out more about the artists, links to their work, some images of what they've done recently, or pieces that they wanted to share with you guys. So please, if you're on this page, go click on that too and find out some more about them as well. And again, Jessica and I are here to try and funnel as many questions as we can to any of these presentations. So by all means, ask away. However, there's a lot of you watching this, so we can only ask so much, right? And then they all have like a planned out thing they want to make sure they get to you all. So we'll do our best to throw out those questions as much as we can. So they will be here today. Then we following up the popular segment for the summit, which is our ZBrush Tops, Tips, and Tricks. Again, this is different than all the other days. And it's different also because Jessica's here, right? So, hey.
Make it special.
Right? And so we will be sharing some different videos again by the artists. Again, this is coming from our streamers that are on this channel. And then Jessica and I, where we can, we'll sprinkle some knowledge and some other little tips and tricks wherever we can. It's just a really fun segment for you guys to get if you're a note taker, get that hand ready, get those stretches out. What's the one you do? You do what?
Ooh, so you take your Wacom pen and you rotate around.
Yeah, I can't do that. Wait,
well,
do it again.
So you hold it here, right?
Oh, wait, do I have to hold something?
Yes, actually, it helps. And then you rotate so that you're, oh gosh, where's my camera? That. And it ends up stretching along here. But like you have to do so many. You'll get there. You just have to practice.
I'm gonna stick with my dumbbells. I'm gonna stick with my dumbbells.
There's a lot of things that I do so that I hopefully will never get like carpal tunnel, because I spend all of my time on a computer, like, you know, almost 10 hours a day. And it's like that stretch. There's a lot of like different hand stretches, but you want to stretch everything out. Also, rock climbing ends up being really good because it's like a stretching and a strengthening sort of tendon thing for your hands. It's really rare to find those where you're not going to hurt yourself horribly also. But yeah.
I love it. Yeah, I can't do that. I'll get there. Like you said,
how are you still in one piece if you don't do crazy stretches all the time, Paul?
Yeah, I'm not flexible like I used to be anymore. No, and I'm a hockey player, but now forget it. Not happening. All right, and then
have all your teeth.
Well, back to the schedule. back to what people are here for.
Yes.
Okay, so the ZBrush tips and tricks, and then we'll be followed up with Neville Page after that. Again, this is going to be fantastic for those of you that are looking at trying to get in the film industry. And again, for that matter, Neville's done a ton of stuff throughout his career, right?
Oh, yes.
And speaking of hockey, he's designed hockey helmets, for Pete's sakes, you know. I remember having a conversation once that he's done wheelchairs at one point too. He's designed some wheelchairs. I think I remember having a conversation with him about that.
He did a thing with the magic wheelchair, right? Where the costume.
I don't know if he was involved in that, but I'm talking like way back. Like he actually did design work at like a company helping design wheelchairs, I think, if I remember right. I could be wrong. Now, if you're watching, you'll correct me when we get in. I know hockey helmet. I do remember that because I'm a hockey player. I remember having a conversation about that with him. But then he's also in so many major movie productions. He's even on camera in some of the movies. He's in the reboot of Star Trek. Go try and find him. He's in the actual movie.
Isn't he in makeup though?
Yes, he's in makeup.
You
It'd
can't
be really hard. And I think he has a line, if I remember right. We'll have to ask him.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure he has a line in that one.
Well, he has a good voice, so of course he should have a line.
Yeah. So he works with all the big names people. We're talking like Ridley Scott, J.J. Abrams. Like he's one of the people they call him and go, hey, I got a project coming up. I want you to do some design work for me kind of person, right?
Yeah.
So he's bat phone level, like, what do you need kind of a person.
For sure. Well, yeah. So he was also a judge for Face Off, and he works hand in hand with Glenn Hetrick at the studio. Kind of what I find is really, really cool about Neville's skill set is that he kind of bridges the gap between VFX and practical effects. He's bringing a lot of the digital into the real world for character design, costume design. I mean, okay, so those are the things that I kind of glom onto because those are my like jam. But I really love that he's able to flex all of the skills as a digital artist and bring them into the real world.
Yeah, and Glenn was also a judge on Face Off as well. So he's amazing too. And then V,
he's a wonderful
judge
person.
on there, is amazing.
V is a delight and hilarious. Like all three of them are just wonderful people.
Great. And listen, people, also for those of you, we're in the digital world, but I'm, back to the 80s. The 80s. I love that. I think that's a great decade for filmmaking, and all those artists are like prolific ZBrush artists now too, the ones that get into it, because they worked so much with their hands and clay and having put, putting things on actors and coming up with different things for on film, on camera. Those people, if you guys have an opportunity to go to shows, once real life is back for us, when we can go to shows again in person, go to those shows. If you have any of them by you, you will meet these type of artists, and I'm telling you, you're going to have some awesome conversations, and make your mind think a little differently too when you get into the digital ZBrush and talking to them. Because I myself have had the lucky pleasure of sitting with a lot of these artists and talking to them about ZBrush and showing some things in ZBrush, and then just the things we talk about, what they've done for films, relating that to them digitally. It's just really awesome to see that, and I think there's a lot of us we can learn from that history of where, in essence, art and sculpting is coming from. I think it's a very valuable thing for all of us too. I'd recommend it, highly recommend it. It's changed the way I sculpt. I can tell you that much.
Really? Well, I love how much traditional sculpting influences digital sculpting and vice versa. I really love the approach that traditional artists have when they hop into digital art. Because they're definitely solving things differently and thinking about things differently than a traditional digital artist who's only done digital from the whole time.
And they didn't have undos, so they had to
oh my god, bless undo. Do you ever try to actually undo real life where you're like Control Z?
I haven't. Yes. Let's put it this way. Probably every week I go back. Man, what was I doing? Can I go back to Tuesday and undo that one moment? Yeah. Happens all the time. Okay. And then we're going to end the day with me presenting some more new items that we've been working on here in the hallways of Pixologic. And we're going to end the show with announcing the winners of the Sculpt-Off. Okay. So the last part of today is going to be all about showing you guys what's going on here in the hallways of Pixologic and announcing who took this year's Sculpt-Off championship, right? So we're excited to share that. Jessica was there with us on Saturday. Yes, Saturday.
Yeah, I got to watch so many streams. I had tabs galore on my second screen, and I was just watching and peeping on everybody's like the whole time. I'm so excited to hear who won. Yes, I have my favorites, but I'm not gonna spill the beans.
Yeah,
we'll talk about that later.
I had a lot I really liked. So, well, let's get this going. Let's see. We got our team. They're ready to go. Let's bring this team in and let's get this going. Right. So this has been a lot of fun, this segment. So I'm really excited to have this. So are you guys all ready? Give me a little nod. Give me a little nod if you're all, yeah. We got, okay. Pablo's awake now. Sadan, all right.
They're dancing.
The D's, are we awake over there, buddy? All right, good. By the way, people, I can see all their webcams. You guys just can't. That's what we're doing right now. So it's not like I'm just talking to space over here, right? Like, all right, let's do this, Kyle. Let's bring them in. Come on, let's go. Here we go.
Hi.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
Thank you, John. Steven, you look awake and ready to go.
Dude, I'm so ready.
And then Pablo, it's like 2:15 in the morning.
2:20. 2:20.
Are you normally a night person?
Pablo, can you hear us? Wait, we don't hear you, Pablo.
I can
Your
hear him
mic.
a little.
Well, now let's see if it's you're not muted here in the system. Double check your mic. And then
Oh, hello,
D-
hello, 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 hello.
there we
Way,
go.
way
There we
better.
go. Now we hear
Way
you.
better?
There
All right.
you go.
Yeah. I'm a night person.
Yeah, you're living the
Good.
CG life. You don't go to sleep. You average 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
occasionally
everything
here and there.
blurs into one single
Yep.
thing. Yep.
There is no day. It's just
Exactly.
work progress. That's
It's
what it
just
is.
is.
the screen.
And then the D's, you're in Europe.
I'm laughing. This is like the middle of the day for me. So I've been
Yeah.
awake plenty of time.
Yep,
Ready to go.
you're an island. Oscar, where are you at again?
Mexico City.
Okay, yes.
Ah,
so-
like okay, good.
DF.
Yeah, it's
and
like
then
a
Saddam,
2 hours
you're-
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Ukraine and it's like 6:30
Okay,
evening.
so evening for you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And then Shane, you're in
I'm just an hour away.
hour away.
Only an hour away.
Hour away.
Now in the future.
Well, thank you all for joining us for this. This has been
Exciting.
a really fun segment. So I appreciate you guys all waking up early in the morning, or taking some time out of your day when you're busy doing stuff, like we said, projects, and willing to jump in here with us and share some things with the group here that are watching the stream. This should be a lot of fun. Definitely will wake us all up if we're still a little sleepies, right? For sure. So
Yeah.
I'm going to just start jumping to some of your guys' screens. That's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to just jump to different screens and start talking to them. And then we're all just going to start having conversations about things that maybe somebody's working on, asking questions. And again, for those in the public eye watching this, feel free to throw up any question that you might want to ask as we're going along here. We'll do our best to answer it. What was that? Oh, throw. Okay, I got you. I got what you're doing. I caught it. Gotcha. Wait.
Oh, don't catch that.
Yeah. Don't get that on you.
This is my last Brady Bunch one. Well, okay. Yeah. So, it's this way for Brady Bunch. Okay. All right. Let's get going. I'm gonna put some screens up in here. Shane. I'm gonna throw you up first. I'm just gonna,
Throw me up.
I'm feeling
How does it feel?
the Halloween. I'm feeling it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I decided to keep on with the Halloween theme going that I had going during my live stream. So, and a good friend of mine, Adam Manoa, did this really awesome illustration of Dracula, and I just figured I could. It just has some really fun shapes, and then like, oh, that needs to be sculpted. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
I love his bat tie.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, and then he's gonna have. I'm saving the big, the big cowl thing on the back of his for a demo knife cut demonstration. So.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'll be making that fairly soon.
Yeah, that knife brush has been a game changer for me.
I thought you said
personally.
neck brush.
Yeah. The neck brush.
The
Nice.
knife brush is amazing. The knife brush is absolutely, it's a game changer for sure.
So I noticed that you're still working that workflow that you have, like you like to work in pieces, i.e. like their cheekbone right now is
I
a
do.
separate subtool, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I turn, this is all Sculptress Pro too. So that's essentially the biggest change I've made in my workflow. If you've followed me, I think I've done almost 200 episodes for Pixologic now. So I don't know what the actual count is. If Neil's here, he's my real robot that helps me out during my streams. Hello, Neil. I thought I saw him in the chat, but I think it's getting up to like 180, 200 episodes. But I used to use Dynamesh. I used to use a lot of just subdivided primitives until I got to, there's Neil right there, right on cue. 196. I was close.
Wow.
Yeah, 196. So, and during my stream, I like to do busts of characters, just the head, because there's so much life and energy, and I can make them, I can actually pull it off in a couple hours sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. So if I turn off the wire, you can see the difference, the different poly groups that I have going.
And I did this specifically because one of my students was asking me, because you were just talking about traditional sculptors. And I'm surprised that the traditional sculptors that I get in my workshop, because a lot of them are pretty big names, and it just blows me away that they're like, hey, I need to learn digital. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And so, you know, they're trying to wrap their head around how you can translate from traditional clay into digital, and doing it this way typically makes a lot of sense for them, because when you're doing traditional, you're rolling up balls of clay and stretching them out and slapping them on your piece, right?
Yeah.
So this is essentially what they're doing. And yeah, and so that student in particular had a kind of an aha moment with the last one that I did. I did a skeleton, and I was doing this jaw, and I was just kind of pushing it, what do they call it, Armstrong sculpting, where you just push it into submission, you know? And they're just like, that's what I do with clay, you know?
Be art.
So,
That's mine. Come on, be art. Be good. Be art. Come on.
So yeah, and so and you can essentially, you don't have to stick with, you know, just a primitive for the cranium and just the jaw and just the neck. You can make a primitive be whatever you want it to be. It's art. Yeah. So like this nostril, right? This nose, that's a whole different piece. I can hide it so you can see it, because that's gonna look awesome.
Oh, that looks cool.
Right. It's a whole new character.
Yeah.
So.
And then to combine these, you like to do something unique, different now too, to combine.
Yeah. And I actually stumbled across it because I used to use Dynamesh, right? And now I use something called, it's actually this hidden feature, not really hidden, but if you don't know about it, it's kind of hidden. It's a hidden feature of live Boolean, and it's essentially doing a live Boolean without the Boolean part, and it's stitching all your pieces together without rebuilding your entire mesh. And that's the key right there, because now what I can do is with, like, say this ear, I went ham on this ear and just sculpted it out. And if I were to Dynamesh this together, I would lose some of this detail, like these wrinkles and things like that. But with this stitch method, it doesn't rebuild the mesh. It only rebuilds where the stitch points are, and it gets rid of the interior geometry. So yeah, brute force sculpting. There you go, Mike. That's
brilliant.
Yeah. So,
yeah, so
I'll show you I'll show you what I'm talking about really quick.
Okay.
So the key to this is density management. Okay, because if you have a very light density piece, and I apologize if I'm taking the spotlight here, guys. So the density matters. So you need to have the same density between the pieces where it's going to stitch, or it's going to make a bad stitch. It's going to try and go from dense to light, and it's just going to add some triangles that you're not going to like. So, okay, so the key to this is it's underneath the gizmo, right? It's underneath this gear. And if you want to do it symmetrically, your model has to be symmetrical, or ZBrush is going to bark at you and say, you can't do that. So what you do is what I do is I turn off symmetry, and I hit this go to unmasked mesh center, or you can hit home. You just want the gizmo in the center of the world. And then you want to reset it with this little arrow right here by holding down Alt or Command to reset this. And then you just go to this gear, and you click on Remesh by Union. This is the secret stitcher. And you click on that. It takes a second, and boom, it's all stitched up. And it gives you this bounding box to know that it's done. And then you can click on this gear and hit accept. And let's zoom in, and I'll show you these stitches. And you'll see otherwise it looks exactly the same, right? It didn't rebuild my mesh. That's the key. That's the goal there. It's non-destructive. So now you can see I can take like Sculptress Pro along here and smooth it out. You can see that stitch just goes right away. It's gone.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's just beautiful. And so now all these hard edges, you can just smooth them on out and blend them into your surface. And it makes me happy. There you
Excellent.
go.
Well, thanks for that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I want to keep moving here.
Yeah.
Oscar, you're interesting. Let's go to Oscar.
Oh, okay. So
Starhead.
I'm aiming to do like the redesign of a Demogorgon, using pretty much this star as a placeholder. This is what I'm going to be working today. Usually what I do is I start with a very low poly geo. So using remesh by Dynamesh and oops, let me remove the projection so I don't get the triangles. And I work in a very dirty way where I start using pretty much at the beginning dem standard and doing like sketches, just pretty much like drawing, but in 3D. So that's how I get like these effects. It's very dirty, but I get like this organic look to it because it looks, I say happy accidents because I get like these lumps and really weird effects that I'm not really counting on them. But at the end, they're happy accidents, and I start using the design of those accidents to improve the wrinkles and maybe changing the design. So it's pretty much just improvising, using a lot of dem standard to start planning ahead the design, especially if I don't have a concept. I just like to use clay buildup and dem standard to start playing with the shapes and seeing where it goes, especially where using the ZBrush as a concept designing tool, it's quite useful. So it's pretty much just using the main brushes, move, clay buildup, sometimes the standard brush, and just improvising. I might get some mistakes during these testing stages, but at the end, I think I get some pretty interesting results, and it feels quite organic. It doesn't work entirely with hard surface because it might need to look a little bit more clean with hard surface. But for organic stuff, I feel it fits perfectly, especially if you're just improvising and having fun with ZBrush and just having some free time during your work hours and playing with shapes. I feel like this workflow is quite fun. You don't need to worry about the geometry. I use a lot of Dynamesh still, but using remesh by Dynamesh. So I don't go to the dial and changing the resolution. I just try to use the remesh by Dynamesh and change the size of the cone. And that's pretty much the way I work with the Dynamesh part of it. If I need to fix something, something that's being broken, I tend to use Sculpt-Trees, especially because since it's a very dirty way of working, I get like a lot of artifacts sometimes. So Sculpt-Tree is super useful for that. I just fix with Sculpt-Trees, and then I go back to the remesh by Dynamesh, and that fixes everything. So it's like it's in very early stages when I start doing this. Then I'll do a zero measure, and that will get me like a more decent geometry. Like for example, with this one, it was a mixture between Dynamesh and Sculpt-Trees, and using some of the skeleton from Ryan that
ships with ZBrush. Yeah, the anatomy piece
yeah,
ships with ZBrush.
It's super useful to have like the skeleton because you can get like some sort of anatomy underneath, and it saves a lot of time, especially as I said, for concepting. What you want is to save time. So for this one, I already have like the quick zero measure, but I have a previous version where it's like Dynamesh and super heavy. Well, not that heavy, it's like 1,000,000 polygons, but it's already getting like a lot of artifacts. So by using zero measure, I get a little more resolution and it's lighter, so I can keep working on the concepting part of it. But it's really fun because I don't need to worry about topology or doing some mistakes. Lately, I've been using a lot of layers. So right now, I'm not going to use layers since I'm going to be using Dynamesh. But once I have the zero measure mesh, I start using layers just to have everything in order and not being so dirty at the end. So it's been a change on pipeline from my side, but at the end I think it's worthy. It's been fun, so it's a really nice way of like having your mesh in a certain order. So if you need to change something, you can always go back and forward without destroying the mesh.
Well, when you first went to it, I was like, that is a Christmas tree that are horror level Christmas trees, right? The minute you turn on, I was like, wow, look at that Christmas tree. Perfect. Print it.
Creepy looking Christmas tree.
Print it. All right, cool. Well, we're going to keep jumping around. We'll come back to you for sure. So, Paul, I'm going to go to the Ds. Really interesting what you got going on here. Well,
well,
let's do it.
You know, Shane was talking about primitives.
On?
So I decided to dive into the whole primitive thing. You can see I've really worked on the curvature. Here. Kept it clean. No, I'm not going to do that.
Can I see your wireframe, Paul?
This is what I've been.
Yeah, we've got a request for the wireframe on that, please.
Which brush did you use to do that? So Well, my plan is that I'm gonna leave the big reveal to the end because I've done this already. It's kind of, you know, like a cook and show. Here's one I prepared earlier type situation. So that's what we're going with. But for essentially, I was trying to think of a classic character, and I came to Buzz Lightyear at one stage briefly and thought, no, I can't use that, and went on. But eventually we came back and I thought, what would it look like if Buzz was cast for Star Wars instead of Toy Story?
Nice.
So
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a
So-
good take. Yeah, that'd be a fun take on it.
yeah, so I was like, what would Buzz look like as a Jedi? So basically, I did like a quick silly little sketch, just to get an idea of like what his face looks like when he's not a toy. And I was thinking he'd be in like, you know, like the Clone Wars, that kind of thing. So, and it suits me as well because it kind of works towards the kind of style I generally work in anyway. So I have like a little clip of this guy from Clone Wars next to Buzz's head, and we're just gonna keep an eye on that throughout the stream and keep and work off that and try to turn Buzz into a character into Buzz that could stand next to this guy in the Clone Wars. So, and in terms of the process, like it's basically very similar to what you were talking about, Shane. You know, I always work in pieces, and eventually they all start to come together. I'm still Dynamesh. I can't. You even
Can't let it
told
go,
me
huh?
before, Shane. You showed me that, and I was like, oh, that works so well. And it's stuck in there now. Can't. I just go to Dynamesh, and every time after, I'm like, oh, I forgot to try that other thing.
You can
But,
do it.
So he's here. He's hidden. He's in
You
here.
can do it.
So he's ready for the big reveal. But
Right.
for now, I said, well, I'll go through as much of it as I can. Like make that same sculpt, go through as much of it as I can. I can, you know, talk about what I'm doing here and there as we go, and then towards the end, I can show the final of what it will actually look like once we go through that whole process.
Sure.
That's the plan.
Okay. Cool. We'll definitely be bouncing around. Come back and see where you're at when you're pulling up your different stages.
Sweet.
But we'll continue on, and so we can get see what everyone else is doing here too. So Don, I'm going to come over to you now. Here we come.
Yep.
Here we go.
Hello.
Hi. Wow.
What's up? So I'm actually working on another reimagining thing, but I guess it's too hardcore for today's stream, so I'm not gonna show you that. Because it's kind of like the Scorpion Man in the world of Dead Space. You know that game? Yeah, so it's a little bit nightmare. So I opened my scene from the streams.
Yep.
Where I'm making a whole set of chess pieces. And I have like
Nice.
2 fraction. So the one.
Do you play chess?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I want to have like my own
Chess.
my own set.
Right.
So in the end, I'm planning to print all of them. And so currently I have like let's say like base concepts for all figures, and both like white and black is gonna be, in my case, like flesh and bone, but flesh not in a way you can imagine, but in my own. Because if you know my work, there are like basically 2 different ways. Some of them are like bony, skinny stuff, and some of them are like bulky and more abstract. But this time, both fraction, I call them fraction, both are generally abstract.
Yep.
And
this is going to be awesome. Are you going to try and
Yes.
sell the chess? Are you going to try and sell the chessboard in pieces?
No.
No, this is just for
Sure,
you.
they're awesome.
Would be awesome.
So this is pawn.
Yep.
For my flash fraction. This is bishop. And this is a rook.
Okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
And this is queen, but
Oh, yes.
for now.
Yeah.
This is king, and king is already posed. So,
So cool.
each one of them is gonna have some kind of weapon. So the king is gonna hold his sword.
Sword.
And all of them will be posed. So
Nice.
next is the knight.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so it's just like a horse, and the whole horse is also gonna be posed. And here is my
Oh,
bone
Nice.
fraction.
Yes.
It's a knight. It's a bishop. The rook.
ooh.
Oh.
Yep. And the king. So
Love the
he's
crown.
just
Are you gonna do anything special with the board? At all?
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This would
And
be
this
awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing this all printed out and put together, man. This is gonna be
And this
awesome.
is the queen.
Nice.
If kingdom down to
And-
the chess.
And
Awesome.
this is a pawn.
The pawn.
Yeah, so the pawn is, I have like this draft pose for him. So all of them is gonna be posed, and all of them is gonna be polished. So probably this is one of my longest series of streams for ZBrush, because I don't do them outside streams.
Okay. So you only work on them when you're actually streaming on the channel here, when you do your
yes,
streaming time.
yes, because I've had this this idea to make my own set of just for a while, and at one moment I was just like, okay, let's do this.
I'm telling you right now, I bet you could probably produce these and sell through these, or even sell the statues individually. 100%. These are awesome.
I'll
They're
buy them.
so beautiful.
Yeah.
See?
Count
You already
me
got
in.
a
I
picker.
want one.
Pablo's in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Shane's in. Look at that. You've got what? You got the Form 2, right? Or the Form 3. You got a Form 3.
Yep,
Is that what you're
Even
going to print them on? Is the Form 3 you have?
probably.
Yes.
Yeah, even if you sell the STLs, I'm down.
There
Yeah,
you go.
for sure.
Okay.
Tell us, Don.
They're awesome.
We gotta listen. You drop me an email. We're gonna have some conversations. I like to see I have a chessboard set in my mind too that has been in my head for years. That my wife says you're never gonna do it. You talk about it, you'll never do it. I'm like, you're probably right. It's that project. It's that one project.
Paul's opus.
Yeah, because you know, and I want to have like not just one pose, let's say for the pawn, but at least two. So I want to have them to be really different in a way, how they look, how they pose, and etc. So the bishop is gonna have a spear in his hands. The rook probably some kind of, I don't know, probably hammer.
Hammer
Yeah,
seems
hammer
brilliant for such
Right.
a beefy character too.
Yes, yes. And the queen is gonna have like probably a pair of knives. And the king will be with a sword.
I
Yeah.
love it.
So that's my.
This is awesome. Thanks for sharing. This is great. There's people that actually. Someone said making a chessboard out of shot glasses and turning it into a drink game. That's a clever idea. I like that. Or even using this for the theme for the next year's Sculpt-Off, doing a chess piece. That would
Yes.
be cool.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
So
a good
it's,
idea.
you know, it's
yeah, you're very inspiring.
reimagining like the whole bunch of characters, and you know, I still have them like this classic chess. They have like, for example, the king has this like cross sign on the top of the figure, and I'm trying to keep this like signatures on them. So the knight somehow it represent as a horse head.
Yeah, the traditional knight has that swoop.
Yes. So I'm trying to keep this. So even the rook, like.
Yeah, totally, man. Yeah.
Tower.
I'm a chess player, so I get where you're going with this. I love. Well, I used to be a chess player. I got no one to play chess against. I got to teach my daughter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, teach your daughter.
Is that there? Speaking of that, there is a Kickstarter, I think, which you can play remotely with someone, and you can actually have the physical chess board. So when you move something, it connects with someone else on the other side of the world, and there's a mechanism that moves the piece.
Really?
With the magnets. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Wow.
I know chess is back. I know chess is just in the pandemic right. It's skyrocketed. It's like everyone's playing chess again, and then that show on Netflix giving another
Gambit.
boost too. But even before that, I guess chess is back strong.
Yeah.
So, well, Sadan, this is great. I'm going to jump around to a couple other people yet we haven't seen yet. So, to keep going on this, we'll come back to you. This is awesome. Thanks for sharing, man. All right, I'm going to go to Pablo since Pablo, you were just jumping in there for us. So, what do you got going on?
So, I think I jumped ahead, but I didn't save any stages. So I'm like recreating the initial state of this guy. So I'm reimagining when you guys posted like the theme, I started thinking about what would be like a character from my childhood that I would like to see reimagining like a new movie in any way. So I just went for like kind of like superhero type of thing with this guy. I'll show you the only reference that you probably need, the only one that I'm using, which is the great zoo. So yeah, I'm just like setting this guy up. I already done some holy paint as well.
Nice.
I think the helmet is the one that gives him the whole thing, but I did that with the knife tool. So yeah, I was thinking of just doing a bit of the demo of that as well. Yeah, because I think it just has such a great backstory, that little character.
Yeah.
And has a lot of character. So yeah, I'm planning to work on this guy. But yeah, going back to what Shane mentioned about like blocking, I think I use like a similar technique, but not with Sculptris Pro. I use also Dynamesh quite a bit, but I use the groups and I just polish it with the clay brushes. So this is how I set up something like that character, with a bunch of primitives and pieces of clay. Like that's how I think about it as well. And the difference is that at this point, if I want to keep refining this, I will just go ahead and enable polygroups in the Dynamesh. So if I just Dynamesh, obviously everything is going to be clumped together in a single piece. But if I enable polygroups and Dynamesh, obviously ZBrush is going to keep everything separate. And I can just keep pushing the resolution if I need to on all the pieces. And what's great about that sort of like workflow as well is that if you select something like the topology brush or topological brush, it will respect obviously the continuity of topology. So you can, in the same subtool, this is by the way same subtool. Yeah, you can just start like pushing and pulling all of that to adjust the main shapes, I suppose. And this is something that I've also been using, which is the knife brush, just to cut through certain things. Like if I want to exaggerate this area of the neck, I can just cut like that, like very, very quickly.
Right, because it's all in the same subtool, so you can make some big silhouette changes to the whole.
Yeah, that's right. So like,
but then still keep it separate.
Yeah, and it has symmetry, which is it works with symmetry, so it's fantastic.
That's the biggest piece.
Yeah. And yeah, sometimes like you get these holes and things like that, but I can just close holes, and because ultimately they are separate meshes, I can just do an auto group again, and I can keep working in the same way, and redynamize the whole thing, smooth everything out, and once like I've established these cuts and having the base mesh almost ready to start adding a bit more detail or like secondary volumes with sculpting brushes, what I would do is use something like either the clay buildup or the clay brush, so that when you start sculpting across different subtools, it just basically blends those lines nicely. But yeah, these are still different meshes, right? So I can just isolate these, work on it separately, and that sort of stuff. So that's how I basically set up this guy, and then yeah, I used this one for this one is actually a base mesh that I projected using ZWrap, that really cool plugin. So this is actually a pretty nice mesh, and I already have the subdivision levels. So yeah, I'm gonna be working on some of the details.
Nice.
This guy. In that fashion, but yeah, the idea is that that's gonna be Gazoo. For the helmet as well, I use the knife brush to do this like in 2 seconds.
Cut it out. Yeah.
Yep. I literally just append a sphere. So just like that, go into transparency, try to fit it a little bit into that big head. Take the knife brush, probably the knife curve, actually. I use this all the time, so much so that I rearrange my entire UI to add this in here.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely changed some things for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, and boom, that's it.
Nice. Done. Not yet.
Done.
Yeah, it's so much faster now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so cool because the fact that you have polygroups, once you cut something up, then it just opens a whole bunch of things. So I can just isolate this thing completely, delete hidden, so it's just a single-sided mesh, and then use another feature that is awesome that it kind of like changed my entire workflow as well, which is in the dynamic subdivision. I can go ahead and enable dynamic to make it look smoother, and add thickness, just like that. Maybe I can polish by features a little bit, so yeah, so I can dynamically change how thick this helmet is gonna look. Really, what I've been doing with this technique is just removing the smooth subdivision, so that is literally the same subdivision, by adding the thickness, applying that, and then you also have polygroups, which is awesome, and then yeah, applied a bit of smoothing with polish by features. So there you go. That's the that's the helmet already, and then you can continue working from there. But yeah, so many changes. I even created my own macro called BArt, which brings you into the star for Oscar stuff. So if I click on BArt, it just gives me that the star.
Perfect.
And I can start working, and yeah, it looks already pretty decent now. I would say.
You're off and running. Ready to go.
Downloads.
Nice. All right, I want to move over to Steven. We got to get to Steven. We haven't seen Steven's screen yet. And Christopher, you're asking a question about shortcuts for topology. Are you talking about the actual feature that's on in the Move topological, or are you talking about the actual brush itself? The brush itself, you can hit B, M, and then T. So if you want to add a little bit more to your question, we can answer that for you. Steven, what do we got?
So this all started out as kind of like a joke when we were testing the whatchamadiggits, the
system,
streaming software,
the stream system. Yeah,
I was pretty serious about it. I created a whole macro.
So. You were very serious about it.
I started from that same star that I passed over to you guys. So yeah, I'm totally 100% serious about it. That's what I started off with, is this little star right here.
So anyways, this group was having fun. They said, let's start our meshes from a star, right? That ship was
That's brilliant.
So that's where this is all
You guys
coming
left me
from.
behind. You guys left me behind.
I'm sorry.
Oscar started from the star too.
I started from a star also. The best
I started
primitive.
from a star as well. I just deleted it as soon as I added something else.
Yeah, that's what I did. You're right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
We're all stars here, okay? You're all stars.
This guy is so
Thank you,
cute,
Paul.
though.
But it's fun. So I had this idea last night, and I was thinking about it. I was like, what if I were to take the star and turn him into the man in the moon?
starting.
Nice. Yeah.
So yeah, just trying to go through and kind of play with that idea a little bit, and yeah, obviously it's still super early stages, but it's fun so far. Yeah, I'm really kind of liking some of the ideas here. I think I still need to go through and play with the mutton chops and the beard area here and kind of make that feel more full. But it's just trying to kind of play with the idea of ideation, and yeah, like Shane and gosh, I think Paul was talking about it too. Just the idea of using Dynamesh and using multiple pieces, but using I think also Pablo mentioned this too, where it's like you've got the different poly groups and you're using Dynamesh, and so because of the different poly groups, you're able to keep everything separate. So it's a great way to be able to work.
Here's an open question to all
the
of you.
trim
How do
curve
you
brush.
guys match reference to your model when you are told to make something exact as the reference? Because there's multiple ways.
Image
Do you use
plane,
Spotlight?
image planes for me.
Yeah, Pablo, what do you? So, Steven, you use Spotlight. Steven,
Yeah,
Pablo,
and I
what do
also
you
use the timeline to be able to mark my places. So
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I usually use Spotlight or PureRef on top of everything.
Okay. You bring in the PureRef. Paul, you were using PureRef when you brought in your Bud Lightyear, right? That was PureRef you were pulling in? Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was.
Pablo, you said, what did you say you use?
Yeah, I use a bunch of different ways as well, but the image planes is pretty good. And there's a new thing, yeah, the MO or opacity model on off. That's a pretty cool thing to add to your UI. I haven't done it, but
Here,
you
hold
can
on.
switch everything on and off and change the model opacity once you have your image plane in the background. So this is, I think this is new. Or correct me if I'm wrong, Paul.
No, it's been around for a while. For a while.
Everything's been around for a while.
I haven't used it for a while.
No,
Then
no.
This is new. Trust me, this is new.
The image plane plugin itself is probably 10 years old.
I could have sworn I've never seen this button before, toggling opacity on and off.
Oh no, that part. No, that one. Yes.
There we go. Yeah, it's a new one.
Yeah,
So
that
that's
button.
the one that I use a lot now. So you bring in the image plane and you can just toggle it on and off, so it doesn't distract you when you're actually sculpting. Because that's one of the things that I found when dealing with references, is that it is really good to have them there to kind of like copy, but can be distracting as well. So it's a really good one.
Right, and then Steven's showing how he's using Spotlight.
I really hope you add the eyelashes. It's part of what makes that concept just like sing.
Well, it's like big bushy eyebrows, kind of like what the.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much. He's
So
just so pretty.
so you're still using the timeline, which gives you unlimited essence buttons. So are you using the camera storing ability then? That's in ZBrush now, or not at all? Or you're still sticking with the timeline?
I don't use the camera storing ability as much. I do need to get into that one a little bit more though. But I do enjoy being able to use the timeline, just being able to use left and right arrow keys, just to be able to kind of toggle back between different stored views. It's super helpful.
Yep. Yeah. And then anybody else use anything else for lining up their reference
100%.
images to their model?
I'll always
There is still this old good see-through slider. No.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the one on top.
Yeah, I use
Oh, the
that.
see-through slider. Yeah, at the very top.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can actually see anything behind ZBrush, whatever it is, a video or. Steven, can you show that really quick? Since we're looking at your screen right now. See-through at the top.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that people can see it. Yeah. So
Storm.
now you can see your desktop.
What?
Yeah. It makes the ZBrush transparent.
It's nice
Paul,
having being able
Deez,
to
you were saying
change-
something?
Yeah, being able to change the focal length on your camera too, because sometimes, if you're working in production or whatever, and this model's now got to go into another software and all that kind of stuff, you want to match up, especially if you're doing, you want to think about what the camera is that the art director is going to be looking at it through or whatever when you're doing that final render. So like you can change your camera, your focal length, so that when you bring it in to whatever other software, that your cameras now match, so that the perspective doesn't completely warp it from what you were looking at next to because you've got to translate 2D, then the sculpt, and then the final render to go. So if the focal lengths are different, the art director just ends up confused. You end up in this conversation about focal lengths that they don't understand. It's a nightmare. So that was really nice to be able to update your focal length in there. So that's always
That's an important point for sure that you're bringing up too, because you got to make it match wherever you're going to end up going with it too.
Yeah, avoid a lot of headaches with your art director for sure.
I like where your sphere is gone. It's moving right along.
Yeah, it's getting there.
It's moving right along. What, Shane? You said you were mentioning something too. I'm gonna come to you now.
Oh, I was just saying, I use Spotlight as well. Just pretty much full on.
But in your streams, you just straight up bring an image in and you just look at the image and then go.
Yeah, kind of like this.
Yeah.
This is my concept from.
That's so
Nice.
cute.
Shane is the one that actually taught me about Spotlight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Steven,
Yeah,
I
we
go
had
way back.
Yeah, it was my first Sculpt-Off actually. It was in Salt Lake for Comic-Con or whatever, and he was there, and we were doing this thing together. And we were doing this presentation, Sculpt-Off sort of thing, whatever. And he taught me right then and there, just like, hey, yeah, Spotlight, it's great. And it's like, oh, I love it.
That was a fun little thing, huh? So
There's
this
all-
is the
there-
knife brush I was talking to you about. Just like I'm trying to make this giant ridiculous cowl thing behind his head, and I wanted to get the shape, and now I can just use the knife brush and just go and just cut it with no issues. And then I just feel bad for the trim cut brush. I think we need to have a goodbye,
A farewell button.
Yeah.
proper burial.
Burn a boat, send it off to sea.
Yeah.
Have an archer set it on fire.
Oh. Yep, just to show people the difference. So trim cut has had a place, or trim curve, sorry, has had a place in my user interface for the longest time. Also the clip curve brush. Now the clip curve brush, I've suggested you should change it to the clip smash brush, because that's essentially what it does. It just smashes the geometry. Anything on the dark side of the line is going to get smashed up into the center like this, like that. So it does a good job, but sometimes, depending on what you're making, it will smash it into this really thin, feathery piece and be annoying. But I still like the clip curve brush a lot, especially for like eyelids and things when I want to smash something. But this trim curve brush you'll see the issue with it. We're all going to be sad.
Perfect.
See this? It does a cut, which is fantastic, but it also does a fill hole. Good old fill. So you can see it kind of stretches across like a web. So if I'm going to cut into this, if I hit Alt or Command twice, if you're on an Apple, it'll give you sharp points. And you're trying to do something like this, and it doesn't work symmetrically very well. You can just see what is happening, right? Not so good. But the knife brush is our savior. Let's throw the knife curve. Let's do the same crazy cut in this. And then we'll put that might mess it up.
Do it anyway.
Nope, look at that. Bam. What? Look
Gorgeous.
at that. It's freaking gorgeous. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Makes me happy. So you can see Vampire Dracula's happy about it. Yep.
That's his smiling face, yes.
And then take it to the next level. You got your BKL, your lasso, and you can just go nuts with this thing.
Oh yeah.
Just do swoopy,
that's
crazy whatevers, and it will do it. Like what?
Yeah, I nearly fainted the first time I used that, and it actually worked at the level it does. It's crazy.
Switching it to lasso and having it work.
Yep, and ZRemesher working with these polygroups, like somebody in chat said, it's Ian said that it'll just clean it right up if you need to, or if not, you can just use this. It doesn't matter. It's awesome. So that's thank you, Knife Brush. Thank you, Pixologic. Thank you, everyone, for making this possible.
I'm glad we were able to give that feature that given what you
I
guys
found that
want.
the trim dynamic, the trim brush still has some uses, especially on single-sided meshes. If you want to just trim pieces out.
Oh,
or like,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good caveat because the knife brush, you do need to have it watertight, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Cancel the boat hire.
Yeah. Watertight just means no holes.
No holes.
No holes.
All right. Let's see how Oscar's going here. Let's see how his piece is coming along. Whoa, here we go.
We can still see the star underneath.
Yeah.
All that flesh.
Wicked star.
Oh, I gotta make a star on my.
I can totally see the star. And now it's in
I'm
my
telling you, the star is the best geo there is as a primitive.
You know, it's funny. Whenever I bring an OBJ into ZBrush or
Yeah.
anything for that matter, STL, whatever I'm bringing in, I
You
always
choose that?
choose the star
Yeah,
because
I do
it's
the
so
same
much
thing.
different than everything else, right? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, this is a placeholder.
Yep.
It's a
Yeah.
visual, right? It's a,
And you
Yeah,
just put
usually
one
I have
at the
a
top of the
subtool with a star.
subtool list.
Yep.
Go
I
ahead.
usually have like a start like this. And I place it like on the top of all the subtools. So whenever I rename the files in, the subtool that I'm renaming is the star, and
Oh, yeah.
all the other subtools keep their original name.
I use my ruler for that. Same thing. Yeah, you need to have like some garbage thing up top to.
Yeah.
Hey, the
Take
star
the
is no
name.
garbage.
I'm
Respect
sorry.
the
I'm
star.
sorry, Star.
Yeah,
You're not
I would
garbage.
even go as far as say that you should apply the red wax material to that star.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
To another level.
And some occlusion, so it looks even interesting.
oh, putting the real-time occlusion on too. Look at that. Now we're talking. We're throwing all of it out there.
Yeah. If it looks good in red wax, it looks good in any other material. That's the rule.
That's super true.
That's the rule.
There it is.
It's a very
There's
distinct
beard.
material for sure.
Very unique.
Yeah. I've had some fun over the years with red wax, trying to come up with ideas for just even merchandise or fun T-shirts and things like that.
I'll buy them. 100% I'll buy them.
Team
Mark
Red Wax.
Painter's on it too.
Team red wax.
I think for next year's Halloween, she goes a red wax. Just you're in red wax somehow. Just red wax yourself with paint. Who are you?
Red
On red
wax
wax.
leotard.
That's who I am. I love it. Well, this is awesome, man. It's coming along.
Yeah.
And every time you throw that star on, I'm telling you, it immediately looks like a Christmas tree. Like it could be, I would see it in
Horrifying
some.
alien Christmas tree. Yes.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
would be in well, what's its face? Anybody you can name that's a horror movie fanatics Christmas. They would probably eat it. This is a good idea, actually. Now that I think about it, it'd be fun to make a Christmas tree that also has like a horror kind of feel to it too.
Yeah,
You
I
can't
think there was
skip
an
over
episode
Halloween.
of Doctor Who.
There
It's
was.
Halloween.
Yeah,
Wasn't
like
that an episode as well from Bad Robot? Bad Robot. Death, Love, and Robots. That was
Christmas tree.
like a Christmas tree thing.
Yes, there
Yes.
was.
I think
The
so.
one where the
Yes.
Christmas tree was turned to think
Oh,
that the
yeah.
creature and it's taking the kids,
Yeah.
right? Trying to take
Yeah,
the kids.
yeah. It was a creepy
Yeah.
one.
Love Death Robot. I think it was Love Death Robot. I can't remember now. The chat will set it straight for
Yeah,
sure.
leave it up to the chat.
This is great. Coming along
yeah, I'm
very
bringing this
nicely.
one for Christmas. I'll have it on my tree, on the top of the tree.
Listen, print it. Do you have a printer?
Yeah, I have a Creality. I don't remember the name. DLR002, something like that. The name is quite hard to remember, but it's a Creality. It's a resin printer.
Nice. I listen. Print it out. Put some little LED lights on them. Christmas.
Yeah, for sure.
Off and running.
On the top of the tree, and it's gonna be
Yeah.
so cute.
Oh yeah, it could be your
so cute.
where the star would normally go on a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I think you need to do it.
Yeah,
That'd be
now I
awesome.
need to.
Yeah, totally.
Why haven't you done it yet?
Good.
Does anybody use any good scan apps for Android? I'm an iPhone. Does anybody have any suggestions out there? Throw it out there.
3D scan.
Just
No.
to use your Android phone as a scanner.
Oh no, I
Like
haven't tried.
Yesterday, Thomas showed one but it's only for iOS.
Oh.
I'm using like just photogrammetry stuff to make scans.
So you're taking photos and dropping it into like capturing reality.
Yes,
Or
because I do a lot of stuff with the cultural heritage.
okay.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so a
Okay.
lot of cleaning,
Yeah.
because there are some objects that are small and some sculptures and stuff, but there are also big buildings like some castle or church. And after cleaning all of them, I also cut them into pieces to print them. Yeah, so we use thousands of photos for this photogrammetry.
Nice.
I've heard of people using the Xbox cameras for scanning stuff. I don't
Oh,
know.
Is
nice.
that still happening?
I don't know. Maybe that's
Didn't they do
old
away with that?
news.
Do they still have that thing? I thought they did away with it.
I don't know. I haven't really. I just
I don't
heard
know.
about it. Oh, it might
Never
be
had
using-
one myself, so I
I'm an
don't
old
know.
guy, so you know.
I usually, when I
my
travel,
day.
I do some photogrammetry too. Like when I used to travel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Back
that's a
in the
good point.
day.
There you go.
Yeah.
Somebody just said the
Tell me,
Oh,
about
yeah.
it. It was, we were in lockdown for 270 days, I believe, here in Melbourne. We just got out of lockdown like last week.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, it's been crazy.
Happy
Wow.
to get out of lockdown day.
Oh, it's me again. So I'm just, tweaking this guy. Like with all of them, I just on each stream when I started this pieces, I did like 2 figures, and now after the first pass, I need to tweak them.
Do you always
make
keep them?
them
Are you
look
for this project? Are you keeping them just mostly one subtool? I saw you started making the sword as a separate subtool, but you're pretty much keeping this whole thing in one subtool. You're not going to split it out.
For now, no, but I think I will add some stuff like here for the queen. So I will have a few different subtools for all of them. But for now, I keep them just like that as is. But just, my clean topology and polygroups, because I don't know why, but I'm obsessed with the clean topology. That's why at the beginning I hated Sculpt-Off Pro feature. And
True.
I feel you, dude.
and it was for a while, but I felt in love with the Sculpt-Off Pro when you add this feature when you can actually hide something.
Yep.
And still be able to play with it, because with this new addition, you can have 8 million polygons, and still you'll be able to play with some parts. And also I like this because of when I'm working on, let's say, this piece, and I have him already posed, and there are some things like this. And again, because I want to have everything clean, usually I will just, delete lower and smooth this part with Sculpt-Off Pro, so I don't have any intersections. Yep, like this. So, and after that, I will just do a quick retopology, still having the same polygroups, but already with in, let's say, sculpted pose, without transpose bugs, as I call them.
Can I ask a question?
Yes. So
How do you blend the pieces together? Do you just while keeping them separate? Are they because when you hid that arm, it actually had an interior, no? Or is it single-sided?
It's
Like up by the armpit? Is it
Single-sided.
Oh, it's single-sided. Okay.
single-sided.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm like,
It's
you-
hollow
but
inside. He doesn't have thickness.
Usually,
Got
I
it.
would like to show you again that scorpion piece, but I'm afraid Facebook could, not Facebook, YouTube can ban the stream, so I won't. But if if I have already like a lot of details, I will go with the Boolean.
Mhm.
To like put everything together. Even it doesn't matter how complex is the shape. I just tried a few days ago to do like a really complex retopo to have my clean topology, and it worked. So even like with the, I don't know, bunch of, by the way, I can, what is this? I wanted to ask about this for a while, and I don't know, something happened with my carved tube.
Well, it's going
Could
to
it
go
help?
by space. It's camera plane dependent, so it's not going to
But-
snap to the surface.
Okay, but even if I choose like where's this curve?
Make sure you don't have any undo history on, because undo history will work with the curves now.
No, I don't have.
Okay.
But still, you see it? It's kind of.
Yeah, that happened to me, and it has. Yeah, I fixed it with the undo history. Exactly the same thing, but you don't have to have the undo history in that one. It could be in a different tool or subtool.
Try holding control and click on the orange dot you're on right now. To hold control and click on it again now, and try doing it now.
Oh,
There you go.
great! Thank you. So again, I can have a bunch of this, for example, tubes, and when I'm keeping things together, not separately, I'm thinking about the final render and materials I want to use. So if I want to use like the same material for, let's say, for the arm, and it doesn't matter if it's complex or not, I will try to keep it as one mesh. So, and for this, let's say, it's starting to get weird, but if I want to add some like these tubings all over, I will use Dynamesh and then ZBrush and still have it in one subtool, because I want to have like not just a smooth transition. I want to have a full control on it as on one piece. So yeah, if I have the same, let's say, yeah, basically the same material in my head, I will keep it as one piece.
Okay. Nice.
Always.
I'm excited to see these pieces finished, Saddam. These are going to be sweet.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, we've only got about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to keep jumping around.
Oh,
The last
my
10
already.
minutes. Yeah.
It's too short a time. We want to be with you guys for forever.
We'll go back to Steven. See, I saw the eyebrows starting to come in. I knew.
Oh yeah.
It was important to me. Those fuzzy eyebrows.
I
Oh,
started
nice.
kind of blocking in some some principal forms there with the eyebrows, with the mustache, and trying to have fun with that some. And
He's so gentle. I want quests from him. I want him to teach me magic.
You could be a plush doll for sure. I see a plush doll there too.
could be.
I also love his nose.
Yeah, I wanted to
Could go on the top of it.
have like a good hook nose for him. You know, I like those hook noses.
They're beautiful.
They're unique. There's something special, and it's like maybe it's because I don't have like a hook. I have a big nose, but I mean I don't have a hook nose. You know, and it's like there's something
Maybe
cool about
when
it.
you grow up, you will have.
When I grow up, when my chest hairs sprout and my
When you get the bushy eyebrows, perhaps your nose will also become just as majestic.
yeah, maybe.
Keep telling
That'd
my
be-
wife not to cut my Gandalf eyebrows off.
I trim. Yes,
Gandalf
I
eyebrows,
trim
I love
those.
it.
Well, it's the one. That's one of the things that keeps growing on us, right? Your nose and your
Yeah.
ears never stop growing your
Mhm,
whole
mhm.
life.
And apparently for men, eyebrows too.
Oh, really? I
But the
believe
gray
it.
comes in and pushes them out.
Gotta
there's
like
still
get
hope.
some mustache wax and tweedle them.
Oh, dude, I may be up to. Yeah, that'd be like a next level Steven.
The next evolution.
It's a weird Pokemon.
I'm gonna bounce around now. I'm just gonna go to Pablo's. I'm gonna bounce around since we're.
I want to watch this for a second. This is relevant to my interests.
Oh, that.
Is that me?
Wow.
Oh yeah. So I was doing something cool as well with one of the new features. So I do have a custom brush that it's kind of like a magic brush to do this type of like wrinkles. So it's
Oh.
pretty. It just creates like those kind of like X, Y shapes for compression wrinkles. But I've been using this with the mask change points. So I found that like really handy. I'll do it in a different, maybe clone that so you can see that.
All that work.
Yeah. So basically, I just go with this to create like some random compression folds, and then I use the last points or mask last points under the masking palette.
Oh yeah.
Cheaty.
So yeah,
Oh,
mask
nice.
change points, and that already masks because this is using an alpha that obviously has transparency, so it just captures all those changes, and then I would invert that. I like to hide the mask so that you can see clearly what the mesh is doing. And yeah, I'll just go with maybe inflate, pushing it like that. Sometimes another cool addition to that kind of like workflow is to push things with the cloth notch as well. So it's like adding a little bit of dynamics in here as well with that. Clear that mask, and then use the smooth picks so that we have like some kind of like kris edges in there. So this is what I would do kind of like for the base. And then I use something, depending on the stylization, I could go with, the damp standard brush, invert the effect, so switching from C sub to C add or holding the Alt key, and then just sharpen that up.
Yeah, it takes a lot of your decision making by like
Yeah.
embracing the randomness, but then enhancing what you liked from. That's really, really cool.
It's way
Yeah,
sweet.
I think it's like what Oscar also mentioned about being like sculpting a little bit like dirty. I also like to do that as well. And one of the brushes that I really like for that sort of like dirtiness is the smooth picks, because it just it leaves all the crevices in. So for example, if I use some of the brushes, some of my custom brushes that add like tiny high frequency details, that brush is awesome to do that sort of thing. I'll show you what I mean. So yeah, if I were just to add like some creature skin details like this. So that's all the effect of the custom brush, but then I can go ahead with the smooth picks and soften that up, and that creates like this really creepy rainy
Zombie
stuff.
skin, as I like to call it.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's smooth piece. There's like 16 smoothing brushes in ZBrush, so
Yeah.
there's a lot now. So smooth piece and smooth valleys are a nice little hidden gem.
Smooth directional is one that
Oh, yeah.
is
Oh,
amazing
for this, yeah.
with hair without getting rid of your creases.
Oh.
Yeah.
Smooth directional is a good one, yeah.
Smooth directional.
Yeah, that one is
I'm
especially
just
really
taking
good for
notes.
this.
Wait, what was that? Was that Steven? Was that you?
Yeah, I've never been able to get used to that one, the smooth directional.
I use it for wrinkles like this. It works really well because it just maintains, like if you follow the wrinkle, it's really good for that.
Yeah, I mean, I had some people that I worked with at Disney that used it a lot, and I mean, like for like rock work and things for the rides, and I never really caught on to like exactly what the effect was that that it was going with. So you're saying that it goes through and you smooth along the ridge of detail that you're trying to put in, right? And then
Yeah.
Here,
I can show you if you want.
I feel Shane wants to take this one too.
Sorry.
Here you go, Shane.
Okay, so if you open up Lightbox and you go to your brush palette, there's a whole bunch of hidden brushes here. And then there's a folder called Smooth. And within here, there's Smooth Directional. There's also Smooth Stronger, which is amazing. Or if you, especially with Sculptris Pro or Dynamesh, you're trying to get high density smoothing, use this brush. Smooth Directional is the one we're talking about today. You can see I put this kind of this detailed peak down the nose, this crease down the nose right here. And I want to keep it, but I say I want to smooth. It will only smooth away from that crease, and it won't smooth that crease. So it's, if I smooth this, you have to stroke it. It's not working because I don't have Sculptris Pro turned on. Sorry. Okay, let's see what it's doing here. So you gotta smooth down that crease. Okay, if you go this way and use like a normal smooth brush, it's not going to do what you want it to do. And it works. I think save. Okay, it works the same with valleys. If you have a valley, and say like this, you want to kind of smooth it this direction, but keep this. So you just have to kind of smooth down in the direction of the thing that you want to keep. And that's the directional part of it, right? So
Yeah, and there's an optimum called perpendicular.
yeah. So you can just kind of smooth along something you want to keep, and it'll just kind of make it buttery and smooth it out.
buttery.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
it's a pretty cool one. The way that I think about that brush is like almost the directional blur effect in Photoshop.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one I'll have to go back and kind of like replay with it and really figure that one out, because that's I could
I
be
only
helpful.
use it in
It's
very
gotta be helpful.
specific cases. Yeah, very like, and it's usually hair creases when I want to keep, because the crease goes all the way down the length of a hair piece, right? One of those big chunky hair pieces with a really nice, and you want to smooth the bend in the hair, but you don't, but you want to keep that crease. So you just go, you just go smooth directional, and it keeps it.
In fact, I'm gonna try this out with my thing right now.
Thanks, Shane. Thanks
Yeah,
for doing that.
especially with lower
That's so
resolution
cool.
meshes too.
Yeah. We're looking at Buzz Lightyear. We only got a couple.
It's just
We only got a
about
couple
to-
minutes left, team. Because then we're going to move
I'll
on
do
to
the
giveaways
review
and Pitch Dev Studios.
this year.
Somebody's asking if I have a discount for the summit for my course, and I do not at the moment.
Oh, you're talking for your classes?
Yeah, just because I actually got hacked. My coupons got stolen, and yeah, it was a bad situation. Anyway, I'm not gonna.
I'm sorry.
But yeah. So yeah, it's a good time to hop in because the price is going up soon.
Mm. Yes. For those that don't know, 3D
Character Workshop.
Character Workshops is his website. Pablo also has a site that he does teaching to on as well.
Yep, 3D concept artists. Come where I have the extra amount. By the way, there's going to be a free ZBrush workshop coming up after the summit. If you want to join, and it's the registration is open. It's 3 intensive days as well. If you're interested.
Let me
Wow.
let me
I
get
have
it.
already signed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you
let
gonna
me,
help me co-host and teach? Help me teach as well.
No.
Yeah, I just have a bunch of like little workflows that I've sort of came up with the new tools, especially using the masking tools as well, custom brushes and things like that. So I thought, yeah, it's gonna be easy if I just put them into a nice, nice workshop, focusing on just detailing in ZBrush as well as poly painting and texturing. So essentially, what I did with this guy, in terms of the poly paint, is kind of like following the same technique. So all of this is poly paint.
We're looking at the D's. Hold on, let me get to you. I was just putting your link for what you were talking about. But go ahead. They can see your screen now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I was just saying that this guy, it's all poly paint with the same technique. So you can get like, I mean, you only need to see like what Kris Costa does with the poly paint in HD to see like the power of that. But yeah, so I combine some of the poly painting techniques with the masking tools. So that's what I'm gonna go over. Plus I really enjoy doing that type of like concise, really intensive workshops to just like drill into a specific workflow or a specific tool. So yeah, it's been fun setting it up, and I did a couple of creatures that you can see in the registration page.
Yep.
It is free. The only reason I would say register now if you want to do it is because I have limited seats. So yeah, it is.
When he means limited seats, he's got 5. That's it. Go.
Yeah.
Dang it.
I actually have 10, so I have 2 left.
Oh.
I put the link in the chat, everybody, so you have it there, so you can go register if you want to do it. A 3-day course, 3-day, right?
Yeah, 3-day.
Yeah. So I'll put it again there. I just put it again because unfortunately we gotta go.
Yeah, time is already.
Oh.
Honestly, I feel like you could spend a whole day with
my finale.
Are we gonna see that Buzz Lighter?
Yeah.
You want to do the buzz?
Yeah, please. I want to see
Here.
him.
Okay. Well, this is where I got to because that flew by. But this is where I got to. But this is what was meant to happen. Not that.
Oh, nice.
That's really cool.
I was thinking maybe of finishing him off because he was fun once I got it done. I can imagine, like the lightsaber in the foreground, lighting the side of his face and stuff. Be kind of cool.
That's
So
awesome.
actually finish him off because
Buzz
of
like
the full body
Kenobi.
and everything.
Buzz
It
lightsaber.
flown into
I like that. I like that, Shane. Good job. Dude, that's awesome. That looks sweet, man.
I love the
Cheers,
green.
guys.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that's
Great
pretty
design.
cool.
Yeah, I actually timed myself when I made this, and this took 2 hours. And I was thinking, right, I'm gonna have to leave this as like a one I prepared earlier, I think. And then I got to absolutely nowhere with that last one because I kept looking up at the screen every time like Pablo was showing anything or Shane. I was like, oh, what's that? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so many tips.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was great.
We gotta do this again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
This has been a ton of fun. Like the other 2 we did. These have been a lot of fun, and I thank you guys again for being a part of this and taking
thank you
time
for
out of your
inviting
days,
us.
your evenings, early in the morning for you, Pablo, and later in the
Yeah,
evening.
I don't
for
reckon
Saban.
I'm gonna stay awake.
Are you gonna stay awake?
Yeah, I mean, I just created the cape for this Gazoo guy, and it's kind of like cool. So I'm gonna stick with it while I'm in the zone.
Yeah.
Share it on like Twitter or someplace when you're done.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put it up.
It's good to hear everybody's voice again.
Yeah.
It's nice to see
Yeah.
faces.
Nice to see
Yeah.
faces, hear voices again. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you guys again. This has been a really fun. I know, the first group said, dude, we should just try to put these together on a monthly basis and use this system for you guys. That's definitely something we're going to look into for those that are interested in doing that and see maybe we can do these little group sessions more often. And then they can go, you guys can go longer. You don't have to go for the time that we're doing right now for the summit. You can go longer and kick maybe full pieces out. So thank you
We
guys.
can pass this call. We
Awesome.
can share the star.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds super
Pass the
fun.
star.
each person and see what they do to it.
Yeah.
Or you each take a section of the star and you sculpt something
Ah.
on that star.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Like a leg. Take
Yeah.
a leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh my
so
god, that'd
neat.
be amazing.
Collaboration pieces are
Yeah,
always
I
awesome
mean-
to do. Yeah.
That'd be fun. That'd be a good fun one too. Okay, guys, I really appreciate so much. I know everyone's been having a blast watching you guys and sharing the tips and tricks. This has been really fun. Again, for those that are watching right now, these are all streamers on this channel on a regular basis. So just go to our calendar and you can see when any one of them are streaming. And you can get reminders of when they go. And then those reminders, again, are your time zones, too. That's the beauty of that system. It'll remind you based upon your time zone. All right? So thank you, guys. I really appreciate you guys taking time out of your day to be
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. It was a
All
pleasure.
right, let's do this. Another fun one.
They're all so excellent and inspiring to watch that it is really hard to be like, oh, and that's enough. It's not
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. It's
So
not.
hard.
It goes by so fast. Like it
That-
goes
and
really quick.
And you set aside even more time for these guys because you're like, oh, I especially love all of these artists and I want to spend like even extra time.
Yeah, well, I didn't, it was the first time we've ever done this too, so I didn't know how we were all how I was gonna transition and move. And then after the first two, we're like, this has been a lot of fun. Let's the third one give a little bit more, an extra 10 minutes or so, just to have a little more fun and see where it goes. And I just like that, everyone's like, let's go longer.
Well, I also really appreciate your idea of like maybe finding time to bring everybody back in a group setting like that, because it's one thing when somebody's streaming by themselves and they've kind of got like the whole pace, but like rather them all like these experts getting to kind of like be in cahoots in a stream together is really wonderful. Did you ever play the game with your daughter or with your father or mom where you have a piece of paper and you fold it in half and somebody draws the top of a character, somebody draws the bottom of the character, but they don't know what the other person has done, and you create like this wonderful centaur amalgamation? That is what I was picturing with like the star idea. I was like, oh,
or it's like the old school, you have a multiple things and you're putting the papers together to create the characters. Yes.
Yeah, I like this. I only think of it as centaur because it's like 2 and 2, but like, what's 5? So
Yeah, then in fact, actually,
centaur?
as an artist, even now, it's a fun way, to just take a bunch of images and see, oh, that's a cool looking character or creature. I'm going to go now sculpt that or do that. It's a cool way to get the juices flowing to see about getting your mind on track of making something interesting too.
Yeah, but also kind of like taking a lot of the load off of like creating something. You just have to like create a cool part that you're like, oh, this would be really wonderful with all manner of things and just really exciting in that way.
All right, let's do some giveaways.
Yes, let's give away cool things.
Let's do some stuff. Let's give away some stuff.
Yeah, let's reward the wonderful loyal audience.
Yeah, why not? We got a good group in again today. Thank you all for joining us. So the first prize, as you guys can see, is going to be the XMD Lifetime Membership. So let me draw the winner for that and see who we have here. And again, I do apologize if I do not pronounce the names correct. I blame myself. That's all I can blame. Okay, so I'm going to say Kajel or Jel or Jewel. You're probably gonna have to help me out with this, Jessica. I'm not sure.
The J might be a Y sound, so it could be Kiel.
Yeah. So I apologize if I'm mispronouncing, but you have just won the XMD Lifetime Membership. And again, I'm putting the names in the chat so you guys can see. And again, when you guys are filling out these registration forms, put your name too, so we know who, because there could be several Bobs, Pauls, Jessicas, Roberts. So there could be several people with the same name. So make sure you put identifying last name as well, or surname, as you might want to call it. So here we go. Let's do another one. 3D Connections Keyboard Pro with the number pad. So this is a wireless number pad keyboard. The number pad itself is also wireless. You can actually put it on either side of the keyboard. And then they have programmable buttons for programs as well along the top here. Obviously, ZBrush can use any key to do something like that. But this is a nice device for you all to use in your ZBrushing world. So let me draw the winner for this. Let me make sure I'm grabbing the right one. Draw my winner. Winner.
I wish we could see this like.
Like a little like almost like bingo kind of a thing. Okay. So here's our winner, Patricia. You are the winner. Let's see. It should be coming through the chat now. There you go. And then the team's putting it up on screen right now. There you go. You have just won the keyboard number pad. So congratulations on. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I got some more stuff to give. Like, let's see. Since there's a lot. There's a lot to give away again today. Here, let's do this since he was just in there. Let's do one of Pablo's courses.
Oh, wonderful.
Do one of the Ultimate ZBrush Guide course. Let's do that. And since we just had him, he's in there. Okay.
Yeah, you saw how absolutely helpful and wonderful and smart Pablo was. So yes, this is.
He's got ZBrush knowledge to drop on you for sure. Okay, for sure. So I'm putting the winner right now in chat. Kris, you are the winner. Where did it go? There it is. There it is. I'm like, it moves fast. I put it in. I'm like,
the
where
chat
is
is moving fast.
It
Yeah.
pops to the top
Congratulations,
fast.
Kris. You're going to learn from a true master.
Kris de Temple. So congratulations. You've just won a course with Pablo. Great. Okay, let's do another one. Let's do one more here. Let's see. All right, let's do one of these. Let's do one of our figures from the Good Smile, the people at Good Smile and Max Factory. Again, these are all of our sponsors giving us stuff. Again, thank you so much to our sponsors being a part of the show. Let's draw a winner on this. And our winner is, copy that. Okay, and our winner is Sarah Atkins. You are the winner of this beautiful piece that you see right here on screen. There you go. Congratulations. Okay, what do you think? We'll do one more, and then we'll get ready to do a little quick break. And then we will come back with the pitch dev team.
Oh, I'm excited to hear everything that they've got going on.
Oh, yeah. They're doing a lot of different projects, so they're going to be a good one. Okay, let's do one of the Space Mouse.
Ooh, Space Mouse!
Yep. Another way for you guys to navigate through ZBrush. Okay, so we're giving these away throughout the actual summit. So let's give this one away. And our lucky winner is Abraham. You are the winner. Okay, Pablo Munez, by the way, is Pablo's last name. Pablo Munez Gomez is the full name. So Abraham, you have just won a Space Mouse Enterprise Kit 2, right? So again, we're doing giveaways all day, all through the presentations, okay? But the system is going to shut down, and then we open it back up close to the end of our segments. And then you got to go register every time. You don't just register once this year. It's not any of that. That's not what we're doing this year. You got to go register every single time because we want you guys to be with us when we're showing you the prize too. So you got to go do that. It's just your name and email address. That's it. It's nothing else. And again, please put at least your full name. So when I paste your name in the chat, you know it's you that won. Okay. Please do that. It'll make things easier for us to identify yourselves as well. And let's not forget, we've got the show special happening right now for ZBrush and ZBrush Core. So right now we're doing 20% off ZBrush. We're doing 20% off your first payments, either if you do a month or if you do the 6-month subscription. We're giving you 20% off that very first payment in those subscription branches. We also are giving 20% off ZBrush Core for you right now. And for those of you in ZBrush Core looking to go into ZBrush, there's an upgrading path for you guys, which we're already giving a promotional pricing. We're doing another $100 off that. So actually, those that want to go from ZBrush Core to ZBrush, you can get a deal on that as well right now at the summit. And all this ends tomorrow. Okay, these specials are only going to go through tomorrow. That's it.
These are the best deals that you can find on all of these packages. It's worth it.
Wednesday our time, Wednesday LA time, right? 11:59 p.m. LA, Los Angeles time is when they go through. All right. So let's do this. Let's go to a quick little break here. Don't go far. We're going to bring the team from Pitch Dev in this. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you guys are excited. Let's roll that bean footage. Welcome back, everybody. Well, everybody, no one left, but you know, we're back on camera at least, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
or welcome if you
to start that today.
Gave yourself like a reminder specifically for this presentation.
Mm-hmm. You're excited about this, and I know you've been talking about this, and you've been excited to see these guys what they're doing.
I really am.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a good one, and like I said, they've got a lot of information to share with you all. They work in many different ways, many different sectors of businesses. So it's going to be really good for you all. So again, if you got questions coming through, Jessica and I will do our best to throw them their direction. So, and then be mindful, obviously the team wants to show specific things to you guys and make sure they're getting all the information they want to share with you. So we'll have to try and find spots to ask questions that you guys might be asking if you have any. But enough me. Let's get going. Let's bring in Pitch Dev Studios. Let's Hey.
Hi, guys.
Well, hello.
Hey.
I love it. I love your look at that lighting. Look at that lighting you got going on.
I know, it's a completely beautiful setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
I think
those are
he's
the
in a
Infinity
spaceship right
Stones
now.
that I took from a different dimension, and I just put them over there. The two Tesseracts. Yes.
Yeah. I like that movie. I'm a fan of that movie. I enjoyed Oblivion. I thought it was a good movie.
I thought it was a great movie too.
I did. Yeah, I thought it was a great movie. I thought it was fantastic. I've watched it several times, so I really enjoyed it. Well, thank you guys for both being here and taking some time out of your days. I know you're in Jerusalem, so it's a different time zone for you. David, you're on the East Coast. I just like to share that kind of stuff too, because this just shows how cool we can be, how worldly we can do this, right? And have everyone streaming from different areas of the world. It's been a lot of fun. So I really appreciate you guys taking time out of your evening and out in the middle of your day, David, to be with us and share what you guys are looking to share. And I know you got a bunch of little items to share along the way here, things that you're going to share with the community, not just only a presentation, but other items that are going to be dropped in this presentation as well, some other goodies. So thank you so much for being here.
Well, thanks for having us. I mean, for us, it's we thank you, Yari, for putting that together. That's awesome. Thank you. But for us, it's really like we're huge geeks and fans of ZBrush. So for us, it's a dream come true. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get started. Who needs the screen first again? Is it David, right?
Well, I think we're supposed to show a video of our reel. Yep. So we're going to start with that so people know exactly what Pitch Stuff Studio is about. And then I'll do a quick explanation of what our company is about.
Sure. Absolutely. Okay, if you're not excited, I don't know what to say. You got to be excited now after that.
Here we go, and that's really a small sample of what's going on in our company, because of course a lot of the stuff we're doing, a lot of the big projects we're working on are still under wrap, and because it's concept art, we work usually kind of 2 years before they're even put on screen, But that gives an idea of a little bit of what we are. We're a concept art company, and usually what we do is that we're hired by studios, and we're kind of like we put SWAT teams of artists together in order to customize and specifically attack a certain set of problems on a project. So, for example, if project is stylized or hyper real, or for example, we do a lot of industrial design work as well. Whatever the project needs, we put together a team of experts in that very specific field for a very specific style. That's what we usually do. So here we go. And our projects span, like I said, everything: films, video games, industrial design, and more things. Yeah. So here we go.
Okay. You want your screen up, David, right?
Sure, yes. So actually, I'm not going to start with ZBrush. I'm going to start with this presentation. So these are my two girls. So I just wanted a shout out to my girls, whom I love very, very much. They are at school right now. I think about you. So this is me. This is my face here and there. I have 25 years of experience in entertainment. I studied industrial design and architecture. I was in video games for 15 years, and then I switched to feature films. The first movie I worked on was Tron Legacy. I mentioned what PDS is about. So the type of projects I have worked on and the company is transitioning into is in video games. We worked on Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, Prometheus. I worked on Avatar 2, 3, 4, Tron Legacy, and those games, Spectral. The ones that are in red, Finch and Black Adam, I really wish we could talk about them today, but because we're under NDA, we can't really go into that. But Finch is going to be available for viewing on Apple TV Plus in 2 weeks. And that's a movie that I highly recommend because, first of all, it's the first big AAA movie our company worked on. And it's really, in terms of the story, I think it's very powerful and very timely. And Black Adam, we can't even less talk about this because this is 2 years away from here. So, but these are the kind of projects we worked on. So I'm going to talk today. Oh, this is for later, correct? Or is it for? No, it's for now.
It's for later. It's the case study. You can do it now.
Yeah.
You have nothing further to say. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I have nothing further to say.
Okay, jump into it.
Yeah, that's good. It's perfect transition actually, because we were supposed to talk about like why we use ZBrush, and I think it's a perfect segue into showing a project that we worked on, like Suicide Squad, and how ZBrush was integrated into part of bringing that vision to life. So these are the kind of references that, as concept artists, we received from the production designer. So here on this project, I was working under the supervision of Beth Mickle, who was a production designer, and she sends like tons and tons of images, and she sends like sketches. And in this instance, it was about the main building design for Jotunheim, where I don't want to give any for people who haven't seen it, where there's like horrible things happening underneath. Here we go. And this is kind of the first sketch that I created based on the references that were given to me. It's supposed to be a bunker. We weren't sure yet where the bunker was located. But this is the kind of stuff that's perfect to do in ZBrush, you know, where I just take and environments is really about that. It's making iconic shapes based on sometimes primitives, but also finding the right proportions. I believe that design is all about proportions, and working with booleans for me really was a freeing factor. When ZBrush came up with the Boolean system that was so fast, I mean, right away, there was no hesitation. I jumped right away into using it in the pipeline. Because on those kind of projects, speed is of the essence. You know, we have to work fast. We have to deliver constantly and as fast as possible all the time. And to be able to move objects around in Boolean in real time, it's just a game changer for me, for us. And this is just to show what the final result in the movie looked like based on the designs. I mean, I could spend hours on this, of course, because this is just one iteration of the design I showed you. As you know, I mean, as you guys know, Jessica and Paul, there's like hundreds of versions before something is released, you know. But it's a good way of showing from concept, from the reference through concept, throwing also what it looks like once it's finally composited in the movie by the VFX guys, and then what it looks like when it's built, when the set is built. So I'm going to go fast because I know it's a short moment that I'm doing for the case study. This shows again, so of course, when it comes to doing architecture and things like that, very often I still use my usual softwares to set up rendering in V-Ray and things like that. But when it comes to props, because of the Booleans, once again, that explains why we're going to show what we're going to show later. I mean, it becomes such a fast process that I started veering off my usual software more and more because I found myself saving so much time using ZBrush. So all the props that are in there, I'd say that more than half of the props that are in there, actually, I did in ZBrush, whether, of course, it's the more logical ones, like the pipes on the ground, but also like the screen things I'm going to show. The obvious suspects, which I call radial symmetry, decimation master, and keyshot, in order to get a concept very quickly from 3D modeling all the way to rendering. And so this is a prop I did, obviously, pretty fast in ZBrush. And this is when it's integrated in an environment in V-Ray, rendered in V-Ray, that's what it would look like. The same, the arms. I mean, I use some kit bash elements. I use some things that I model myself. These are the kind of props that usually would have taken me much more time, especially in other softwares where Booleans were just completely non-existent or too slow. These are the kind of sketches really that I can do very quickly in ZBrush, use decimation master, and then quickly set them up together, rendered in Keyshot here, but then set up into a 3D model like here very quickly using a mood in order to create an environment and an emotion. This was one of the iterations of the secret underground. Same goes here. Most of the props here were done in ZBrush, and then I set them up into my 3D software to render in V-Ray. Same here. You can probably easily see the technique. Knowing Paul, he probably knows exactly how I built all this stuff in 2 seconds. So, and that's the other thing is that, I mean, when I see Paul work, when I see all the guys ZBrush work, I mean, they're really experts in my eyes, and I try to gather some of the information that they throw on YouTube, and I try to understand exactly their process. And that's where using Booleans for me was nice and easy, because it doesn't require necessarily to be an expert in the software or ZBrush. It's something that you can pick up very, very easily and do very quickly some interesting volumes and shapes.
And these are all V-Ray renders.
Yes, these are all V-Ray renders, correct.
And you're doing V-Ray in Maya or Max?
In Max.
In Max.
In Max. Yeah, coming from video games, that's the software I'm the best.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and now with all the banks of textures you can get through Quixel or other, it makes the process very fast. And Keyshot as well, of course, And all these elements built with Booleans, I mean, are just so fun to do. That's the thing that it brought for me when it comes to 3D modeling, is fun. So this is an example, typical example of something I do in ZBrush very rapidly, using the knife, particularly knife, and using, once I have that base like this, using really primitive, I'm not a topology kind of guy. I just go there like a butcher. I'm a polygon killer, okay? I don't care. I don't have feelings for polygons. I'm sorry for those who do. But my goal is to get a concept right away from the beginning all the way to the end rendered. So the way I would do here is that I decided to create like a stamp, a Boolean stamp, because I didn't want to place every single button on those consoles. And so what I did is I created a Boolean for that. And then I would just have to move the Boolean around and create the screen integrated already with the buttons, already with the handles, everything, without me having to worry about it. And this is kind of the result I would give once built by the team and lit and things like that. So you can see here, coming from the concept art, the lighting, elements of texturing, elements of modeling, of course, that create overall a mood and atmosphere for a set that is built later by the whole team. So here we go. That's my super quick kind of a view into what it is to use ZBrush inside a movie for a AAA feature film.
Yeah, when you're doing these, are you baking anything in your render, or are you just decimating the models and throwing them in V-Ray or Max to render with V-Ray?
Well, it depends. When I have to set up renderings just in Keyshot to send to a set designer, for example, I don't even decimate. When it comes to bringing into 3ds Max, 3ds Max is actually really good at handling a large amount of polygons. So I do decimate, but usually I mostly decimate so I can separate between all the subtools, and I can apply materials. For me, I mean, management of materials is very important, and I do that through subtools. And when I do my Booleans, which is why it's great, is that I can retain on my polygroup, and when I flatten my 3D object, it has all the separated elements from materials. Then I just import it. And more, what we've been using as a tool for rendering is actually has been Unreal. And for that, yes, decimation becomes more of a question because obviously of different limitation counts. But Unreal has become really, for us, like a kind of a go-to rendering system as well. So here we go.
Thank you.
So I think we're on to Yariv now.
Yes, we are.
On to Yariv. Which one? Which one would you like to share? This one? There you go. They gotcha.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Pleasure to meet you guys. this is a little presentation of introduction of myself and how I came in contact with ZBrush. I've been using it for quite a while. This over here is just a starter for my little slideshow I built in ZBrush. You know, if you guys will take a good look, this is using our Boolean kit. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. Oops. I don't know what's going on. Oh, the space mouse. So embarrassing. So yeah, this is using our Boolean kit, and this is for a little bit later on in our presentations when we I pass it over to David. He'll pass it back to me. I'll show you guys some cool stuff. But you take a good look at this because we got some bevels happening on these Booleans, you guys. So stay tuned for that. So let's start from the beginning. So I'm gonna shout out to my family. Oops, sorry, page down button. So this is my family. We are a ZBrush family. What do I mean by that? We have a cosmic relationship with ZBrush. The 3 of my children have actually been born on the release dates of specific releases of ZBrush. 4 are 2, and then all the other ones were born within a week of release, and Paul can attest to that. So we are a ZBrush family. So, you know, 2021 was really, really great. She was born with some really cool features here. She has 2 different color eyes. I guess one half is like a third is brown. I have that's my lovely wife. Without this, I couldn't do anything. I'll tell you, these kids are a handful. I somehow think that if it was them as opposed to the Avengers at the end of Infinity War, they would have got that gauntlet off of Thanos. I would have just told this one. I would have just told 2019 over here. I would have said, "Hey, those are candy." They would have totally gotten it off his hands. Anyways, so I have one of them over here. The greatest thing that happened to us in 2020. I mean, it was a tough year for everybody, and I just have to say that without my good friend David keeping me positive and keeping me working and keeping things going for me, it would have been a very much harder time. But one of the best things that came out of Pixologic in 2020 was the release of ZBrush Core Mini. And I have one person in my family who is a potential ZBrusher, you guys. She's 12 years old, and this is her first model ever. Now,
so cool.
I must tell you, she asks me for critiques, and I give it to her. I just said, you just can't rely on those vector displacement brushes because those brushes are just, you gotta learn how to sculpt. She's like, I just want to sculpt. So you're probably wondering, why doesn't she use ZBrush? Well, we tried that a couple times. She has 2 reasons why she doesn't really like ZBrush. She likes ZBrush Core Mini. She wants to get ZBrush Core for her bat mitzvah. So we'll see after this maybe if I can get it for her. Now I hear it's on sale. So 2 reasons. Number 1, she doesn't like edit mode because she keeps like dropping out of edit mode, and then I have to run across the room and hit Control N, bring it back to the canvas. She doesn't like that. And number 2 is a bit more of a technical reason. She sees all these language choices and she wonders why Yiddish is not on there. And I'm thinking in my head, they're going to get Klingon and Parcel Tongue in there before they get Yiddish. So let me just make sure my Booleans are off. Okay. So a little bit about. So I was born in this city of Beersheba. And when I was very little, we resided in Los Angeles. And it was there that I grew my passion for films, for mainly Westerns and sci-fi films. Those are my passion. And after senior year, I just wanted to sit that whole summer and play video games and watch movies. And my mother, she's this hairstylist. She's from Morocco, speaks with a French accent, says, "Don't be a consumer, go be a producer, make money." And I
approve this French accent.
Thank you, David. Oh, yeah. So she works in the Burbank, Glendale area, and a lot of guys from Digital Domain would go over there. And so she got me an internship out of high school at Digital Domain. Now, I must tell you, this was very interesting. I thought I was going to get to make the graphics and everything like that. No, like Mike and Sully from Monsters Inc., I started in the mailroom. And, I hoped to be a top scarer one day, but it didn't happen that way because back then in the early 2000s, when I would go over there and take a look at the CG department, the modelers would build these models like point by point and make a polygon and point. And I was like, I can't believe it. I was like asking this guy who's building a character like vertice by vertice. I'm like, how have you been working on this character? He goes, man, it's been like 2 weeks and I'm only on the nose. I'm like, keep going. But I asked, like, isn't there a more organic way to actually create content? They said there isn't. You know, you got to just, you know, either use a soup of polygons or use these things called NURBs. And I was like, not for me. But what happened when I was there is a very important thing. The talk of the town those days was this gentleman. Now, many of you on ZBrush Central who have been here for a while know this artist. His name is Taryn, and he left the industry, I think, in 2014. But this guy was the talk of the town. And I reached out to him through his website. And I said, listen, it's the summer. I'm interning at Digital Domain, and I see your work, and it looks amazing. Is there a chance that you could show me how you do what you're doing? And he said, sure, come on over for dinner. So I was shocked. He said, I'll show you whatever you want to see, give you as much time as I can, on one condition, that one day when somebody has this much enthusiasm and energy, you help them out too. So we'll see how that plays out. So he showed me, when I asked him, is there like an organic way to create content like models like you do? And at the time, there really wasn't. You had subdivision surfaces and displacement. And that's what he was doing. Very cleverly built subdivision surface models, and he was using displacement. But he had version 1.5 of ZBrush, and it didn't look anything like it does today, you guys. And he showed me this cool motorcycle that I believe Ofair built, and that was before array mesh or anything like that. I don't exactly know how he built that. I think he just put a bunch of. They didn't even have subtools, so. I was pretty impressed, but he said that you can't take this data outside of ZBrush. It just lives in ZBrush. There was no way at the time to like generate displacement maps or anything like that. Would come much later, and it did. But the second thing that happened to me at Digital Domain that summer, besides meeting Taryn, was another guy who I'm not going to mention right now. I'm going to save him for the Boolean presentation. But this guy is amazing. This was the 2 days before I was supposed to leave Digital Domain. My internship was ending, and these artists in our CG department went out to lunch with this guy. And as I was walking out, I saw that he had a portfolio. He had creatures and character designs and vehicles. And I was like, I want to know how you did this and where you learned how to do that. And he said he went to Art Center College of Design. And at that point, I knew where I had to go next. And I went to Art Center College of Design. And I know a lot of my fellow alumni are watching this stream. And to them, I say, Hail Hydra. The Art Center College of Design is a great school. At the time, there was no like schoolism. There was no brainstorm. In fact, one of the guys that created Brainstorm, James, he was my classmate. So nothing existed. We had the DVD, and that was it. So, okay, I'm at 8 minutes now. So I'm going to just take a few minutes and kind of just run through this. So Neville Page was my teacher at Art Center. So the best thing that I can show you guys that came out of Art Center was what I call the Four Musketeers. And that was Scott Robertson, Neville Page, Roy Bustos, and the late Norm Sherman. So if I can say a little bit about each of these guys, I'd like to say that Scott was by far none the guy who gave me my foundation and my base in drawing and design and thinking laterally. As a gift to the entire ZBrush community, Design Studio Press is giving a 20% discount on his 2 books, How to Draw and How to Render, which are must-gets, and Ray Bustos' anatomy book. I would definitely check this out. But Neville Page made the most impact on me at Art Center, and he tends to stick, I tend to stick him into some of the stuff that I do, and he created a character over here of, let's see if I can just click this one over here. This character is called Yariv. It appears in Star Trek Picard. But what I gained from him was a really good understanding of how to use research effectively, how to actually take the research, how to understand it, how to digest it, how to include story behind everything that you're designing. So it was the summer of 2004. I had to share the love. I got to see ZBrush version 2.0, and I was blown away. It could export displacement maps, and Taryn was doing crazy stuff at the time. So Neville invited me over to the studio they shared with Scott, and we geeked out over ZBrush. And this was a model he created the very next week. This character appears in the Star Trek 2008 film. And it's really cool. I got to see how he applied all those traditional things that he was talking about in his background to this point. And then years later, he built this other character called Dex. And I was always wondering whatever happened to these characters. And when I was invited to Bad Robot to do a demo, there they are sitting on J.J. Abrams' shelf. So I thought that was really cool. So let me just go a little bit forward here in my slideshow. After college, I went to Art Center College of Design. After college, I went to this company called Cafe FX. At the time, there wasn't a lot of hiring going on for concept artists coming out because it was just too new of a thing. You had to kind of make your own curriculum as you would go. This was an amazing company to work for because of two reasons. They brought over two of the most amazing artists I've ever had the chance to work with. That's, if you guys know, that's Kris Costa, and that's Greg Jontakis. And he's going to be an amazing director. I hope he gets an Emmy for his work on his latest Netflix project that he did. But working with these guys, being that small fish in that big pond, it's just a humbling feeling. And I get that feeling at Pitch Dev. So it's really, really great to kind of grow and learn from these amazing people. So with that said, paying it forward is the last thing I'm going to talk about. These are some of the people that I've mentored over the years. And I haven't mentored that many people. But Frederick Storm, William Lambeth, this guy Mo Lingerman, who is, he's yet to post his work on ZVC, but God willing soon. He actually is unique because he'd never used 3D before or drawn before. And this is his first 3D model, this Funko Pop model that he made. And I was pretty impressed with it right out the gates. But my pièce de résistance was Joe Gronsfast. Now, I put something in here for Jessica Drew. Jessica, I'm sure you recognize or might recall that image. That's from the 2016 Sculpt-Off, where Joe finished as the runner-up to the champion, Furia Tedeschi. But the reason I say this,
good.
Yeah, it was really cool. The reason I say this, why it's important to pay it forward, is because I told Joe when I mentored him through this project, let's give this model away for free. And we put it on ZBrush Central. 10,000 downloads later, he finds himself working on this film called the Avengers: Age of Ultron. It was kind of cool because he called me in a panic on this show, and I kind of helped him using ZProject to kind of build this model. They were dealing with non-meaningful geometry. So the thing that these guys all have in common, the guys that I've mentored with the exceptions of Mo Langerman, is that they all made the top row in ZBrush Central. As we say in Yiddish, that's the Heilige position. That's like the highest honor you can get. I say post your work up, wait till you're ready wait till it's really good, but post your work up on ZBrush Central. You never know when you're going to end up working on the next Marvel movie, and he didn't either. So pass the mic back to David.
All right. Thanks, Ari.
I want to say, first of all, that I'm blown away that Yariv did this whole presentation in ZBrush. I just want to point that out. I don't know if you guys realize, but this slideshow was made entirely in ZBrush, and my hats off to you for that. That's really cool.
Somebody was commenting that in the comments. They're like, wait, you're doing a slideshow in ZBrush right now? Yeah.
That is something that should be really straight out of the box. I want to learn how to do that big time. So, okay. So do you want me to do the Boolean demo now, Yariv?
Do you want to do Essence of Sci-Fi first, or do you want to go right to the Boolean demos? What do you feel? The Essence of Sci-Fi is real fast.
It's on your screen. But it's on your screen, correct?
Correct. Do you want to do Essence of Sci-Fi now, or do you want to do Booleans?
Well, let's do some 3D a little bit, and then we switch back again to storytelling.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that sounds like a good rhythm. So, okay, so based on everything that I said earlier on regarding Booleans, I'm going to show you a little bit. Once again, I'm not like all those guys like Paul and all those amazing artists using ZBrush. I'm more, once again, a polygon butcher. But I'm going to show you how, even being a polygon butcher, how you can really get something really quick when it comes to hard surface in ZBrush. So here we go. Here I'm just starting with the polymesh cube. Using symmetry.
That could be a teacher, polygon butcher.
that is
when you name the tool knife, I mean, how can you not?
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
He's come up with a couple of zingers besides polygon, but you said a couple other ones. Like, that's great.
I need to become a comedian. No, really, I don't. I'm joking. So this is kind of the kit that we put together. And it's a kit of around a little more than 80 very optimized shapes. And those shapes are the kind of shapes that I use on a daily basis when I do hard surface. And it doesn't matter what type of hard surface. There's a language that we develop as artists, and there are shapes that we use that are based on many different influences. I would say that a lot of my influences come from Japanese animation, whether it's sci-fi Japanese animation or anything that has cool vehicles, basically. And I use those shapes. I developed a bank of them. And of course, you can mix and match, use other shapes. Oops. And from there, what I do is that I use Dynamesh simply, I'm going to duplicate this so we can keep a track of it. I use Dynamesh, and the amount of detail that I use is going to kind of tell me the amount of softening between the objects. And that's something that Yari is going to show later. There is some really cool stuff happening with ZBrush that allow much more control than that. But this is a technique that I've been using until now. And do this.
David, can I interject something real quick?
Of course, yeah.
So
yeah, please.
I just want to say, if it hasn't been said before, we have this Boolean kit that we're making, and we, as a gift to the top 10 finishers of the Sculpt-Off, whoever wins it, you guys will get a free, both of our kits, the basic kit and the jet kit.
Super generous.
Yeah, and then once I have my basic model, what I do is that I start digging in there, and there's tons of little detail gag stuff that you can add, but you can also go more bold, which is kind of fun too, which I love doing. And what I do, you notice that I split my mask subject regularly, and that allows me, because ahead of time I kind of know what I'm going to do with my materials, And if anybody has any questions,
they're asking where they get the brush.
So that kit is on our Gumroad, so you can access it on our Gumroad, and we have, we can. I know that Kyle has a link.
Okay, cool.
And we have for the viewers of this show, we actually have 20% off our brushes.
Yeah, they're putting it up right now, so you got to use the coupon code #ToTheSummit, and it's only for the first 50, correct? People
Correct.
that use that code getting 20% off.
I created that code. It's cool. I'm joking. So here we go. So that's kind of the basics of the technique. And then when you're ready, of course, first of all, Keyshot, the latest version of Keyshot, does handle Booleans. So you can actually export straight those Booleans into Keyshot. Here I'm using 8. It doesn't have that. But you can see right away that once you transfer your model directly, and like I said, when I work in Max or Unreal, I tend to go and be less of a butcher, and I will handle myself a little better, and I will clean up the model a little bit, But in general, I go straight into Keyshot and apply a material. That material, by the way, is given as well in our kit, and you can very quickly have a good idea of a design by applying specific materials to specific areas. As you can see here in my scene, I have all those elements separated on their own. So here we go. That's kind of the basics. So how does that apply to more complex stuff? Well, I mean, after that, it's really a question of scaling up the same technique. So let's say we have a jet, I did that jet very, very quickly using the same technique I just showed you, which is applying some volumes. We have another kit for that, which is the jet kit, obviously, that has a bunch of different parts that you can add to the jet. Like really crazy size wheel like this. because it looks good.
Perfect.
Ship it.
And, it kind of actually looked pretty cool. It's almost like cartoony. Like,
exactly.
Vibe.
It looks kind of like it has a chicken vibe.
Yeah, there you go. You gotta have fun when you're doing the designs, right?
That's correct. Yeah. And then from there, you use exactly the same technique. You go into your folder and you can apply booleans, and then apply other positive objects like.
So the beginning base was just a Dynamesh, and it looks like you just started adding a spherical shape, so you stretched and then Dynameshed it together.
That is
and
exactly
now you've
right.
got a secondary subtool.
Yeah, and actually,
adding parts.
That's correct. And actually, the way I start now, because I have so many of those brushes already organized and things like that, is that I can start with a Polymesh 3D. I select the model that I want. For example, I want to do like a more maybe a realistic jet. This is a private jet, so I'm going to move this. Boom, and here we go. I have the basis of a private jet that's already built. That's there, and then from there, I'll take some wings. Different style of wings. Oh, it's rotated, so I'm gonna have to rotate it.
Yeah, this is definitely a case of working smarter, not harder.
Well, the thing is, that's a perfect explanation, because once again, the type of pressures that we're under when it comes to massive projects, it's a whole different story. When we have to, oops, what I did? Oh, because of the point where it's located. Let's try this one. Because of the pressure that we have to face on big projects, sometimes we just don't have the time to. The more prepared we are, the better, basically. Here, the chicken mode again.
Well, but also these are shapes that you have a really nice version that that works in your system, so you don't have to troubleshoot anything. You're just getting it in, and you can alter the shape based on maybe some of the reference that they sent you, or make it really wild, but it still harkens back to something that they know and already understand.
That's exactly right. And it's really
the kit was meant to be very simplified. Like we're also, I guess I can talk about it now. We're also doing an automotive kit. Everything there is very generic. Everything there is not specific, because we don't know what you're going to design with it. So the more generic we make these kits, the more effective they'll be when somebody uses them. When they buy like a brush kit that has all the details already in it, great, but you can now create your own stuff, as opposed to oh, I've seen that detail before. That's Vitaly's IMM.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with those kits as well. I personally use Vitaly's kit, because I'm his first fan. But there's also something good to be said about having the flexibility to choose your own design based on objects that already have great proportions to start with. And like I mentioned earlier on, when you have great basic proportions, then it's much easier for you to do those modifications and to make them your own. It's kind of the idea.
So how do you handle scale for big models like this, buildings and airplanes? Do you typically unify them with deformations? Or are you worried about it at all?
So and that's also a great question, because to me, the thing is that when I sketch on paper, I don't worry about the scale.
Sure.
I think about the scale when I start having to exchange that piece of art with other people. But when and that's why I use very often, I remove perspective when I do my designs, because I like to be in non-perspective so that I keep objectivity. And the hardest thing in design is to keep objectivity for a long period of time. And that's why being able to go very fast at the sketching time allows you for more objectivity in the quality of your design. I'd say that's why I don't worry about scale at first. I look at references, yes. I look at photos maybe of a private jet or something like that to make sure that the scale, the relational scale, the relative scale between objects is correct. But other than that, I don't worry about scale at first. And then when I start getting into more micro, I go from macro to micro. And when I go into micro, that's when I'm more careful about the scale and how it relates to how it's going to be next to the scale of a human or other objects. I guess I would say that's the process. So, yeah. So that's kind of the idea,
Mm-hmm.
And then, like you say, I do a Dynamesh, and then I apply other objects that can be more detail-oriented, like those, and you can go as crazy as you want. Okay, let's be honest. The reason why I like that technique is that it brings me back to being a kid and doing model kits. Here you go. I'm going to be very honest. There's that sense of having everything is ready. My table is ready. I have all my. I'm going to sound like so immature, but it is the reality of it. When we design, we want to go back to that mindset of being a kid and jumping into model kit making. Having all the shapes that you already love, that you already know, that you experienced before, and you have less of a pressure of being hit by the blank canvas as well. So here we go.
Yeah, lets you just try some things on for size and see how it fits and feels.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So here we go. That's the kind of technique I wanted to show and how it applies to basically doing designs for any kind of platform.
Can we show them the render of the jet?
Sure. Yeah. Actually, I probably have it somewhere.
So you always start with going in a key shot to figure out the design, if it's working and everything for you?
I know. I mean, I love the materials in ZBrush because they're very simple, and when they are very simple, they force you to make sure that your design is good. I try to not look at materials too early because then it kind of affects your judgment. And material is such a big statement. When you have a material and an object, I mean, I'm very careful about the way I present like materials to production designers or director, because if you apply the wrong material to the right object, the design may be shut down. So I would say that I tend to go into materials once there's a level of happiness I have in ZBrush. But here, of course, for the sake of this presentation, I show directly in Keyshot. Yeah. So that is one of the jets,
Nice.
And here we go.
Flying.
Yay. From chicken to airplane.
Ship it again.
So here we go. I mean, Yari, do you want us to switch towards the essence of sci-fi?
Or do you want me to do the demo? I think we need like a little bit of like a pause. So we'll do the essence of sci-fi. It's much more serious. That's why I said that.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's do the essence of sci-fi. The essence of sci-fi. So David and I obviously are sci-fi nerds, but David, help me out here. This is the joint presentation. What is the essence of sci-fi? What's it made for? What are we excited about what does it get us to do?
So we just did the very immature part of the job. And now we're going to really switch to the more mature part of the job. We're going to talk philosophy. And to me, sci-fi, is what's great about sci-fi is that it's kind of a metaphor. It helps us digest some things that may be too tough for us to digest as a society and project ourselves in the future in something that's like, okay, well, it's not exactly here, so we're safe, So there's a way to keep ourselves safe looking at concepts that are maybe too complex or too scary for us to accept. For example, if you take Alien, okay, or Arrival, the stress for humanity to maybe one day cross paths with another intelligence. And there's something that can be pretty stressful about that, and the idea of difference.
It's interesting you say that because the film Arrival has nothing to do with the aliens. It's about like pain and suffering and how they deal with the aliens. Get that? That's the thing. Is it the underlying issue? I think was pain and suffering from Arrival. Like the aliens were in the background. They weren't really like the forefront. The one kind of funny thing is like about sci-fi, if I could say something funny about this, is that they always talk about intelligent life on other planets. I asked a rabbi one time, hey, Rabbi, do you believe in intelligent life on other planets? His response was, I'm still looking for intelligent life on this planet. So that's what it does. Sci-fi, as you're saying, it gets us to even question everything from like, what is beauty? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. By the way, that is this frame over here, that is Rick Baker, Monster Maker. He did a sequel to the on his YouTube channel. He did a sequel to Eye of the Beholder. If you guys want to go check that out, it's on his YouTube channel. Anyways, continue, David.
So yeah, I mean, you want to go to the next slide, or
yeah, sure. So this project came to us during the pandemic, during kind of a slow period, and it's still something that we're working on, kind of on the side, but it takes place far in the future, and humanity prospers, and it's simply known as the One, and they moved away from Earth, and humankind is on the cusp of achieving this next great leap forward. Right? Lil and Cain are explorers en route to Eden, an abandoned, uninhabitable planet once known as Earth. And here are the models for them. And a big shout out to Joe Grunfest for consulting on these models for us and helping us. So as I was saying, so we concepted these characters right out. We don't see their faces for the entire presentation. We don't get an idea that they're humanoid. We're just seeing that shaded, tinted glass. And, we don't even see hands. We see these mechanical bits. So next slide. So, right, there's this group of structures that they get to when they find a dilapidated Earth that has constant dust storms. They don't know what they see malls and everything, but they don't know what these structures are for. They have no idea, right? There's evidence, right, that it indicates a time of great division, in this planet that they haven't been to hundreds, if not, I think it's hundreds of years at this point. And, they conflict evidence and mass murder in these locations that they find. We'll come back to that slide in a minute. They come to these locations that are now just in, ruins, and they put the pieces together and they uncover the Holocaust. So the questions that they raise are, how did a society allow this horror to happen? How did these perpetrators choose who to murder, and why was this history erased from the annals of human history, right? So they get into this conflict of, one wants to bury this discovery, and the other one wants to share it with their home world. David, do you want to chime in on this part about the conflict?
No, go ahead. You're doing good.
So descent is dangerous. And, is descent necessary to keep us safe? So that's like the conflict here. So if we kind of roll back a little bit, sorry. We'll talk a little bit about how ZBrush was used to put this together. Page down, I think, is it? So in this frame over here, many people have no idea what this structure is. And I didn't, at least when I first saw it. Why? Because the Nazis actually destroyed most of these gas chambers before the end of the war. And I needed to know what the stuff actually looked like. So I consulted a Holocaust survivor himself, Joseph Lefkowitz. Now, he actually was a slave laborer, and he built the camps of Auschwitz, Birkenau, forced to build these camps. So I had to ask him, how did this structure actually, put together? And he gave me, it was during the pandemic, so I couldn't go see this 93-year-old man who's now alive and happy and has a very big family. This barcode over here is a link to his documentary that was made about him. What he was famous for is after the war, he actually hunted Amon Goeth, who was Goethe, I believe that's how to say his name. He was the guy that was depicted in the film Schindler's List. This is the guy that actually found him and hunted him down. But, he made it his business to do that. So he gave me a virtual tour of Auschwitz over Zoom. And it was really impressive. And he showed me how to build this structure. And I built it using the micro polymesh features, the array meshes, and just arraying this basic pattern around and putting it together quite quickly. So this was really, really cool to be able to build this stuff. So where ZBrush kind of comes in handy for me anyways, is when I have a very large scene. Let me just bring back my scene here. When I have a very large scene, I don't work exactly the same way David does, but I can put a scene in here with millions and millions of polygons. Let me just break it up over here. Here we are. And what I tend to do is I bring out my space mouse. And this was actually a really great feature that they had put in at the time. And I could literally just go in there and navigate the scene and ask a director, do you want this camera angle? Do you want that camera angle? But I put everything in the scene together because the scale stays the same. I find if I build something in ZBrush and bring it back into a different application for rendering purposes, I lose scale. So this way I block everything out. And especially in other applications, like if you're trying to sculpt on something or do something that, if you have a 14 million polygon object in there, it's just not gonna, your system, no matter how powerful, is not gonna handle it too well. Suffice to say, ZBrush can handle a lot of data, and that's how it was used on this project. This is a very short presentation. David, do you want to add anything to the closure of this discussion?
No, I think that's what you're talking about is great because first of all, in feature film, ZBrush is used not only for creatures, of course, but for environments. I would say that now it has become a norm for us to exchange a lot of files in ZBrush because of the sheer amount of polygons it can manage. It's great for us to do even just environment sketches and things like that. But more importantly, what I think is very key about this project is that how often do we get to use 3D tools and our skills that we developed for years for a project that has very deep meaning and humanistic meaning. And I think that's what we're trying to do. When the director contacted us to work on that short film, we were fully game for it because we thought, okay, this is a way that we can use our skills to do something more meaningful, which I think is something that is sometimes hard. When people look at the work we do, there's something very superficial about everything that we do. So how can we use the same skills in order to do something deeper and more meaningful?
Yeah. I'd say that's really the essence of it. The way that I see our company is that if you've seen the film Ferrari versus Ford, you kind of have an understanding of it. Ford raced cars so it could sell cars. Ferrari sold cars so it could race, and we like to race. And so when we,
Ferrari, cool.
Right. Luigi only follows the Ferraris. Okay. So, So do you want to move on to the next part of the presentation, or I can show?
Yuri, hold on. Someone wants you to put the barcode up again really quick so they can scan it. They didn't get a chance.
Documentary.
Yeah.
Can I tell them to scrub it later? Okay, cool. One second here.
There it is. It's over there.
Oh, 1 second. It was here. So really great 2-hour documentary. This guy was a real Nazi hunter, not like the kind you find on Netflix. He was the real deal. He found a lot of them and testified against them too. Do we have
any news about the short film and where it stands right now?
This particular project, Descent?
Yes.
This project. They're in the works of doing something right now, but it's still kind of tentative, and they're kind of reworking things and retooling things. They gave me permission to show this now, and that was really nice of them. So you want to jump right into the some booleans?
Yeah, it's your turn.
You have anything to show? Okay, cool. All right. So here we go.
Thanks for showing that code again.
No problem. All right. So yeah, everything has to start with the slideshow in ZBrush. So I met this guy. His name is Nick Pugh. If you guys don't know him, he is the evolution of Sid Mead. I only met him one time in my life, and that changed everything. I didn't know who he was until later on when I saw some of the same drawings being put online like 12 or 13 years later. But
I'd say that anyone who calls himself a designer needs to learn about Nick Pugh. That's what I would say.
Nick Pugh does everything
from
environment. I mean, if you guys go look at, by the way, this drawing, what I love about this thing, this is a cover to concept design too. That is not a 3D render, that's painted. He has a whole TED talk on digital painting. He is a master. His car, the Xeno, which is the car that is inspiring me for this demonstration, which we'll see in a minute. His car is entirely about nanotechnology and 3D printing. Most of the parts that you see there are 3D printed sometime in the late 90s to early 2000s. And this car is on display there at the Peterson. Go check it out. So let's talk a little bit about, let's go to the next slide here. All right, I'm going to talk about just the top 3. This is from Scott Robertson's presentation of proximity-based styling. But I know you character people are watching this as well. It actually also applies to characters. So what is proximity-based styling? Basically, how something reads when it is at a distance from you, or when it's close up, or when it's lit differently, will give you different opportunities for design. Today, we're just going to focus on the top one, which is silhouette, proportion, and stance. And what does that mean? Well, if you take the X-wing, which is obviously the X versus the H of the TIE fighter, you have contrasting shapes. And so that's the thing that I focused on with this specific demo that we were going to do. So again, I'll just kind of repeat, wash, rinse, and repeat, as they say. This is the way that we work. We start with a hull shape, your basic hull shape, and then we go and we do some basic sculpting and deformations, and then we can add surface detail in there. Now, we have some other shapes that you can use the radial rays or get cut lines. All right. So without further ado, here's my model. Let me just bring it up over here. Let me hide. There it is. It's so pretty. Let me just hide my slides. Okay, cool. So let's bring back my interface and let's do a live Boolean. So everything you're seeing here is live Boolean, and it is beveled actually using the live Boolean system. And what do I mean by that? Let's take a good look here. Let me just move this over here. Come back. All right. It's a little bit slow because it's streaming. I'm on a Mac. So the bevels here are all generated with the plugin that I work with Pixologic in the testing of. It's called Bevel Pro. You guys seen Paul demonstrate it the other day, but this is how I use it. Let me just zoom out and give you guys a better look at the actual car itself. So this car is an AI-driven F1 racer. The reason why I say it's AI-driven is because, like combat, right? When we use, like robots and things to do things, they can do things in some ways, better than a human being can through programming and whatever. So I thought this would be a fun concept to tackle. So let me just kind of give you guys a little turn around the car. So I use live Booleans as a design tool. I use it in the actual cutting of my shapes. I use it in the, in the very early phases. So let's build up and let's go and let's tackle one little piece at a time until I get told to stop. So here was the base shape that I started with. And it has no, let me just hide the other folders real quick. We'll go through here like little piece by piece and we'll kind of like put it all together. All right, so let's turn off, so cool. So now we'll just show that top piece and I'll get rid of that rear wheel. Rear wheels, where are you? Okay, cool. So let me turn off the axle system back there, right over here. Okay, cool. So what you're looking at here, let me just turn off live Booleans. So you can see how even the vents, if I just go back and turn on my Booleans, even the vents are cut in using live Booleans. See, it's actually rendering there. Give me a second here. I'll show you guys how to put this together. Even the cut lines on the body, for some reason it's a bit of a snapping behavior there. So let's show you guys where the negative shapes are being cut into as well.
There's something I can show as well.
So those are the cuts that we're making that were generated through Bevel Pro. And they are the pieces that actually run around the surface and flatten it out where I want it to. So let's take a look at a piece over here. So let's turn off all of the little bevels there. So that's what it looks like with just straight Booleans. And let me just go back to this. For some reason. Oh, I know why. I have perspective turned on. Turn off the foregrip. Okay, cool. So as you can see here, the polygroups, let's just focus on this piece. So the way that Bevel Pro works is it's driven through polygroups. So when you polygroup something, you're telling Bevel Pro, this is a border by which you're going to respect and which you're going to actually run a bevel along. So when I processed this tool, initially it gave me this result here. And then it generated this little piece over here that ran around the edge. So
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to stop for a second. But do you realize, the techniques that, it just blows my mind. Having grown up with like spheres and cubes, that we are able to take a freaking object, apply a deformer to it, and then having a bevel done almost on the fly. This is just pure happiness. As a designer, this is heaven. I just wanted to just interject that. Young kids probably don't care. They're like, and then what, you know? But for me, it still blows my mind.
What I'll do here is I'll actually run through just a couple different parts here. I'll go with the grill as well because we'll bring that into play. I just don't want to run the process of light boolean. It takes a little bit of time and patience. All right, there we are. So there's my light boolean. So light boolean is handled through the rendering system in ZBrush. So what you're looking at is a rendered result, and then you have to actually process the light boolean. The actual beveling process is actually quite intense. And the way that you're going to control it is through masking to tell it, I just wanted to focus on this area. And there's a really cool plugin I like to give a shout out to now. It's called Nix Tools. And it allows you to select multiple polygroups at once. Go get it. Just Google it. It's called Nix Tools. I have no links for you. Sorry about this thing. It's just processing here. I'll probably do like 1 or 2 of these if we have time.
And that's also, I mean, what Yeri is showing as well is it shows how important it is to be relatively organized when you're using booleans and your polygroups, because if you stay organized and you stay clean and you can separate them into maybe your main masses and then your details and things like that, you can apply those bevels to certain areas and keep the rest for details. Exactly.
So we have this over here now. Normally, people who use polygroups, they'll actually come in like this, they'll mask it, right? And they'll off click it, right? But with this plugin, you just hover and you just tap where you want it to go. And that's really, really, really cool. So I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You kept that secret from me. I told you about it. You weren't listening. But
they shared it in the chat. They shared it in the chat.
Okay, share it in the chat.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So when you're booleaning, you just want to make sure you have really good geometry back and forth. I don't know how this will work, but we'll see what happens. Cross our fingers. So I mask that one that I want, and I inverse it. Now it's important to notice that the polygroups that I have there, it's going to create bevels that actually run on the inside, and I don't want that. So I'm going to actually just drop my mask here. Let me just click here in the open. Why is it still masking? Oh, I know why. Very good. So we're just going to make this one polygroup so the polygroup runs along the edge. Let's just go here and let's process this. All right. So now we're going to go into Bevel Pro. So Bevel Pro is, when it's processing, it's, for me, because it's GPU based, I have a MacBook Pro from 2018. It's sometimes bevel slow, but it's actually pretty good. If you have a pretty decent, this actually doesn't perform so badly, but if you have a much faster GPU, it goes a bit faster. So here we are here. So this actually is generating a really cool bevel where that polygroup is. Now, Paul went through all of the functions of how this stuff works, but I'll just tell you the functions that I use the most. So I use bevel amount, and that just determines obviously the bevel amount. And what you're looking at there is you're looking at, that's where your edges, your middle edges, and then the red lines on the outside, that's your bevel. That's your bevel width. And the red shaded area, that is the area that the mesh that we're using, let me preview edges here, that is the area where the mesh that's being generated is covering. And if it isn't covering it, like if I come over here and I reduce this amount, you'll see that there's areas over here where it's not punching through. So you can use the mesh offset to clip it. And that's all we're doing. The bevel smoothness, if I just turn that down, oops. Oh, I think
someone is asking.
Someone
is asking in the chat if we can change the shape of that bevel. So, and yes.
Yeah, you can change. You cannot change the profile. It's just a straight bevel. But what you can do is you can round out and smooth where that transition is taking place. So this is a tighter bevel, and you can see that you can focus on this area over here. And this area over here is this is where it's going to run that smoothing along it. The other thing that I use is Sharp. Now, what Sharp does is when you have a harsh transition, it actually makes that bevel go from, let's say, a curve that's going inverted. So you have like a negative, which I'll show you guys in a minute. But here's the bevel. So we're going to be like thieves here. There's two things you can do. You can auto apply, which is actually going to have to render twice, once for the bevel and once to render it in preview. And let me just show you this over here. Okay, cool. So that works. So if I applied it like this, it's going to apply it to the mesh itself, but I want to just get that piece. So I'm going to click on OK, and it's going to generate me this piece of geometry. Now it's obviously going to just drop it right over here, and we'll just take a look at this. So there it is. Isn't that special? That's special. I have that. Isn't that special?
Awesome.
That's special. So let's check out the front grill, because this is cool. That's all that there is in the front. And I put some little like creasing, thanks to Paul. I put some creasing in there, but really, let me just let's go ahead here. I'm going to actually just bring in.
And what's good about that technique in general? I mean, even before Bevel Pro, I mean, just with the boolean works great, but with Bevel Pro added to that, it's like cherry on the cake. And what's good about that is that you can keep, especially when you're working in a production environment, like high-paced production environment, you always want to keep your iterations. You want to keep your basic mesh, because you know that they're going to ask for it.
Okay.
And they're going to ask like 5 versions of the same design. So having the ability to always come back, I mean, it's just such a great thing, you know.
So we'll focus in on some key bevels in just different parts, but I'm going to make it fast, and I don't want to always jump back into the plugin. So the first thing I did here is I obviously made a cut, right, with Bevel Pro that actually just, as you saw what David did with his computer screens, we just punched it right in a negative shape. And then what I did on top of that is I needed to fake it, because there's no way that Bevel Pro is going to go from a positive to a negative. So what I did, and this is cheating, but that's fine, Paul. It's cheating.
It's design. It's design. It's not cheating. It's
Okay,
design.
I'm just gonna look at this, you guys. So what you can do in ZBrush, you can it's very hard to separate things, but it's very. And by the way, I use the Z modeler tools a lot. I'm a Polygon Jedi, so from that I inherited from my master Terran. Right?
You guys are just throwing the terms out right now in this demo.
Oh, stop!
Poly Butcher.
So what you can actually do, what I did, is I simply just eliminated the top half, so it created a perfect curve, a perfect finish. And then I just used the knife tool. Let me bring it over here. Here's the negative. So you can see it here. I used the knife tool and just cut it off right there. So it went negative really fully around that shape, and I just trimmed it where it needed to be.
And these are all the meshes from Bevel Pro, everybody.
Yeah, but check it out. I even have
Bevel Pro
positive.
creates.
What I also did is let me just hide some stuff here. Is I also
I'm laughing at the comments, by the way.
I totally need the V1, V2 things, because I hate running through a list. But that's just me. Where did you go? I can't find you. I'll just go like this. So there we are. It's my intersection. Okay, cool.
I think the most wonderful thing about using the Boolean, though, is that you can easily make these adjustments based on what a director might want to see with scale or size.
That's
so
exactly
fast.
right. That's exactly right.
So I have a set of
it's non-destructive because it's all in the folder.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I have a set of positive bevels here that I generated from Bevel Pro, and I did that with using the following means. Is that I actually created. Let's take a look at over here. You'll notice there's polygroups over here. So essentially, it's going to create a bevel for wherever this thing is processing. And I needed that positive shape in there, because what I was looking to get is like little bevels that ran around the actual grill itself. It would have been very tricky to actually model this stuff in there. However, with Bevel Pro, you can make those transitions happen, and you can show those things. So I wanted that, and I wanted on top of that little bevels that would actually run around there and give me what I needed. So it's pretty powerful. You can see where it stops it there. So I even created bevels along these edges as well, just by hiding polygroups. The other thing that I did, which was kind of cool, is the thing next to the grill, which is this intake. So this is that shape of that F1 racer, and I did it a bit more chiseled and beveled. I did a rounder version that didn't really it got shot down by David. Got shot down like a dog. So over here, Back to the Future reference, no one knows. Okay, so what I did over here, let me go to the Boolean system that's actually punching it through, is I took some of our bevel shapes like this, and I bent them along a curve. It's very important that if you're not getting good geometry in this situation, you should remesh you should remesh our mesh, like over here. If you needed more geometry to grab this piece, what you can do, hit F4. That's what I do. I assigned F4 to Nix tools. You can do it as many tools as you want. Invert that mask. Now I'm living in this kind of inverted mask situation. Hit W, bring up the remesh by ZRemesher, and this is kind of really one of my favorite things to do. I use the ZRemesher because it creates really good topology. Is I can just bring up that. I can just bring it up, and I can really just crank it. It's using the flat material when it does that.
And that's kind of important because the tools, the Boolean tools that we created and that we use in JRL and are very, very optimized, are extremely optimized so that you have a fast frame rate when you're Booleaning like 100 of them on one object. But you can also single them out, apply a ZRemesher like you did, so that you can curve them and bend them. You can really apply very surprising shapes coming from that.
See that? And then over here I have bevels and bevels on bevels, which is really cool. I like bevel pro and I beveled it again. Just like
bevel inception.
That's right. So these panels over here were drawn with the mask extruder brush, and it was really cool. I just dragged a bunch of rectangles and cut them out. So with the knife tool, and I was like, yeah. I wanted very subtle little panel lines here. And again, I want to thank Joe Grunfast for consulting on the idea of how I was going to accomplish this. He also did some testing on Bevel Pro. So it's really cool. I'll show you guys another bevel in the rocker panel. So with F1 racers, you got to keep them on the ground, because it doesn't take much to get air. So this is a bevel that Paul was like, yeah, but Bevel Pro is just not going to let you do that. And I was like, I'm going to show Paul. I'm going to make this awesome. And
he said, I'm going to break it.
I'm going to break this thing until it works. So I spent like hours like trying to get this thing to work, but it did eventually. Let me show you guys here. So I have over here, like I show you that without the Boolean shapes. So I have like a big cut that's going in there for that main shape. And then I have these other little cuts. In fact, I'll turn on transparency mode so they can see it. Let's see what transparency would do it with wireframe. Would that do it? Yeah. So I have that big shape punching into it there. And then I have a copy of these little arrows that are beveled into that surface. And what I'm getting is a shape. Let's just highlight that shape so you guys can see that glorious running track here. I'm getting a shape that runs around that surface, right? That would not be possible to bevel a surface like that has that many changes in direction. And the same thing for the vents and anything else that you see here as well. Show you guys another cool use for Bevel Pro on the front end. So I really feel like now, like if David asked me for a model that has a lot more polish and finish on it, I can simply just make all my Boolean cuts, run Bevel Pro, and go home to the kids, I mean, that is the coolest thing. So I have to
thank the goal that we're all trying to achieve.
I have to thank Scott Robertson for giving me some tips on this airfoil. So thanks to him, he actually sat with me and explained to me how some of this stuff works. I'm like, okay, that's cool. So he's taking me to school again. I'm like, checks in the mail. So this surface over here is kind of cool. It's better to see it without the Booleans. So I have these surfaces that, again, I just grew from this shape and just rounded out. And then I wanted to run a bevel along that edge, and I was able to do it through Bevel Pro. The other thing that I did as well, let me just grab here, if I can just zoom in. You guys can get a really good look there. So I have little tiny little bevels that run around this edge over here. There's some drawing errors.
Bevels.
Pardon, what'd you say?
Itty bitty bevels.
But they catch the light.
Yeah,
they do.
You gotta have this kind of stuff for light.
But you know why really bevels are there for in reality, why we put them on objects? So you don't cut your finger. That's why we put a bevel on something. Every surface in the light that you're grabbing, whether it's iPhones, has been beveled out that's how the world is bevels. You know, there's no really sharp surfaces. Even knives have a small little bevel on them. But that's why we do that there. Certain things like racers and things like that, when they put these vents in there with their bevels, it's so the airflow kind of just keeps it to the ground. So one of the cool things is being able to do not just positive cuts, but not just negative cuts, but the positive. And the way that it leaves the positive is kind of interesting. Like over here, this transition here, there's actually a piece of geometry that was left. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Right there is a positive piece of geometry that it just sticks in there, and that's all generated from Bevel Pro. I could jump back into the plugin to show them one thing, and then I think I'm going to hand it back to David. But if I could speak to the design of this thing, it actually really works well. Scott actually gave me. So we're going to make this project for you guys. We're going to give this project away, and our other project that we have of the airship that maybe you can bring up, David. And we are giving all these models away for free on our Gumroad for you guys to go and play out. It'll probably be done after the summit. Yeah, this will be for free for you guys to go and play with and check out.
You guys can just show up on our Gumroad, and the link is being given in the comments, and you'll have access to those models.
It's up right there. It's in a perfect spot, covering me.
Awesome.
ABBK, right?
The floating hat. Follow the floating hat. Follow the floating hat.
Someone called
That's
us
really generous.
Divis and Bevel, I think.
So I just want to show you guys. So on these hubcaps and stuff, and this is the break here. And by the way, I want to thank Paul for helping me with that, with getting this all stuff to work out here. This is all done with the ray mesh, you guys. There's nothing here that is like, there's just like one row of 4. Let me just see if I can select it. There we go. And then even the little pieces on the inside are, and then we have, of course, Bevel Pro that runs along there and gives us this. But the really cool thing is the hubcap itself, because I have little bevels. Oh gosh. Sorry.
Oh no, another inception of bevels.
No, just another inception of bevel. Stop with the beveling. See, that's showing you that it's a rendering issue. So it's just intense when it has to render this much stuff. So
of course,
okay.
Of course.
And it's
the amount of subtools that you have is.
I'm going to go over here. I'm going to grab this stuff here. 1 second. Come on, you. So there's that cut that goes right through it. And then on the edge, see if I can select it. Come on. It's like a puppy here. Okay. Yeah, because it has to redraw this thing. But I can actually just go through the list here and grab it. So the negative shapes that it's actually making. So here is the negative shapes for the wheel well, for the hub there. Where is that thing? Yeah, you get into a lot of subtools here when you do these kinds of things. But nevertheless, you guys can see where all those cuts are making. I just don't want to take the time, the precious time that we have here to grab it out. So let me bring back everything here so you guys can take a look at this thing. But yeah, this was a fun project, I would say. The suspension's all in there too. It's all super accurate in there. We got the chassis in the frame. Scott actually gave me some of the pieces for the back, but you guys aren't going to get those pieces. I took them out. So let's bring back the wheels.
There was a question going through about why not just use a dynamic subdiv bevel. I'll cover that in the next segment, why you wouldn't be able to do that. It's just not going to be possible. And I'll show you.
Well, you're not going to get it because it's going to make a fine cut. You know what I mean? Like even on these wheel covers over here, to get that edge to really flatten like that along that curve is like impossible to do. To have a complete round go into a flat on this level, you're going to have to create a ton of geometry there. Where here, I just use Bevel Pro along that surface. In fact, I can actually show them. I'll do one more round of Bevel Pro, and I think I'll call it. This area over here.
Plus, it's, I mean, in terms of how much time you're saving, I mean, of course.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think where was it over here?
You got 10 minutes left. 12 to be exact.
Okay, great.
So over here. Sorry. I hit some button here. 1 second here. You guys can hear me okay?
Yep. You're fine.
Did we lose audio?
No.
No, we can hear you.
Maybe he lost audio though. Maybe he
Yeah, it
lost
sounds
his
like he
headphone.
did.
His AirPods. Maybe his AirPods died. Oh.
But maybe if you want, we can switch to.
Yep,
I'm
we'll
just
switch
going
to
to
you.
give a little shout out to another project that we worked on.
Yep.
That's called Finch. And I, of course, I cannot talk too much about it because of NDAs and things like that. So I cannot reveal anything. But the only thing I want to say in relation to ZBrush is that in terms of design, I would say that there's nothing in this movie that wasn't done using ZBrush. I mean, ZBrush was really our key tool when it comes to designing creatures, environments, and things like that. So I highly recommend you guys have a look at the movie that's going to come out in 2 weeks. I know the production designer is probably watching this, so I don't want to do any mistakes. But it's I would say that is probably one of the most meaningful movie we had to work on, and that I had to work on for many years in terms of the message it's trying to convey and things like relative to artificial intelligence and humanity and things like that. So I highly recommend watching that movie. That's it for now. But
yeah, so I was just gonna say, if I can finish the demo, just one point that I was making is that when you guys are doing bevels and with Bevel Pro, just the one thing I'm gonna mention, then we'll jump out here.
I did see an 80s reference in the comments, by the way, Ash.
Say again? I
saw an 80s reference when you were looking at Johnny number 5.
Yeah, for sure. Most definitely, yes.
That's for you, Jessica.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you couldn't resist.
Go ahead, Yari.
So yeah, it's important that when you're actually making your shapes, when you're doing your bevels, that you keep in mind that let's see, it just doesn't
I see Alejandro there. Hello, Alejandro. I see you here.
So I just was going to say that when you're making your bevels for Bevel Pro, give yourself some space on the edge so you don't run over it. So your bevel has a certain width to go around. Give yourself that space in the planning phases. And so you might want to consider when you have to make a bevel that maybe you're going to go a little bit wider than you would normally. Anyways, so we have till what? We have another 6 minutes left in the stream.
Well, I mean, if some people have questions as well,
if you want, we can do some Q&A.
Yeah, if you want, or it's up to you, Paul. How you want to?
Sure. Well, you guys got some time. Yeah, we started about 5 minutes late, so you guys got until at least 11:20. So you got another technically 8 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want to do the closer now, or do you want to do the closer in a few more minutes? You want to answer some questions?
I think we don't have a choice. I think we have to stay.
No, we got the little special surprise for everybody.
And then for the question about, I'm assuming you're asking about the Bevel Pro. Can you dynamically change the bevel size? Yes, that's the point of also Bevel Pro is you throw it in the system, you can keep changing that size, and you don't have to commit, in essence, to what bevel. It's a non-destructive workflow if you want it to be. It can be both, destructive or non-constructive. I'm excited for Finch too. That movie looks like an exciting movie.
It's amazing. Okay, so what was I going to say? Should we show them where our office is located, David?
Well, it's located. Oh yeah, that's a cool idea, actually.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah.
On your flags.
Get ready for this one. This is
so of course we're all working from different places in the world, like a lot of people nowadays. But one thing is sure is that Yariv location is pretty. Visually pretty mind-boggling. It's good to see Jaime saying hi as well in the comments.
You can share my screen. Okay, cool.
There we go.
So this is our studio here. I'll just get a good back.
I feel like I'm in a first-person game right now.
Yeah.
I know. So this is Pitch Dev over here. This is my this is my table over here where I do all my work, all my digital stuff, and then obviously I draw, and I love to draw. I draw every day.
Awesome.
Yeah. So. I think the drawing is very therapeutic and very cool. This is where another artist that we have that sits here. And there's, oops. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Sorry. Okay, cool.
Aww.
So I'll show you guys. Oh, so my daughter, the 12-year-old drew this one. And show you guys what's outside over here.
Wow.
So we are in the old city of Jerusalem.
Wow.
That's so
Hey, what's up,
amazing.
Yehuda?
ZBrush shirt on.
Representing.
Yep.
I think he's going a little too far from the Wi-Fi.
Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Back.
I just love that you can just step outside for some incredible architectural inspiration.
Look at
What a
that.
view.
That's my yeshiva over there. So okay, cool.
Wow.
That's the Western Wall. That's the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's the Dome of the Rock. Here we are.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
That's very cool.
Thank you, Yari, for showing us
No problem.
what's outside your office.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, how old is the building you're working in?
This thing? Oh gosh, I want to say it's maybe about 100 or so years old.
That's so cool.
And someone asked also, I saw that. How would you recommend? Hold on,
Jump
let me
rope
get
right
it.
here.
How would you advise for someone living in Israel to get into the industry? Go see Yarif.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah. Wait,
That's
when
a
he
very
comes
good
back,
idea.
we can ask him.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
totally.
So,
I'll answer that.
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mike. How did I? I'm getting an echo.
That's probably your other one.
Oh, 1 second. Wrong earpods. Okay. All right. So you guys can hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. So to answer that question, there is a great school that's in Tel Aviv called, oh gosh, I think it's called the AIC, the Animation College of Israel, I think, or something like that. IAC, that's it. And they have a whole program for people who want to join the industry and start working in the industry in Israel. If you want to work abroad, I would say your best bets is to take online mentorships, not like classes, but like mentorships. It's going to cost a lot more money, but it's worth it to do a mentorship over a class, because then you get that direct one-on-one attention. It's focused. You have a goal in mind. That's my recommendation.
No, and I mean, I feel like a part of your conversation was all about paying it forward, just because of all the artists that took their time to, help you along when you were starting your career. I mean, really finding those inspiring people that invest in you. Mentorship is where it's at.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Neville being, I think, one of the next presenters is a good example of that when it comes to inspiration and.
Yeah, he's up today at 12:45 Los Angeles time.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
so just an hour and a half from now.
Yeah,
That's excellent.
we'll have in between this one and that one, we'll have the tips and tricks segment full of more. I don't know what this means, but we're going with it today. Or Ashley's. Right. So guys, that was awesome. That was incredible. Thank you for again spending time with us to do that. It was really great. People really enjoyed what you guys were sharing. I think it was also inspirational too, not just full of watching you work, but giving inspiration and giving ideas for people how to get in the industries as well.
Yeah, and beyond that, also giving back, like, here's, the car, and then also we're going to let you take a look at it later on our Gumroad, and that's just really generous of your ability and time.
Yeah, we'll
David,
upload it for free today, over the day. Yeah. Yes.
I just want to say, David, just to you, thank you so much for creating such a great company where people can learn from each other.
I'm doing my best on such business. Thank you. I feel embarrassed. It's a battle.
Yeah, and they have their Gumroads up again for them in the chat and right now on the screen too, and their coupon code to get their brush packs, to the summit, and it's to the first 50 people, so it's 20% off.
The Design Studio Press has their 20% off on Scott's books and Ray Bustos' book. So
Yep.
it's the ZBrush 20. I think it's ZBrush 2021 Summit, and then it expires December 31st.
Okay. Wow, that's
Not December. Sorry, not December. October 31st.
I was gonna say October, December. Wow.
I really love you guys.
So October, the end of October, that one's good
The end of
for
October.
the WordPress.
It's late here.
I agree with you. Those 2 books from Scott are a must purchase. If you want to do hard surface, even if you don't draw and you've just been doing sculptural stuff, you should be going to look at some of those drawing techniques. I'm telling you, you will take stuff from that and relate it into your 3D work 100%. So I have both those books on my shelf. I have both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Scott's work. He's awesome. And fantastic
here.
instructor too.
Yeah.
Another fabulous instructor, for sure. Well, any last things that you guys like to share from your side?
No, thank you so much for having us. I mean, this is excellent. You know, we're so happy to be part of this.
Yeah, I mean, I love ZBrush. I use it every day, and you know, for me, I think what it represents is that, you know, when I started this whole journey, it was always a technical task to model something. Taryn made it kind of really fun with his subdivision surface modeling, but then what really kind of spoke to me as an artist and related back to my foundations was the actual ability to sculpt. And nowadays, the ability to create in ways that I would have never imagined possible before, using tools like ZModeler and light booleans and things that it just makes the whole process fun and more of a designer's tool that, you know, we can get out our designs very quickly, very rapidly, and not have to go anywhere at other packages. We can do it right here, one stop.
Yeah, it is kind of nice to use ZBrush as like every problem can be solved in ZBrush. It's very flexible and less scary.
There's a lot you can do for sure. A lot of different ways.
And PowerPoint presentations too.
You're right. A new one.
Actually, I'll tell you why I did it like that is because of the fact that I wanted to have 3D models in my presentation, and I thought, you know, it's going to be so stupid to jump between 2 different tools. Let me just simply load up a plane, you know, import a texture and go. And then there's a slider in there for transparency, and that's as simple as it is. And then you can just duplicate your squares, and then it can be really cool, you know.
I think you need to do a tutorial for everybody.
Oh no!
I want to learn that.
A mini Gumroad on presentation with 3D models.
Well, we have a YouTube channel. Yeah, by the way,
did you know that on ZBrush, right? Or
no, by the way, regarding those booleans and things like that, we have a YouTube channel where all our tutorials are there for free for viewing. So anybody can, wow. If anybody wants to understand again and more in details how to do those booleans, it's all on YouTube.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is the most recent feature that I've been using in ZBrush a lot as a designer is the silhouette view that they have on by default. I don't know how many people use that feature. It's on by default, and that's what Pixologic does. They put something on by default, so you'd have to turn it off if you don't like it. But that silhouette view always gives me a good idea of, you know, what my forms and what my silhouette, what my stance is of my design. And yeah, I don't think any other package does that, so that's really cool.
It's surprising how much I use that, what you just brought up. I use it a lot.
It's thumbnails. That's like the essence of design and concept.
Yeah.
Instead of
once again, shapes and proportions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then you can still see a model in a 3D form and in a silhouette form, and I don't have to keep switching between the materials. I find it very helpful, actually, for myself.
Same here.
I'm going to put the link. Someone was asking about Scott's books. So this is the website, Design Studio Press. So Scott's, you can search for Scott's books in there. The ones that he was bringing up specifically. Let me see if I can find a link. Here we go.
I really want to say that Scott is our kind of like our hidden father, hovering above us at all time. And he's not only an inspiration, but he's been a guide and always here. I mean, like you said, one of the best teachers out there, no doubt, hands down.
Yeah, if you have a chance to learn anything, to take anything where he's going to speak or teach or anything, take it. Go.
He's coming back to teaching. I should tell you guys. He left his 3-year job that he had, and now he's focusing on educational material. So there is a good chance that he'll be making his Scott Robertson workshops probably more often as the pandemic kind of lightens up. But I'll tell you, if you ever get him in a brick and mortar setting, he's a really hard grader. He will make you work. So.
But you want that. You don't want anybody just to go easy on you. You're there to learn and there to get like the in-depth critique of a hardcore but constructive human being.
Yeah, but like if I were to compare like his style of teaching versus Neville Page is more like Mr. Miyagi do karate, and his classroom was run like a Cobra Kai dojo. You know, you really had to be on your game. Is that right, Mr. Newman? I'd be like, yes, sir, it is. the feeling that you were in a studio, like a real working studio when you were in his class was, you know, a feeling that people just don't get any other place. And maybe he'll come back to doing that at some point, but it's really a humbling experience to be in that class. I had him for 4 or 5 classes, so got a lot from him.
The fact that you went back is testament.
Yep. All right. Well, we got to do some giveaways, and we're going to move on to the next segment. So, guys, thank you so much. And by the way, one question came through. Are you guys hiring, and how can people send the stuff to you?
There are projects coming, and we are hiring all level of artists, whether it's a junior or higher level. We always are looking for talent. So, and our projects are scale up and down. So we do work a lot with as contractors, with people as contractors. But as the company is getting working on bigger projects, we are starting to hire more on longer term basis. So yes, short
They
answer.
can contact
yes.
you off through your website. We're sharing your website right now in the chat.
Yeah, I think it's producing at Pitch Dev Studios, correct?
Yeah, it's producing at Pitch Dev. That's right.
Okay. Guys, thank you so much again for taking time out of your day to be with us. This was awesome. Yariv, you killed it. Good job, buddy.
Well done.
I honestly really got to get a PC because I'm not or an M1 MacBook Pro, but somebody's got to bring it for me from America. I must tell you, this has been such an amazing experience using Bevel Pro in my workflow. You know, it's just something that it's like secondhand for me at this point. So I can't wait to see what people create when they get their hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, ZBrush release is like Christmas in between Christmas. I love it.
We try.
Well.
All right,
But
David,
thanks,
thank you
guys.
so much. And thank you for
so
giving
much.
us about another 4 zingers for people to use and put on t-shirts.
That's true. Here you go.
Right out the gate, you gave us like 4 of them.
Yeah.
And
I just did one with Christmas again. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I just can't stop it.
dropping things all over the place here. I love it. It's fantastic. All right, guys, thank you so much. We're going to do some giveaways back. Thank you again. Hopefully you guys can stick with us and watch the rest of the streams. We still got 3 more sections going on here. And again, we're announcing the winners of the Sculpt-Off at the end of today, too. So we got a lot more to go on. Guys at Pitch Dev, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for
We'll
having
see you
us.
later.
Thank you.
Happy ZBrushing.
All right. We are back now.
Yes.
Yes.
With free stuff, which is
Free stuff.
everybody's into that.
Free stuff.
What free stuff first?
All right. Well, let's do one of Shane's. Let's do a lifetime member. And he just said he's raising the price of this actually too.
Oh.
So this is a great opportunity for those of you too that maybe this is another one of these people that is fantastic to go learn from. The workflow, ZBrush, and his stylized what he gets in the characters is outstanding.
And I just really appreciated the way that he translated how he teaches to like accommodate for how a traditional sculptor approaches stuff as well. Like, no matter your background, I think you're going to learn something really good from him.
Yeah, you're definitely going to learn something from him. I guarantee it. And the lucky person who's going to win something from it is Sandra. You are going to win something, and you are winning a lifetime membership to Shane's workshop website. So congratulations. This is a big one. This is a good one to have. You got a man full of information. And again, another just outstanding instructor. There's so many out there. There's so many good ones.
Well, you guys really empower your community to teach and share. So
we like it. We love it. I think it's something that you embrace, man. You got to let people be. It's a creative process teaching too, in some sense too. So
I mean, you learn more the more you teach and discover new things and hone your workflow and learn from your students, learn their questions. Like somebody's going to ask you something you've just never been considered before. So,
yep. Well, speaking of that, here's a Gnomon one. Here's a free online class for Gnomon. So you guys can take an online class for free through Gnomon, which they've got a whole Rolodex of classes that you.
It's
from here, people.
so many.
That's
my
alma mater. I'm going to hold on for this particular person. I'm also going to share a part of your email address just to make sure, so you know, Nicole, it's you. Okay, so Nicole, because there's no last name, so I'm just going to put a little bit of your email address in there too. So Nicole, because there could be several Nicoles.
That's true.
I want to make sure this particular Nicole knows that she won a free online class. So Noman, again, I'm putting the name in chat for you guys so you guys can see it. Okay. And
Congrats,
we'll show it up here real
Nicole.
quick for you as well. There you go. Ooh, all right. Let's continue. Let's continue. There's a lot of stuff. I'm just like, let's give one of these away. Let's give one of these away. This is Ashley. If you're watching, good luck. Good luck, Ashley. She really wants one of these. So this is a 1/8 pig from Evolution, which is another great way to go learn stuff for anatomy of animals. So Anatomy Tools is known for their figures for human and female, male figures and many things like that. So there's a new company that is doing specifically for animals. So that's below the Anatomy Tools. You can see their logo there, Evolution. Probably still not saying it right. It's a tough one for me. It's a tongue twister for me. So let's see who's won this pig. I'll crack up if Ashley wins this. I'm not
It would be serendipity.
Yeah, because she really wanted one of these. So, but unfortunately, Ashley, not this one. But maybe there could be more. Okay, did it pop up there? Hold on, let me. Oh my, is it? Yeah. Okay, good. There we go. Just put it up. My chat just did a big jump, so I lost where I was in there. So there you go. All right, congratulations. You won a 1/8 pick. And again, for these physical items, give it time. People, we have to get you in the time with the sponsors, their shipping, or wherever you are in the world. There's all these things. So you got to give it at least probably usually for physical items 6 to 8 weeks to hammer out all the details. And especially
shipping's a little bit weird right now. So
yeah, things are very weird right now with shipping. So you will
get those are really excellent. The Ecorche models are incredibly useful. And even if you're not working on a pig, having a pig's reference for just like the connection points and information you can, yeah.
And I think just seeing all that anatomy stuff is just fantastic anyways. It's great. So I think it helps you out, especially if you're going to do some kind of creature that got some animal like these. That's a great reference for you.
It really, really is.
Yep. Okay, we got a winner for the keyboard. Winner keyboard. And this particular person was part of the Sculpt-Off. If I remember correctly, I think she was Tara. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing your piece.
Oh yeah, yep, I did see that name.
There you go, Tara. Tara, that's what you've won. You've won a 3D Connections Keyboard Pro with a number pad. Again, this is wireless. The number pad can be put on either side, and then they have programmable buttons up here on the top for other applications. Obviously, again, ZBrush can use any key. But that's a cool little keyboard for you guys right there. So Tara, congratulations on winning that.
Well done.
All right. And let's do another one. Let's do it. Let's give one of these.
You're feeling so generous.
Yeah, it's close to Christmas. It's close to Christmas.
Dang. Look at all these lifetime memberships.
Yeah. I would do this every stream if I could. Just throw things away.
Yeah.
Like a wolf.
Here's my pillow.
I would do whatever I could to give stuff away. All right. All right. So let's see. We got another winner for the XMD lifetime membership. So let me put that up. And here is our winner. Let me make sure. Garrett, you are the winner. Oh, God, my chat jumped again. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for posting those up there. Fabulous. Santa Paul, I wish. I love Christmas. It's one of my favorite holidays. I eat it up. I love it. Love it. Okay, let's do another one. Let's do this one. Let's do this. Let's do a space mouse this time.
Especially since the last presentation used this space mouse to talk about how they're like showing a complicated shot in ZBrush to their director and being like, you want to do a little this. It's real nice.
And it happens a lot. Like
space mouse.
Directors will want to sit there
and just zoom around
and talk to you and everything as well. So I hear it all the time.
So have one of these at your desk to lure the director to hang out for a long while.
Okay, here we go. Here's our winner for this.
Pat.
Space
mouse for Pat.
Space mouse for Pat.
We got a space mouse.
Space mouse for Pat. I like it. All right. So we got more. We got more coming.
Yes,
Don't
you do.
you worry. There's a lot more of this coming, but I want to get us back also on track of the schedule here.
Oh, yes.
Right. So again, we still have the tips and tricks are next. This is going to be fun, just dropping information on you all from videos from our streamers and then more weekend myself or Jessica will add in some little elements for you. And then we got Neville Page after that. Then we've got the Pixologic presentation showing you more of what's new in ZBrush. And then we'll be closing it off with the winners of the Sculpt-Off. And then, of course, we're going to still be giving away prizes between all of this. So you will be able to still register again, have prizes. And you're going to need to register. If you registered once, you got to do it again. So if you're still live with us, when we say, okay, the registration is back open, you go register again, put your name and email address in. All right. So we're going to play the little reel and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. And we're back.
Welcome back.
That was like a stretch time for everybody. I saw some people in the chat saying time to stretch, right?
Well, especially you're going to want to stretch out because you're going to follow along some of these tips and tricks.
That's right. Get those notes. Get that note ready. Get that hand ready to make a note. Right? For sure. So again, we've got another segment with us today for the tips and tricks, as Jessica just said. So we've got another set of some really good tricks for you guys all, and some cool ways to do certain things with inside of ZBrush. And like I said, we are going to sprinkle where we can some other items for you all. And again, we will be opening up near the end of this segment once again where you guys can register for the giveaway. So don't worry, there's more giveaways, and we still got plenty more today. We've already had a lot of fun today, but we got more to come. So let's get right into it. Let's play this first video.
All right, what's up, you guys? My name is Ashley Adams, and I'm a character and creature concept sculptor, and I also stream for ZBrushLIVE on Wednesdays. And I'm here just to show you a quick little tip on taking alphas and making them into 3D meshes, and then using them for conceptual purposes or illustrative, or even just a base for your creatures and characters. It's really quite easy, quite simple, and I'm sure you're going to want to try this after I'm done showing you. So here's a use case example. I made these wings with that method in mind. It really only took me like 2 minutes, because you take an insect wing alpha, just make 3D, and then translate it how you wish and sculpt on it a little bit just to, make it fit with the other concepts that you've got. So I'm not going to be showing you this insect wing, because I've done that 100 times on my stream before. But what I will be showing you, if autosave could not, is this little bat wing right here, right over here. And this guy is actually a more complex use case as well, because we're going to be using multiple alphas to create multiple subtools in order to get full control over the membranes and the little string things that I've got going on here versus the finger and muscle stuff that's going on as well. I'm very good with anatomical lingo, clearly. So let's go and do a very simple one first. So I have this basic alpha right here, which is everything kind of combined except for the membrane. So I've got the strings and the fingers all in one alpha. So one thing that you're going to want to make sure to do, which by the way, the alpha panel is right here up in the top left-hand corner. You can dock it with this little doohickey, which is what I've got going on here. But one thing that you have to keep in mind with your alphas is the black is going to be transparent, the white is going to be a mesh. So when you import your mesh, this is how you bring in, your alphas. This is how you bring in your alphas, is clicking this import button. And once you go to your directory, find your alpha, if it comes in and it is reversed from this, so let's say what you see as white is actually black, all you need to do is inverse it right here. And then you're going to have exactly what you see. No problem. Just make sure that the surrounding area that is not meant to be mesh is black. All right. So with that said, let's come down to the magic toolbox, which is this Make 3D box right here. So you have your resolution, your mesh resolution, which is obviously how, high res, how dense your mesh is when you create it. This is your mesh smoothing. So how much of that aliasing is it going to just kind of nuke? And then this is your mesh depth resolution. So that is how thick everything is going to be. Double-sided just means it has two sides of the mesh rather than one is missing. And Make 3D is obviously, making that alpha that you have selected 3D. So here's what the default looks like, and I'll walk you through everything. Now, if I just do Make 3D, your default is going to look like this. So obviously, for 1, way too thick, 2, way too low resolution, and 3, everything is pretty smoothed out and bubbly. What are we going to do to fix that? Well, first, we're just going to delete that and pretend it never happened. Next, we're going to go over to our resolution and bump it up to like 1800. You could go to max, whatever. You're going to play around with the slider depending on how detailed you want this to be or need this to be. The mesh depth resolution, I just shove it down to 1 because really I like working on flatter objects and building up from there with this method personally, but you can play around with that as well. And then with your mesh smoothness, I just shove it down to 2 because I like a little bit, but not too much, because the higher this is, the more of the details of the alpha that you have, that's going to kind of like just get nuked. So yeah, I leave it down to 2, and then that should be pretty well good. And then we say make 3D, and it's going to do its thing. Smooth mesh border, adding border polys, you know, starting at pylons, whatever it is. And now we have a wing. Is it like, wow, how did you do that so fast? Really, I was just pressing the ZBrush button. It's pretty cool, right? So I drew this alpha externally, and I brought it into ZBrush, and I was able to just make a mesh that fast. So one thing you have to keep in mind, though, is, you know, let's say you take your snake hook tool or your move brush, whatever, but, you know, I recommend you try snake hook because it's fun. And then you try moving this and you're going to be like, oh, what the heck? Like everything is like, I can't translate this properly. Well, that's because it actually has a mask on. So anytime you make 3D, a mask will appear. So you just have to hold control and drag off. And you're probably going to notice too, this is still happening. Well, that's because you have your alpha that you just created selected. So you just say alpha off. Boom. Now you don't have that selected. Make a big brush. Wow. Isn't that amazing? Now you can just translate this however you like. Absolutely fantastic. And as you can see, it gets thrown into the world in the very middle. So you can push that over and you can mirror and weld. And all of a sudden you've got like these usable, like sketchy wings that you can have, right? So this is a great use case for anything that's flat. You can imagine using this with plants. You can make like a topological map, for example, whatever. Like there's a lot of different use cases for this. But now let's get into, how do you do this? How do you get all of these things into your separate thing? Well, if you have your alpha, right? And you had separated your alphas into, so I have them over here, which I already loaded them up, into a membrane, as you can see, into just these parts right here. And then you also have an alpha for the finger parts. Now, if you make 3D on all of these, which I already did to save us some time, right over here, we're going to actually make 3D with the phalanges. So we'll do that really quick. Boom. And now, because all of the, like, you know, I had already made these 3D, they all appear over here. So I can just go down to append and find the other bits that I have already made, bring them in like so. Bingo and boom. And now all of a sudden, all of these parts of the wing are their own separate subtools. Super easy to control now. So what do we need to do to get sculpting on this? Well, I'll make sure that all of your masks are cleared for all of them, because when you make 3D, right, like I said, you're going to be creating these masks on the borders, right? And another thing too, you're going to actually have a lot of fun with is the fact that this is made in the center plane right here. You can actually go into your transforms, activate symmetry on the Z axis, deactivate X symmetry, right? And then all of these, you can do that for all of them. And once you do that, you'll be able to see that you can actually sculpt in symmetry on both of these guys. Both sides. See? And so now you can actually work and like create like bone structures, you know, add depth to things. whatever you want. You can do it. The world is your oyster now, right? Absolutely wonderful. And what's really great about this is you can use, which I'm sure somebody else has already made a video on this, is you can use the stager in regards to this as well. So you can like pose it, bring it back, work in symmetry, very, very quick wings, very good. And so here's another thing, another quick tip too, to keep in mind when you're working with membranes like this is I did mention the backface masking, which you can get under your brush menu. You scroll down and then there is this box, this magic box called auto masking. You just click backface masking. So I like using this with clay buildup. It doesn't carry across to every brush. When you switch a brush, you're going to want to activate or deactivate, etc. So grabbing the pizza boxes right here with the gizmo, you can control and shift and drag, release, and you will be able to deselect everything. As you can see, everything is kind of like interlaced right now, and that is because you have everything deselected. So control and shift, and you can select, hover over top of the polygons that you are wanting in each subtool, and you're going to be able to grab both the mesh of the membrane and the strings that we have going on there. And so now everything except for the finger mesh is going to be affected, and you can actually just make that smaller and then get rid of the pizza boxes and just have the mesh of the phalange selected, and you can make that even smaller as well, just so that you get that full 3D effect. And then that, you just keep sculpting, and there you go. Like I said, the limit is your imagination when it comes to this kind of stuff. And it's really great too if you're a 2D artist coming into 3D, because this makes it so that you can make all kinds of like clip arty kinds of things, abstract little ink blots, whatever you want. Bring it in, see what it looks like in 3D, figure out how do you layer stuff. And you can make some really crazy things just by pushing and pulling around the shapes that you bring in as alpha. So have fun with that. And I hope you have a great rest of your summit. Thanks so much. See you guys.
And we're back. All right.
That was pretty impressive.
That was more than one tip.
Yeah, that was like, here's 10 tips.
I'm gonna add something to it. Just because we were just talking about hard surface with the pitch dev team too a lot. So what Ashley shows is a fantastic way to make stuff from an alpha. I want to show another way, and then I find it very useful for a hard surface. There's actually a lot of ways now to make a mesh very fast with inside of ZBrush, but I find this one very useful using Spotlight. Okay, so using my Spotlight, I just loaded this from the Spotlight tab right here. Just double clicked on it and loaded that up, right? And so I've got this piece here, and I want to start making maybe some other elements for it as an example. So let's say I want to grab this right here. Okay, so we can size this up, size this down. There's a lot of things that we're going to be able to do with this, okay? And then the fact that this has this red and green, it's helping me find where, like, in essence, this is sitting within the image. And you can see it can actually snap to points of the image, but not only that, it can snap to the mesh. So see, it's snapping now. I can snap to different parts of the mesh. So let's say I want something like this. I want to size this down, and then I want this now as a new subtool, right? All you have to do now is just click on the camera, right? And then now you're going to have that. And what that does is automatically creates a new subtool, right? So if you look, I've got now that mesh from this alpha, which is really nice to have. Okay, so this is one way to look at it and using it this way. The other thing that I like to do with this, we'll use the same piece for now. And I'm just going to rotate it maybe this direction. And this time, okay, when I click this camera, I'm going to hold the Alt key. Okay. And what that's going to do is make another piece. But if I have had live booleans on, there you go. Right out the gate, you've already got a cut piece, because this is already set to a subtractive, right? So with the live booleans off, it's just a normal thing. But when you hold the Alt key and click on that camera, it's automatically going to set this to a subtractive. And now the beauty part here is whatever I now put in this subtool, okay? So if I want to do this again, or we'll throw live booleans back on, okay? Now I want this H thing to also cut in. If you guys hold the shift key and click, it just is going to actually add to the existing subtool. So see, the subtools didn't change, and you can see now the little H mesh is in there now too. So you can use the Alt key to make a subtractive. You can use the Shift key to add to existing, right? And then these are, I can edit these however I want.
Nice.
Okay. So
well, it also keeps it
they can
organized,
be
like
edited.
all your subtractive ones, or maybe in one subtool. Nice.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then the last thing
there's
I
more.
want to share on this. Hold on. Yeah, one last thing before we go on to the next video. Okay, of course my tablet is not having fun right now. Okay, come on. Oh, looks like my tablet's.
You know, I know a lot of my 3D printer friends that work in like models and stuff. They have booleans that they have especially saved out just for the interlocking pieces of like models, like where they decide something is gonna split and cut for the print, so that they can put things back together really, really well. They've got like a neck one, and it's just like scaled in just a teens for like the inset.
Yep, it's a great way to work for. Yeah, absolutely.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, I see a lot of people doing that too. Yeah. So here's something else. I'm going to switch to quickly just a brush, a standard brush. Okay, you can actually just switch to the painter brush if you want to. Okay, I'm going to switch my color. I'm just hitting the V key to switch my colors over here from black into white. And then I'm going to click actually the paintbrush in Spotlight. Okay, and we're going to size this down. We don't need it this big. And I'm actually going to erase what's in this image. Okay, and then I'm going to hit the V key to go back to white. And you guys are going to have the capability when you're doing this, you can make whatever you want here in essence. Okay, and that means when you're done painting whatever you want, you hit that little camera, right? And boom, you get the geometry, right? I don't know why I started using the booms, but they're available.
Everybody's
right?
going to have epic logos now.
What's that?
Everyone's going to have epic logos and stuff now, because they'll just like, whatever, and then just like, 3D, Space Mouse.
And then this is all polyglued up, right? And then just because we've been on a a nice little beveling kick, I'll throw some bevels on there. Yeah, there you go.
A+.
There you go. All right, so I just wanted to share that too, because I also find this technique very useful for hard surface. It's very useful to get some shapes really quick that you can cut in with and do some editing to. And you look at everyone's workflows that we've been talking to this whole summit. They're using pieces to eventually get to the end result, right? So there you go.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to the next video.
Yes, please.
Hello, kind and gentle folk. This is Thomas Wittelsbach with another tips and tricks. With the latest release of ZBrush, there's so many exciting and awesome things in it. But I found that there are a handful of things that are older that actually have become very useful in some of the new tools. And a very easy one, and I think one that people forget, is reconstruct subdivisions. So we can see here that I have this 29 million poly model, and we're sticking with a Halloween-y theming here, right? I have my model. I've spent a ton of time sculpting it, but now I want to twist it and distort it. And you know, Gizmo has all these wonderful tools. But when we try it, turn symmetry off. When we try it, it says we can't do it because of our multiple subdivision levels. Well, I don't want to give up my ability to sculpt on this in a little bit, but I want to twist it, taper it, and futz with it. I want to use these tools. What do? Well, what we do is we just delete lower resolution. We come in. Let's taper it. And then we're going to do, hold on. We don't want it to taper this way. All right, so we've tapered it, and then I want to twist it because I've sculpted on it. I want it to be asymmetrical. We're going to come back in. We're going to go twist. And I'm going to twist it a little like that. Okay. And so now I'm going to go back and futz with it just a little so it has a little twist to the ring. We'll come back in and fix it. So I still need to be able to sculpt on this. Well, we just deleted all our subdivisions. Well, no, we didn't. We're going to go accept. We're going to go reconstruct subdivision levels. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. All right, so we're down to 28,000. What's great is I just grab my subdivision level, slide it back up to my 6. Because this can't get very small, it has a lot of detail. And now you can see we're at 29 million polys with my 6 subdivision levels, and I've tapered and twisted it. That is amazingly powerful and super helpful. And I get a lot of people who ask, oh, well, you can't have high subdivision models and use Gizmo. You can. All right. Have a great summit.
All right, there you go. A nice little quick one for you guys.
Yeah, that's super useful, especially when you're like at that level of detail and you're like, oh, but I need to do.
Right?
Yeah, smart man.
Just knowing that you can get your divisions back and maybe use a feature like that what you wanted to use that doesn't work on subdivision levels. So it's a great way to get that to happen for sure. I did want to answer the one question. I don't know if the person's still here. There was a question when we were in pitch dev about the bevel, some of the bevel stuff. So
yeah.
I think they're still out here. I think I saw them still. They were asking about why not just use the dynamic subdiv option to do beveling. This is why. For what everything the Ariv was showing you, and that you wouldn't be able to use this. Number one, remember what he was throwing at Bevel Pro was meshes that had triangles along the side, and they were dense meshes there, right? So most beveling that you guys might be used to, it's all really a lot of low polygonal. Right, you got to remember we're in the world of ZBrush now. That's the one benefit of Bevel Pro is going to give us is I've done it on 5 million polygon meshes, 6 million polygon meshes, 100,000 polygon meshes. You're not just going to be able to straight and go grab a bevel because it's relying on the geometry. But when you got that dense, you're not really going to be able to make a bevel, right? So when that person was asking why not just use this, I'm assuming they were referring to this Q grid right here, which will automatically give you a bevel and you can change your coverage, right? So for something like this, it can make sense to do, okay? But I would like to point out this particular feature is adding edge loops and every single edge, right? So you're getting even right here and here and here. Like it becomes, if I apply this, you'll see them all, see? It's just a bunch of geometry that also isn't necessary in certain parts of the area because this feature by default, the global feature to all edges, right? So if you take something like this, okay, and you're going on this, and we're going to now throw this on, and then let's turn this off, and we're going to throw the Q grid on. Here's where another thing you're going to run into. If I throw this Q grid on, it doesn't matter what I do, this is always going to look faceted, no matter what, right? And this is what he was pointing out. He had, when you were bringing it up, he had a wheel well curved surface. This won't work.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be faceted because again, every single edge loop. So you guys can see the faces there. If I turn off the color a little bit, you can see it even better, right? See these extra edge loops right here? Yeah. That's what this feature is actually doing. It's giving an edge loop on either side so that it can create that bevel, right? Or if you want to change it to a chamfer, you can do that, right? But even this, you're never going to get rid of the faceting, right? So again, going back, if you look at something like this, this is super simple visually for us, right? But then if you look at the topology, it's not the easiest, simplest thing, okay? Right? And it's still pretty simple, okay? But it's a lot more dense. There's a lot more things going on. So throwing this on, you're not going to really get anything, see? You're not getting much that you would really want. This is why we're looking at doing things and understanding what the way we all are designing and working within ZBrush, why we developed something like a Bevel Pro. This is going to allow me now to throw it in here. And because even though my density is 500,000, I can live change my bevel amounts that are coming at me with this, right? So this pinkish area you're seeing, that's actually the bevel, right? That, and then I can adjust that and go, oh, I want to go bigger, right? And then I can go bigger, and I'm not actually affecting the topology at all right now. I'm looking at making a piece of geometry that's going to be created for the bevel purpose. And mind you, this is also doing concave and convex, right? It's not just the one type of beveling, right? So what I mean by that is there's this beveling, but in here, see, there's a bevel happening as well.
Nice.
Right? This is the main difference for that person. Hopefully they're still here that brought it up. Okay. And then when I click OK, then it throws it back and I've got it. So that's why that feature, I think what that person was bringing up when they were asking the question, I figured I'd just show it in this tip trick. So you guys.
No, it's super smart and relevant.
Yeah. Visual cue for that. Okay. So there you go. Let's move on to the next video. Or stay on me and Jessica.
That's true. I mean,
there you go.
What's up, guys? My name is Derek Pellegrini, and on these top tips, I'm gonna show you how I use nanomesh to create the bats following the flow of the Dark Knightscape from my Batman sketch. So let's dive right into ZBrush. So first of all, I'm going to create a spiral shape to guide my nanomesh. To do that, I'm going to use a sphere, and using the move brush, I will create a nice spiral shape to kind of follow the same shape and flow that we have on the cape. And by duplicating the shape, I can use the Dynamesh to merge those two shapes together and create a nice spiral. Now that I have the shape that I want, I just need a better topology to work. And to do that, I'm going to use the ZBrush. And this way, my spiral topology will have a better and even poly distribution all over it. I think this topology is quite good to do what I need. So now we can create our insert mesh brush. So let's do this. I'm going to create a very rough bat model to use as an insert mesh, and since this is just a scat, I don't need a very refined model to create the effect that I'm looking for. So just by using the move brush, I can create the silhouette of the bat that I'm going to use to create the insert mesh. Now I'm going to rename the Z tool as bats. Now I can go on the brush menu and select create insert mesh and then create a new one. Now with my insert mesh select, I'm going to go over brush and select create nanomesh brush from the active insert mesh brush. Now I just have to click and drag over the face on my spiral mesh to insert the bat. But instead of creating only one bat, I'm going to press the spacebar over my mesh and change my target from single poly to polygroup all. And this way, ZBrush will create a bat for each one of the polygons on my spiral mesh. And now I can go to the nanomesh palette and just play around with all the options. Nanomesh is quite powerful, so it's easy to get the result that we want. You have a bunch of options to play around, and random distribution is one of my favorites. But you can play around with basically all the aspects of your insert mesh. You can play around with size, length, height, rotation, and there's a bunch of variation options to change. You can also hide the placement based mesh to see how your nanomesh is looking. And I'm just going to play around a little bit more with size here and maybe add a little bit more of rotation variation to the bats. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what I was looking for. And with nanomesh, it's super easy to create these random bats flying all over the Dark Knight here. And following the same flow from the cape, which gave a nice silhouette to the whole sketch. So that's it, guys. I hope you enjoyed this top tip, and I see you on the next one. Ciao!
I love that one.
Yeah, you liked that one, right?
Yeah, no, yay, A+. Add bats.
Information given down the pipeline, right? Through there. Yeah. So there is one thing that I really like about NanoMesh too, that I find myself using a lot. So I want to share that as well.
Ooh, I'd love to see.
I'm just gonna keep rocking and rolling with these things here. Okay, just gonna keep throwing them out there for everybody to digest. Okay, so I'm just gonna make it simple. I'm just gonna use a plane, and I'm also just gonna drop the polygon count, just so visually. Yeah, we'll go lower than that. I think that's still too much. Just want to go a little bit. Yeah, that's good. There. That way you guys can visually really see better what's happening here. Because NanoMesh for me is a big one. I use it quite a bit. It's many ways I've found things to do with Nano. Okay, so I'm just gonna, in essence, and first to create a NanoMesh brush, it's got to be an insert mesh brush first, because what we're doing is we're going to convert the insert mesh brush into a Nano, which actually is converting into another type of brush. So let's grab something. I'm going to grab one of my favorite brushes, the IMM Model Kit. I'm a big fan of this brush. Okay, so this brush has got a bunch of really cool things through here, right? So I'm going to now just say, and you can get this in 2 locations. If I hit the B key, there'll be a button. Let's see if you guys can see it. Yep. On the bottom, create NanoMesh brush down here, right? It's the same thing if you guys go to the brush palette and go to the create menu here. You're going to also have those buttons right here. So you can see right here, create NanoMesh brush. Okay. What this is actually doing is creating another Z modeler brush, right? So you can see, look, at the very end here now, I got a different Z modeler brush. See, there's the original, and there's the new one. And notice, okay, that this has 120, and this says 1. Okay, this means there's 120 meshes on this brush, because that's where I pulled it from. I pulled it from this brush that has 120 meshes on it, right? So you got to start thinking about in the sense like, or just even the stuff that the brush pack that Pitch Dev was showing you guys. Think about it. You could take that brush and make it a NanoMesh brush now too. Okay, so where I want to go with this is I'm gonna draw out a couple things here. I'm gonna draw out like a vent. Yes. Let's grab something else. Yes. Okay, and then yes, let's grab something like that. We'll go a little bit bigger. Let's grab one of these, right? And let's grab a latch. And by the way, now you guys can cycle through these with the right arrow key and the left arrow key.
Brilliant.
Okay? And I'm going to take advantage of that many times. Okay, so what we have here is nano. No. Okay, you guys know.
This is why you don't need caffeine.
Yeah, you know the game. You know the game.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so these are indexes now, right? And I've been drawing out, so you can see as I cycle through here, it's pretty much it's the 5 meshes that I drew out, right? And so the beauty of Nano is it's about updating later. Like I can change the Z intensity right here. I can change the rotation. So see, it's rotated in a different way. I can say, no, I want that to be rotated along that 0 or around 90 degrees. So it's about the changes after the fact as well here, which can be very, very useful for you all, right? So it's about, and there's a couple other things that I like about this. I think I'm going to go on a little quick nano fun thing here, I think, because my mind is just starting, ooh, I got to show this. Okay, so this, okay, and this, and this, and this, and this all have what also different? What they also have different is the polygrouping, okay? And what's also driving this NanoMesh is the actual polygroup itself, okay? And so what I mean by that, this particular mesh right here, see it's got a blue polygroup and this one's got the green, okay? I can even delete nano meshes without actually even going to the menu. I love that I'm doing this. Like I have a live physical menu in front of me right now. Like this means anything that I'm doing.
You're doing this.
Yeah. I'm like, what is minority reporting?
It was Minority Report. I was like, you're Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Not 80s.
No, that's relevant.
See, there you go. Jessica, all 80s is relevant. Okay? All relevant.
Okay, so
you can delete obviously things by coming here and doing this, right? You can come down here in your inventory and delete things. I don't tend to always necessarily work that way. So let's say I don't want this anymore. I can actually just boom, gone. Bye-bye, deleted. Wow. And what I obviously did there was change the polygroup. So I changed the green to the purple. right? So what I'm doing is, because I know this is a Z modeler brush, there's some things built into the Z modeler brush, and I'm taking full advantage of that stuff, man. I'm taking full advantage of that, right? So I am going to hold down the Alt key, click on the face, let go of the Alt key, and then switch to the Shift key. That's just copying that polygroup. It's the same thing as if I went here, polygroup, okay, and I say pick existing, and then I pick it, then I go back and override. Same thing. I'm just doing it quicker because I know that there's a little quick way to shortcut. So why do you care about this? Because now watch, you can even do stuff like this. Grab the blue and then populate wherever you want. Right? So think about this in the sense of, what if you're doing environments? You have bricks or flowers or different things that you want scattered, leaves all over a ground or something like that. You can just nanomesh. And remember, this is just an instance, right? So whatever I do to any of these, it's happening to all of them. So you can see now this instance, see, it's got this, and I'm going to edit the mesh. And now I can come into here and then have some fun with this and say, oh, right? Or make it wider, skinnier, wider, skinnier. And remember, this is an instancing system. So if you look at my polygon count, it's still 410. It's not climbing at all. And I've got these abilities to change things. And because I have this, and with the gizmo on, I can actually swap it out too.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, the number of times I'm doing like, well, back when I was an environment artist, doing set dressing over interesting surfaces and having to kind of like hand place, but having this all be, recognizing the normals and very useful.
Very, very useful.
Yeah. Good tip.
Very useful. Let me look at my, I got to do another one. I just have to.
Lay it on us. Is it more nano mesh?
Yeah. I got to show another thing with nano. I'm going to do the one you brought up, I think, after the next video. The one you reminded me about.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
I took some notes from like what was going on Saturday, and that was like one of the tips that you were like punting to.
Thank you for that.
Thanks
for the help, Claire. Okay,
I like to be a good assistant.
Yeah. You're doing great. I think you're doing okay. So here's another one for you. Okay. You guys probably have things like this. The thing to also keep in mind is you can actually tile these. Right. So I have different tiling. So I can go 4 by 4. And because I put it on every single polygon, they're all getting it. Right. And I can even hide the placement. Ooh, make something like that. Right. Which will be appreciated in the render of ZBrush. Okay, but what also can be fun with this is there's different ways to apply this. Okay, so besides just changing your size and things like this, you can come down here and then there's different patterns that you can actually do. So I can send it to just the corners, and then size it down. So now it's only going in the corners.
It's very industrial.
Yeah, and then this is checkered. Here's a plus symbol being made, and then you have diagonal lines, right? And again, this is an instance, so you got freedom to change this out, you got freedom to edit the mesh. And again, my polygon count, look, it's 98. It's not climbing, even though there's probably, I don't know, maybe 100 of those little things sitting on this thing now.
I love that you pretend to be polyconscious.
Yeah.
ZBrush.
We're
about to get crazy.
I don't ever worry too much about it. I just go. Be art. Be art. Okay, that's pretty much what I do. Is like be art, right? And then you can have some real fun with this if you take something like this.
Please.
Yeah, have some. Talk about being art. Let's have some here. Let's grab this. Okay, and then let's say all polygons. Insert nano. So then every single polygon is going to get it on the dog, right? And so if
it's like a Gucci dog where it's all like bling, like crystals,
right? And then what? And then we can say, how about this? How about we randomize it?
Oh,
and then we randomize the rotations, right? We randomize the offsets as well. So you can make a very unique, different looking thing. You can even change the scales of things, right? Oh, yeah. I am making the next modern art piece going in a museum. You know it. Right? And then just random it down. Yeah. And then we're not looking at the dog's topology anymore. It's all nano making this.
Yeah.
And once again, look at my polygon count. It's not climbing yet.
Yeah, you can figure stuff out without it bogging you down.
Yeah, I see a dog. Right, but think about it in this sense, people. Think about if you're in, again, another example of environment. You have a bunch of rock everywhere, and now you maybe want to put moss all over it, and you want it to be random. Just put the moss, make a little thing of moss, put it on all the polygons, and then just do randomizing, and then just change all these parameters to make it completely random.
Nice.
Right?
And now there is the way that you can do masking with like to also inhibit it from going on some of the polygons, right?
Not for Nano. Nano's
Okay.
a polygon. It's driven by polygroup and polygon.
Oh, then I could set up my polygroups and mask that away, and then
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Absolutely.
Now
That
I know
would
how I
work
would use
too.
it. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's many ways to go.
There's so many ways.
So many ways. So many ways. All right, let's play the next video. Roll that beautiful footage.
Hi everyone, my name is Paulo Munoz Gomez. I'm a 3D concept and character artist, and I love using ZBrush. So I'm going to show you a few different features from ZBrush 2021.7 update and how I've been using it in my workflow and to create specific objects. So I have a character here that I've been working on, and for the first tip, I'm going to show you how I approach the sculpting and the modeling of a plate, or like this armor plate here for the belly of this character, right? So it is pretty easy, and with the new tools, it's just a fantastic workflow, so you can follow along if you want to. So what I'm going to do is set everything to the lowest resolution with the all low button, so that it's a little bit easier to work on this character, because it has plenty of points. It has 38 million polygons. So I'm going to go ahead and go into solo mode, and holding Control and Shift to isolate this piece, invert the selection. I'm just going to hide some of the pieces that make up that piece, right? That make that part. There we go. All right. So I just hit it, but it's still there. The idea is just to recreate it with the new tools. So the first tool that I want to show you is the geometry stager. This one right here. So if you go to the geometry palette and open up the stager, these are the new features that I want to show you. In my opinion, this is one of the best features to enhance the workflows for many reasons. So one of the reasons is that you can work on a pose character, let's say, or a more dynamic pose, and at the same time retain the ability to edit that mesh in the center of the world, which is fantastic. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So for that piece, I'm going to go ahead and append a sphere. Right, and I'm going to select it, enable polyframe, so that you can see this is kind of like a Dynamesh sphere, and I'm going to turn off perspective and go into solo mode, right? So this is just a sphere to start the blocking process of that, of that belly area of the mesh. So the first thing I want to do is obviously cut it in half, and for that I'm going to use another tool from ZBrush 2021.7, holding Control and Shift to access these brushes right here. I'm going to click on the knife curve, which allows you to basically cut through the model, right? So I'm going to hold Control and Shift and do that, and that essentially, cuts the sphere in half, and you end up with some nice topology here at the bottom. I'm going to also bring in the Gizmo 3D center. By the way, let's turn off symmetry. Click on this location icon to center it, and I'm going to flatten it just a tiny bit. Right? And now I can go ahead and use the new features. So let's scroll down to geometry, and I'm going to click on home stage. So the home stage switch allows you to set the current state of the model, which is set in the center of the world. If I turn on the floor, you see this is right in the middle, right? And that's the home stage of that object. And now we can go ahead and bring back everything, bring in the gizmo, and we can start placing this. Let me just hide the sword of this character. We go, and just position this in an area where you want to have it, right? So this is what I was saying, that if you're working on a more dynamic pose, you don't necessarily have to rely on an A pose or a T pose. You can have a very dynamic pose and start adding your pieces, like all of these plating and armor of this character, but using this feature allows you to go back to the center of the world, which is fantastic. So now that I have placed this area or this mesh in this area, I can go ahead and click on target stage here on the stager. So all that does is allow me to switch between the home stage and the target stage, right? So the home stage is where we originally brought in that sphere, and we cut it in half and we squashed it a little bit. And the target stage is where it's going to be in the character, so the asset in the character. So what's really good about this thing is, or about this process, is that you can switch to the home stage. Let's go into solo mode and use something like the radial symmetry. So I'm going to go to the transform palette, enable symmetry, set up the symmetry in the y-axis, because that's the green arrow basically, and enable radial symmetry. I'm going to leave it as a count of 8. I'm going to turn off the floor as well, and I can start doing a bunch of different things, right? So maybe to do the ornaments, I can do something like that. And because this is on the center of the world, we can take advantage of that radial symmetry, right? Another tool from ZBrush 2021.7, again, is one of the best features as well, is the adjust last, that allows you to adjust the last stroke that you did. And it works with the radial symmetry as well. So that single swirly stroke that I did, I can go to this adjust last and change the intensity just by doing that. You can actually go into negative values if you want to push that in as well. But I think I'm going to keep it simple and just add a little bit more of a intensity in there. And you can combine these with other tools. So for example, you can click on, let's go for pinch, for example. Let's filter by letter P and I to pinch. So I'm going to pinch the center of this line just to sharpen the details, and then go to the adjust last and sharpen this even more, right? You can control the level of sharpness of these details, right? And if I enable polyframe, you'll see this is still a Dynamesh object. So what I can do is increase the amount of resolution and then do something like a clay polish, so that just, to polish that piece. So let's go to Dynamesh. I'm going to increase the resolution to 462, hold control, click and drag. So now that gives me almost 400,000 polygons. You see, it's a lot higher in terms of the resolution. And I can go to the clay polish, click that big button a couple of times maybe, just to refine that. And because we still have the ability to use the radial symmetry, I can use the smooth brush to polish this even further, right? Right, so that's how I created those details. Now, remember, I've been using the radial symmetry. I also redynamesh the whole thing. And let's go ahead and do something even more interesting. I'm going to bring in something like the IMM parts. And I'm just going to click on this bolt 9 and basically click and drag to add this piece and bring in the gizmo, maybe adjust the placement. We can also, in the transform palette, enable local so that we can scale that in the local axis of these bits and pieces, push that in a little bit. And let's say that I'm not happy with this bolt. I can now use the arrow keys on my keyboard to essentially go through different bolts to decide which one I want to use for this. So let's keep it simple. Let's use that one. Let's go back and remove that mask. Let's go back to the move brush. So just as a quick recap, we have done a redynamesh to a higher resolution. We have used the adjust last. We have included IMM brushes into that piece, all of that making use of that home stage that I originally set up with the geometry palette here, right? So if I go out of solo mode, this is what we have, right? And we have the radial symmetry. Let's turn that off for now. And now I can click on switch stage, and ZBrush is going to take everything that we have done, changing the geometry with Dynamesh, adding IMM brushes, anything that we do in that home stage, and it's going to send it back to that target stage which is what we use to pose the model. You can go ahead and continue the refinement process in this area. So let's say if I want to add maybe something here in the middle, let's do that with the same IMM brush, bolt 8. I'm going to click and drag and just leave it there, clear the mask. And now we have this piece that we can also see in the home stage, right? And in this home stage, what I can do is hold Control and Shift, because that has a different polygroup. I can mask that, bring back everything, maybe invert the mask, bring in the gizmo, center it to that piece, reset the location, the rotation, holding the Alt key. And let's go ahead and reset the entire rotation of this guy. And, we can replace or reposition this in a better way, all within the home stage. Clear that mask, go back from solo, switch to that stage, and we have all those changes made. So this is a fantastic tool that can speed up the workflow. to another level. All of these pieces that you see here in this character were set up in the same fashion. So I will set them up in their home stage so that I can edit and use the symmetry, radial symmetry, or anything like that. And then the target stage is where they were placed in the character. So hopefully you have found this useful, and I'll see you in the next tip.
Perfect. I'm going to start using the stager a lot more.
I was just going to say, the fun part of me watching that video again was you actually going, because I'm watching your camera right below, and you're like,
Yeah, I'm actually taking notes. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
wow.
I loved it. That it made a whole nother level for me watching that. I loved it so much.
I was commenting on the Discord side of our feed, being like, "Oh yeah, no, use the last brush. Yep, adjust last brush." and then your arrow keys that you'd only just talked about were.
Yeah, I saw you do that too. I'm like, click, click. Click, click, click. Right. Okay. So the one that you wanted that you remind me about was the fiber mesh one. We were talking about fiber mesh during
yes, please. Fiber mesh polygroups.
Yeah, during the Sculpt-Off. Number one. Okay. One big thing for you all with the fiber mesh. All right. Especially with something like this is on purpose. I'm using this model on purpose. This is single sided.
With the open.
What you're going to want to do. Okay. This is a Lisa needs braces. Lisa needs braces. Lisa needs braces. For you. Okay. You need to make sure you go turn off double. Okay, because if you have double on, we're going to create the fiber mesh inside and outside. Whoa, my microphone! I just turned it. There we go. You're going to create both ways, and you're just creating wasted fibers now because you're going to create inside. And for those of you that are Keyshot users, you're going to throw that in Keyshot. Boop, 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 boop. Polygon count's going to skyrocket real fast. Okay, so what we were talking about the Sculpt-Off, we were talking about and then Russ was talking about one of his favorite fiber mesh things, and I said, I know where you're going, Druss. I remember the whole conversation. Okay. So
you have very good recall.
What?
You have very good recall.
Yeah. I'm going to store morph target. And I said, Druss, I know exactly what you're going to talk about. I love it. And I said, I'll show it in one of the tips and tricks. So I just love doing it on this guy because it's just fun to do. So I want to start sculpting a beard like looking thing. And I like to make him look a little Abraham like. It's just more entertainment for me than anything else.
Can you put a little bit of wizard eyebrows in there?
Oh, you want some eyebrows?
Yes, please.
Okay, you got it. You got it. Right.
I like that he takes requests.
We are destroying this. All right.
Yeah, we're going full extra on this.
Bushy, nice bushy eyebrows in there.
Perfect.
Yeah. There. Beast mad.
But he shaves here.
Yes, he looks like me now. Lazy face. Okay, not shaving. Lazy face. Okay, so when you go to fiber mesh, right, and you guys go to just say, boom, give me fiber. Yay!
He's a Sasquatch.
Sasquatch. That's exactly what my mind. I literally was about to say the same thing.
Okay? The same.
I love it. So what I'm going to do instead, just so you guys can visually see, I'm going to switch back to the sculpt before we did any of that craziness. Okay, and then when we turn on our fibers preview, you're going to come down here to the very bottom where it says morph target guided. And now the fibers only go where I sculpted. So you see, I accidentally sculpted down here, right? And then the length of the fibers and the thickness of the fibers is dependent by how much I pulled on the polygons, right? So if I pulled on them more, I'm going to get longer. And if I sculpted more and up that whole area, it's going to be a thicker here. And you see right here, it's not as thick because I was lightly only tapping through there with the brush. So you're getting that nice transition that you should have in a face. Like if you remember all the stuff from Kris Costa's presentation, right? This is reminding me of his close-ups. This is for me one of the quickest and fastest way to start throwing some fibers on a character. It's super, super helpful, right? And it's a lot of fun. And then the other thing I saw in the chat for masking, someone's asking, can we mask change points automatically? Just create a shortcut. That's it. I would say hold down Control Alt, click on it, and then pick something. So I'm going to say 0. It already is being used. And then now 0 is going to be my mask change points, right? So whenever you're going to do some sculpting, I can now just hit 0, right? 0, right? Nice. 0. Okay. And I can build up that way too. Okay. So there you go. There's some fun-filled facts for you. Okay. And then that was our last video. That's the end of this segment. That's the end of the ZBrush tips and tricks segment. So we got to move on to doing the giveaways. And then we've got Neville Page next, coming up after that, right? So
I'm very excited.
Very excited.
I'm excited for both. I love the free stuff. Love Neville Page. We got a good show.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm excited for the Neville Page. Okay.
Who wouldn't be?
I love
creatures, monsters, cool shit.
Cool guy.
Excellent speaker. Erudite, you might say.
Yep. All right. So let's see. Here, this is what we want to add. Here you go. Okay. So let's do a. Thomas has been here the whole kit and caboodle. Hopefully he's still here.
He's
so let's do one of the
wonderful.
lifetime memberships. Is he still in here?
Yeah, he's right there.
Okay, there he is. Hey, oh, Thomas. Okay, so let's go ahead and draw this winner. Let's find out who is joining Thomas' team over there of people willing and ready to learn. So, Avi, you are the winner. You are the winner of a lifetime membership to ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep doing some more giveaways. Let's do another XMD lifetime membership. Let's do another one of these. Who do we have? Who do we have as the winner?
Please serenade everyone.
Yeah. Whoop. There we go.
Andromeda.
There you go. There it is. Yep. Just came through.
Cool
You are the winner.
Yeah, you win a little bit more at life for just being awesome.
Come on down. Wait, me or them?
Andromeda.
Oh.
Can you imagine showing up and be like, no, just call me Andy. Nah. Andromeda.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Good luck, Ash. Good luck.
Oh my gosh. Ashley, I've got my fingers crossed for you.
Drawing for the crocodile 1/8 scale. Drawing the winner. It would be one of the funniest things if her name actually came up. It would be really funny because we have no. I'm just drawing randomly.
No, you're using like a whole random.
Yeah, I'm using a whole system. I have no idea. I don't even know who the winner is until I draw it. So, the winner is Matt. Is the winner?
Matt Ursel.
Okay, you are the winner.
That crocodile is really cool.
But
I also love the shape.
There could be more. I could have some more though. Don't be discouraged here. Let's see what else we got here. Let's do one of these. Let's do an XMD bundle, which includes 4 on-demand courses. So another way for you guys to go learn more about ZBrush and different techniques. So another very, very handy, helpful. Okay, so I'm gonna draw this winner. And our winner is confirm that. I'm waiting for it to confirm. Confirm the winner. There it is. Okay. Just making sure. Just got to make sure the system gets the winner. Daniel Downey. You are the winner. There you go. Congratulations, Daniel. The on-demand bundle. All right, let's do another one.
Excellent.
I'm gonna save one of these for
like the very end.
Okay. Whoops. Yeah. Let's do another one of these. One of these.
Yes.
Just giving away like Skittles. It's like Skittles over here of XMD lifetime membership.
Rainbow. XMD rainbow.
Right. Here we go. Thank you for everyone for putting in your full names too. That's helpful so that when we put it in the chat and up on the feed, Chris Friendly, you are the winner. Congratulations, Chris.
Congrats.
There you go. Wait, I got more.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I've got so much stuff to give away. There's a lot.
Space Mouse.
There's a lot. Okay. Here, let's give away another. Whoops. Wrong. Give another keyboard.
Yeah,
do another keyboard from 3D Connection, a keyboard
it's
Pro.
Useful. Like just having that numpad off to like the other side of your
yeah, we're thinking about left-handed people, right?
Oh my gosh. We should think about left-handed people. 15%.
They're always forgotten. Have you ever gone up to a computer that someone's left-handed and you're right-handed and you're like, wait, what's going on right now? I'm confused.
Oh yeah.
Because that's how it is for them on every computer they go to.
Yeah. The majority of computers, they're like, what is that?
Yep. Here's our winner.
Miguel.
Ruby.
Owlette.
Nice.
I'm saying that last part wrong.
I think you're well. Me, French Canadian. I'll go with the French way of starting to say that. But
because it would have to end in an E for me to say the T, right? So it would be Owlette.
Yes, I like it. Congratulations. One more? What do you think, Jessica? One more?
One more.
One more. You want to do one more?
One more.
Okay.
And then after that one more, I'll be like one more. But
okay,
this can be one more.
All right. Let's do one. Let's do this one. Oh, this is sweet.
Oh, heck yeah. I love the figurines. Just having something beautiful that you can hold in your hands. That's why printing is so magical.
Inspiration too, right?
Yes.
Right? From the Good Smile Company and Max Factory. So let's see who our winner is for this. All right. And our winner is, let me grab it. Oh, that's all right. Making sure the system also pulls it out. All right, there we go. And the winner is Alex Castillo. Congratulations. This is what you've won.
You get a cool toy.
There you go. All right. Well, I think it's time for us to take a quick little break here for a little bit here. We're going to be bringing Neville on for us. So his start time, if I remember right, is
in 4 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes.
Oh,
so we're going to just take a quick little, again, stretch break.
Hands.
Okay,
try those tips.
Yep.
Do the tricks.
Yep. It doesn't stop. Don't forget. I got more stuff to give away. And by the way, I'm saving some of the big stuff right now.
Are you really? Wow, we're saving all the big stuff for the last round.
Not all.
The winners, some big stuff.
Yeah, I'm saving some of the big stuff here. I'm going to sprinkle in the next couple of giveaways. We've got Neville Page next.
Yes.
Then we've got me being showing you guys some more stuff that's come out on ZBrush. And then we've got the big announcements of who's the winners of the Sculpt-Off competition. So
I can't wait.
Yeah, and then Jessica was here as a co-host. Look at that. Works out perfectly. And she'll know the pieces too.
I will. I will be. Hopefully. I don't even know the winners. Paul is keeping it a secret from me, so I'll be surprised.
Because I want to see your reaction. I want to see your face reaction.
It will be a sincere reaction, yeah.
That's what I want to see. Okay. All right. So we're going to load some of that beautiful bee footage, and we'll be right back with Neville Page.
I beat you to it.
You did. You can have this. You can do it. It gets me every time. I'm waiting for like the big boom or something at that one, and it gets me every time.
Oh, you want to be rocket punched into this?
The big final. I'm waiting for that to come up.
I like the music a lot. It's very inspiring, motivating.
Well, yeah. This is going to be another fun one, people. Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be entertaining.
This is going to be great. It's great. I can't wait for this. Another very, very good presentation coming up for you guys. You're going to learn a lot. I guarantee you that. And the work, again, the body of work that Neville has done is incredible, right? And then just like Yuri was pointing out, he's also been an instructor and everything. So really, really amazing stuff. And I'm excited to have him here. So let's do it. Let's bring Neville Page into the stream. There he is.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome.
Hi,
How are
Neville.
you? It's good to be here. Thank you.
Good
for
to
having me.
have you. I love the background too. We're bringing it. We're bringing it today.
I got things. I got bones, printed stuff. Like you said, Jessica, it's so great having the tangible in your hand.
Oh my God, it makes such a world of a difference.
It shouldn't, but it does.
I think we're all tactile people. And
Yeah, but isn't it funny though? Because when you watch a movie with these objects, they're flat, no matter what, unless you're watching 3D.
Yeah.
But ultimately, what we
Is
deliver
that
is
dead
a
now?
flat
I don't even see
object.
3D being advertised anymore.
That'll change. But yeah, I can't help but want to print stuff out. It's
Wait, do you have any printers yourself at your house now?
Yeah, a few. I've got the classic Phenom. I say classic. It's not classic. It's relatively new, but the Phenoms are incredible printers, and I say affordable in quotes because it's all relative. I work for some pretty wonderful clients, so they can pay for the service. Having one as a hobby tool, it gets pretty spendy.
Yep.
I've been printing, God, for 20 something years.
20 something, right? Because back in the days of doing all your design work for like, right? You I know you did hockey helmets, right?
Yeah, did hockey helmets. I graduated. My background, if anyone's interested, is I'm an industrial designer. So I went to the Art Center College of Design, studied product design specifically, and Scott Robertson, if you know of him, he was transportation design. By virtue of convenience, we were roommates and we became business partners and started a consulting firm in San Francisco. And it was there that we started utilizing the latest technologies. I mean, both Scott and I have always embraced new techniques, not necessarily the technology side of it, but just like how do you create? And that's kind of the point of ZBrush. I was a fairly early adopter of ZBrush. A student of mine who became a close friend, Joe Hura, one day he was working for me when we were working on Men in Black: The Ride. And we were there late at night and he said, dude, you got to see this thing that's coming out. It's called ZBrush. And there's a video of how they made a fish. It was like an anglerfish demo. Remember that one? And I thought, sculpting in the computer, impossible, if not stupid. But sure, I'll watch it. And I watched it and I was just gobsmacked, thinking, what the hell is this? And what does it mean? And I better figure it out because it's going to revolutionize all sorts of industries. And I used it not for Creature, not for anything other than product design initially, but I would say that ZBrush wasn't necessarily geared towards that at the beginning. So I was asking it to do something it wasn't tuned for. And today it's a whole different animal. It can do anything. So yeah, it's been a fantastic ride with you guys, and I'm privileged to be here to share my approach to using ZBrush. So I think I don't know what is on the screen right now for you all. Is it me?
It's just our cameras right now. So when you're ready to put up your monitor, we can put that up.
Okay, I'm ready. But 1 second before that, I just want to say thank you to Noman for sponsoring this and Jessica and yourself, Paul, for help guiding me through this. It's such a pleasure to see you guys again. You know, COVID has holed us up at home, which is good and bad. So any opportunity to feel like I'm being social, I embrace. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's vitamin water, I'm afraid. And what's this, Paul? You don't drink caffeine?
No.
He's naturally this way.
The only I do have tea from time to time. Like I have tea during the summit just to keep my
like chamomile or something.
Yeah, just to keep my throat going so it doesn't block up.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I've had a couple summits. I'm not okay. Here's some fun facts about the summit, ZBrush summits. There was one in particular. I was so sick that I was taking Buckley shots. For those who are Canadian, know what Buckley's is, behind the pedestal, because I was just deathly sick. And I was emceeing the whole time, and I'm like, ugh. So, but other than that, no, I have no caffeine. Like I said, tea from time to time. I think the last time I maybe had soda was in college. So, and I can't think of the last time I've had.
Just for the fun of it, I'd love to do one shot of espresso with you. See what happens. You probably
advisable. I don't know if he's smart. I'll be like, ding, 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 ding.
Just
I remember when you were talking about how long you've been using. I remember when you were in this space, right where I'm at right now with Piranha 3D. You and I sitting in this office space doing that. Yeah, it's fun. I'm going on
Piranha 3D. I love it. You saw ZBrush with a fish, and then later,
you did the fish. You did
hanging
the fish.
out with the ZBrush guys with some fish.
That it's funny because it really was a full circle moment to have seen the anglerfish years ago and then find myself going, God, I wish I could find that video to figure out how I'm going to design a fish. But yeah, that was a fun project, actually.
Yeah.
Crazy film.
It was good.
Well, I'm ready to launch into this if you are.
Sure, absolutely.
I want to see all the things.
All the things. I'll share with you most of the things. Are you seeing one window sharing just a black title page?
No, it's not showing anything right at this moment.
Perfect.
Hold on. Interesting.
It shows up on my end as
Oh, it
sharing
does
a screen.
Yep, but it's not. Is it showing in the stream on people's side? On my side, it's not actually showing in the stream. Interesting.
I've just moved it to a different screen from my Cintiq to my.
Well, are you on a Mac?
Yeah. What have I done?
I wonder right now their security's kicking in, not letting it.
I thought we
did do that.
Out.
We did do that. Let me see.
Yeah.
When I throw it up there, it doesn't show it actually.
Let me stop share.
Okay.
And reshare.
This is just for anticipation, people. This is just
I actually have no presentation.
All right.
This is share screen, sharing my screen.
He just wanted to show his work on the Invisible Man. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, let's try this. If not, there's a few other options, I believe.
Okay.
Yay!
There you go. There we go.
What happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly, restart. It does a lot.
Yeah, it's common with so many things.
There's
Okay,
so many
well
times I'm
then
try to figure out technology. Just whatever.
let's jump into it. I'm hoping that we have enough time to do some Q&A at the end of this.
Absolutely. Look, Neville, the only thing that's left is me. So if you want to keep going a little bit longer, you want to go on this roller coaster, we're buckled up.
A little bit longer, Paul. Dangerous words for me.
But hey,
I
can
start
go
to cut me off when you need to. Give me like
Sure.
a 10-minute warning, and I will speed up.
Sure.
Or slow down. Okay, so relatively informal presentation in regards to how this is structured. It's just going to be more case study type of imagery. And then I'll talk about that imagery and some of the reasons these designs came to be and how I've used ZBrush. I'm not a technical ZBrush user in that how I work with ZBrush is based on technique. I'm more of a digital clay ZBrush user in the traditional sense, meaning give me a lump of clay and I will do kind of the same thing I would in ZBrush with it. Granted, there's symmetry, which is a huge boon for doing things quickly, but I'm not as technical as I would like to be, and that's about spending the time learning the tools. And I'm watching these presentations yesterday and today. I'm reminded of how ill-equipped I am technically with ZBrush, and that's not being self-deprecating. It's being completely honest. I'm so behind in versions. I'm up to date in downloading the versions, which makes it present and painfully obvious how behind I am in the knowledge base. So what you're going to see is pretty much, and I think this is the benefit to newbies as well, is it's not using, I don't use a whole lot of yoga to do ZBrush, meaning you've got your pinky on one button, your elbow on another button, and your tongue on another button, because ZBrush has a lot of hidden ways of working. This is just straight up, okay, you take a sphere and you pull it and push it until it looks right. Call it the Michelangelo process of you remove the stuff that you don't need, which I think is such a wonderfully arrogant quote, if you're familiar with it. So anyhow, case study number 1, Sweetheart. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the film. J.D. Dillard did this a few years back, and he brought me on to create this creature. And what you'll find in these presentations is, for the most part, there's no sketching. And that's kind of why I chose these, is because it's about how you use ZBrush to conceive and iterate ideas. Now, this particular character, you're seeing mostly the end result here, because there's a lot. I've probably got 6 hours of content that I'm going to give to you in about 45 minutes, or 6 hours if Paul lets me run long. But the concept of this, the most challenging part was this had to be a guy in a rubber suit. And coming from films like Avatar as a great benchmark of not rubber suits, it was a pretty staggering challenge to create something new and innovative that broke proportion. As David Levy said earlier today, proportion is what it's all about. And to break proportion with having someone in a physical suit was really tricky. And so this design was to be that, and Weta was going to be doing the physical fabrication of this. So how do you style something and make it look interesting and innovative in a way that works with basic human anatomy? Well, yes, you can do finger extensions, but the hands need to land in the wrist, so you can't really elongate the arms. Feet, you can kind of manipulate a little bit with respects to moving your toes down and giving kind of an elevated, elongated, stilty high heel look. But then we wanted to do something more classic werewolf boot type of treatment. Then you have to take into account that the poor actor is going to be on the beach. This particular story was a creature from the Black Lagoon, essentially coming out of the ocean. So not only did the suit have to be able to allow an actor to walk on the beach, which is really hard to do in stilts, because the literal footprint was tiny, and he had to come out of the ocean in a latex suit. If you're familiar with foam latex, imagine strapping yourself with sponges and then going into a swimming pool and then getting out of the swimming pool. You're like 75 pounds heavier. So all of this made it really hard to push the envelope with massing this out. So even those little shoulder pads, that kind of scapula looking protective fin, if you will, that added an extra 5 pounds per shoulder of waterlogged stuff. And that's if it stayed vertical. Once filled with water, it's just like flops over like Shamu's fin at SeaWorld, which is not a funny thing. But so this guy, the other challenge about him was trying to create this head that was much higher than you'd normally have it located, which is a whole physical puppeted animatronic-y type hybrid. So all that being said, the director, JD, also wanted this to have a very unusual element, which is it's got front eyes and side eyes. So the front eyes are more predation, so they're binocular because they're a little bit more front facing, and the side eyes are more predation, where you're looking at the environment kind of around you, particularly behind you. So having an animal with two sets of different types of eyes just conceptually is a lot to kind of wrap your head around. I did my best. But what this process of discovering this design was in terms of shape, beyond just kind of basic ideas of what is this kind of pinky, pokey thing coming up from behind. Well, that was an idea of kind of like this deployable dagger, like some fish have on their dorsal fins. And coming up with those ideas, coming up with those moments allow you foundations to then just explore purely sculpturally. And for the most part, I would say, because JD had a very specific intent with what he wanted this to do, it had to be an underwater swimming creature. So you can see that at the clavicle, as well as on his back, I'm going to go back a couple slides, you'll see these two holes in his back kind of below where the scapula would terminate. Those are kind of like blowholes on a dolphin. It's the closest thing, closest access to the lungs. So I thought that's a sensible way to justify having an interesting visual feature that lends itself to kind of some cool sculptural opportunities. The more you know about nature, the more you've studied it. I'm no pro, but I've paid a lot of attention to a range of different things from nature that it allows me, as I'm conceiving on the fly, I don't have to stop and open up the books. I will though, if need be, but on the fly I can go, I remember this one creature, it's a velvet worm. Yeah, it has a cool way of spitting out glue, basically. And then I can go, can I incorporate that cool feature and justify it from a biological point of view and make it a viable feeling element to the creature? Because it has to feel right to an audience that doesn't know anything about nature in terms of like having studied it. I turn on, Disney Channel, Discovery Channel, Nat Geo, whatever, and I watch these amazing documentaries on animal life. And none of us know exactly why something is camouflage and how it came to be that specific type of camouflage. We have to assume and we make assessments as to why things are the way they are. But the educated guess is the really powerful tool I'm trying to convey here. The more you know about nature, the more you have, hopefully you can see me on camera now, the more you have stuff like this. Yes, it costs a few bucks, but this type of reference is vital. Not having it, understanding it. You can have it and look at it and go, okay, there's a cool shape. I'll put that in my design. That's irrelevant. That's actually dangerous and if not damaging to do. Understanding what the serratus muscles are, or understanding why the forelimb of a horse terminates the way it does and the origin of that is key to being an intelligent designer who has the ability to break, not just bend the rules, but kind of break them a bit. Reference isn't the most affordable thing, I realize, but and to that point, reference, if you don't mind going back on me again, this reference you can't afford. Go to any toy store or go online and just type in farm animal. I know it's not a farm animal. I may have one here. Camel's sort of a farm animal in some ways. Actually, it's not. It's a zoo animal.
It is in maybe some parts of the world.
Yeah, in some parts of the world, yeah. This is a pet in some parts of the world. Shouldn't be. But
yeah, that's true.
These guys are cheap and they're sculpted pretty darn well. The massing, the proportion, again, is what we're kind of looking to reference. And just having these out, I probably got like 100 of these things, and having them kind of in my periphery via osmosis, I'm able to kind of look over and go, oh yeah. The pig, the infamous pig you're trying to give to Ashley that she just can't win. I think it was you, Jessica, that said, even if you're not designing a pig, it's as relevant as ever to have that on there. Pretty much mammals, humans are mammals, compared to a horse, which is digigrade and doesn't have fingers. They fuse together into hooves. But if you understand how your body works, having this orangutan to my left here is incredibly valuable. that's as human as a piece of reference can get in terms of anatomy. And having a pig piece of anatomy is just as useful. If that's the only thing you can afford and you end up with a pig, Ashley, if that's all you get, you can design a ton of creatures based on that one thing alone. Okay, back to the presentation. So I mentioned that Weta did the physical effects for this. And what they did, my apologies. How does this thing work? I think there's an intro. There we go. All right, so this is the test of him on stilts. And they've constructed a neck piece, which is what's driving the head movement. So he is a performer. I would have to, on occasion, send videos of myself performing the creature, because that's one of the unfortunate things that happens oftentimes is we design these things, we send them, and we've basically given birth to this creature that we know how we would like it to move. Mm-hmm. So there are videos out there that are embarrassing and incriminating of me doing this.
And yet you're not sharing them with us right now.
Who was in the suit? Was it Doug?
Especially in those man pants he's got on. Those are
who
just
who was the person ended up being in the suit? Do you know? Was it
I
Doug?
don't know without digging a little deeper, and I apologize. Okay. I should know. I know the director, JD. Yeah. But what's interesting to note here is that the proportions, the layout, and that head specifically was all 3D printed from probably the 80% done model of the creature. So the iterative process of laying out a general silhouette and deciding, yep, he can fit in there. So I'd get his body scanned and then I would work from there. And when I first saw this, it was the moment where I thought, this has a chance to actually work as a rubber creature, because it's so tricky. Weta did, as they always do, an incredible job. I'm going to move on to Star Trek Discovery. Molly is a worm-like creature. So you respond to the script. You respond to the ask from a producer, director, whoever is your boss ultimately. With Discovery, there are times when we're designing not in canon, meaning it's not part of the universe, so it's brand new, and that makes it a touch easier. We'll talk about doing canon in a moment. So let me see if I can get this sucker to play. I'm hoping this plays. I know that you told me don't play videos. It may not run well. I apologize. It's not that critical if it's a touch glitchy here. It was just easier for me to stay within Keynote presenting this.
They're running for me. I don't know about everyone else. They're running for me.
They look great.
It's going to be enough just to kind of communicate the idea of the ZBrush model that I do is what gets sent to the visual effects team. Jason Zimmerman, who just recently won an Emmy for his visual effects work on the Star Trek series, he's incredible, and his team is just phenomenal what they do. Because I hand over just a raw idea, and they bring it to life, and that's always something we have to remember. And for those of us who are doing this actively, it is the greatest privilege to share your design with a team of extraordinarily talented people that elevate it. And it's the greatest crime that I would ever get credit for that. When people would say, oh my God, that creature was amazing. It's like, yeah, well, you know, I did a part of it. And a ton of other people with incredible skills made you feel it, because they're the ones that infuse life into it. So this is Molly as a concept ZBrush model. Not fully textured, but kind of just laid out. And this is what I would share with the client to communicate the general proportion. Clearly, there's nothing happening with that tail, but it is presented at this particular phase to say, do you like this kind of platypus beaver tail, or do you want something else? The challenge with the design and the model was they, of course, wanted it to go from strangely cute, but open its mouth in a way that made it absolutely horrifying. And that's a common request with what we do as creature designers. And the danger is repeating yourself, which, yes, I have done. The benefit And I'll just call it the benefit of working on Star Trek is I get to repeat my Star Trek stuff to keep it within the aesthetic. You know, there's a language, unspoken, undefined, for Star Wars creatures. There's a language for Star Trek creatures. There's a language for the first generation, the original series Star Trek creatures, and there's a language now for the contemporary ones. So Men in Black creatures, they have their own language. You have to know what those descriptors are, either internally or with words is often helpful, particularly when you're trying to communicate this to a client. So this was establishing scale, massing of the mouth, the basic general volume of can this thing swallow you whole, and is it scary enough? And the scary factor on these things, on creatures in general, is not necessarily obvious in grayscale. So even when you start throwing on teeth, so quick ZBrush render, and then in Photoshop, just kind of sprinkling on various forms of teeth and tentacles and whatever else you think might make it scary. But the real proof in the pudding is when you start to texture the stuff and make it feel slippery and slimy. So then the next phase, after saying, okay, that's basically the textures and the overall vibe, and you have to have a visually savvy client to be able to say to them, are you good with this design at this moment? Because I haven't shown you any color. Now, TV is a little bit different than film, where with TV, you got to hustle. You got to hustle in film as well. I work in both, but TV is a fast pace. You're chasing the script changes and hoping that your design stays as is. It's not about getting your designs to end up on screen. It's about staying at the same pace that the writers and the changes are occurring. So once we have established that this feels like it can work as a creature, the next is exploring color and material a little bit. So this was Molly. And again, Molly was supposed to be cute when she was in this particular state.
Do you get to be part of the naming of these? I love the name Molly. We're going to name this worm thing Molly.
Molly, I did not name, but I do have a lot to say with naming in general, because oftentimes it's, hey, we need an alien that is over there. It's like, okay, do you have a name for him? Nobody's kind of green with blue dots. Okay, let me think about that. One of my favorites is a character named Arium. Originally, it was a slightly different name, but she was a synthetic hybrid sort of robot cyborg character. I'm bastardizing it for the writers, my apologies. But the concept of her was to make her intelligent and empowered and et cetera, not just do as much as I love Soriyama's work. I didn't want it to be a sexy robot, you know, and that's the danger. We don't want to go that route. I prefer never to go that route. And I will try and debate it when I'm asked of it. But this character, I named her that name because it was Maria in reverse. And Maria is the name of the android from Metropolis. I just thought that was kind of a nice, fun play on words. In the end, it got modified a little bit, but she came out to be a gorgeous, gorgeous character and wonderfully performed. So anyway, these images you're seeing now, these are basically the ZBrush model thrown into Keyshot super quick, and I would just render pale flesh, pink flesh, brown flesh, purple flesh, opaque, anodized black aluminum, for example, and then I would just layer them in Photoshop and just erase away to reveal.
So
it's a fast way to go. And again, I'm not going to get into the technical in this presentation. It's more about the creative approach to things, but it's a very fast way to work versus, and I've done this, throwing textures back and forth into a rendering program, hitting render, and it's like, 2 hours later, if only I did the following, and you redo the process, and 12 weeks later, client's going, do you have that one image done yet?
Yeah, it's super smart to be able to just working in masks, because then you could very clearly show what you used for everything for later on.
Yeah, it's really smart to do. The Renobot discovery as well was a flying robot that you can see it on the left about to hover into this briefcase. And the character on the right, Reno was her name. She was this, if you watch the episode, you know it, but her character, as I was reading the scripts, was kind of this bit of a misery, sarcastic. She's a hilarious character. She's a professional comedian in real life. So she has this delivery, which is really very, very sarcastic. And that'll come up in just a moment. But the relevance to that is having access to reading the entire script and understanding characters' intents and their relationship to the objects or the performance that they're going to imbue on your character. So this Reno robot, it was developed in Photoshop actually it was developed in my phone. People who know my presentation are familiar with me using a mirroring function, using the phone as a place to explore shape. Again, because that's not a ZBrush thing, I'm not going to get into that. But all of these were photographs taken of various things, a toy car. And then when you see it in your mind's eye, it's like, okay, now I think I know what to do. And you start to paint over that photograph and you make it your own. But it's all about stopping and seeing what's there, what's being presented to you, even though it's by your own efforts. So these were the two chosen directions that needed to be turned into the Renobot. And again, these are all pieces of cars. If you look close enough, you can kind of spot the toy car in there. Scott Robertson and I were sharing a studio at the time, and he loves cars, and he had a bunch of beautiful car models on his desk. And I was like, oh, perfect. I'll steal those. So anyhow, those are all born from that. And then this was the design that was quickly sculpted in ZBrush just to kind of mass out the proportion. And on it, I'm sketching with, I like to call it pencil on the clay. Back in the day of working in clay when I was at Art Center, you would have your clay model and you'd take, preferably not pencil, but usually your clay knife, which is a wooden tool, and you would scribe on the surface bone lines, flow lines, detail lines, cut lines, graphics, a door panel, a hood, those kind of things. And what's great is in ZBrush, you can do the same, whether it's just a drawing on top of the volume that you like, or cut lines that you feel you're willing to commit to. So I presented this, again, knowing that my audience, in this particular case, Alex Kurtzman, is savvy enough to read a pretty coarse shape, and he doesn't need to see the final finish. And in the script, it talked about a mother and two children. And I thought, okay, if we have a mother and child as a robot, then maybe those two children can deploy as wings to make it a different, interesting flight characteristic. Maybe they can separate from her and become two individual drone on a drone. I believe that today is, what was it that it was bevel on a bevel on a bevel?
The bevel inception.
Yeah, so mine is drone inception. It's a drone on a drone on a drone.
Drone within a drone.
The best kind of fractal.
As I drone on talking about it. So here was the final presentation of the shapes and the potential for the graphics, et cetera, et cetera. And when I presented this, it struck me that it didn't have the character that I felt it should, that Reno, the character at the very beginning, the human being, would, because she's the one that built this from scratch, from found parts, et cetera, from Star Trek 3D printing technology. And I thought, she's a sarcastic character. Would you, Alex Kurtzman, be open to doing something silly, which is, I could just imagine her drawing this face. She's been stuck on an asteroid for far too long. Maybe she would do this. Maybe she's losing her mind. So that actually ended up being on the character in the shot. And that's a testament, not to me being smart or a jerk. It's a testament to being given the opportunity to participate at an early phase of reading the script, rather than in post, you're designing something that's shot and done. Out of the Star Trek realm into the Quiet Place realm. If you saw the film, great movie. John Krasinski did an incredible job. One of my favorite experiences to be at the front end of working on that with him so closely, and tons of design ideas. but it needed to be pretty. It was a quick one. They always are, even though it was film. But he needed to see something in the round sooner than later. So did a bunch of iterations, and I'm cutting to the chase here. That kind of the last one I did was this. The creature all along, he had really this silhouette in mind. And it was kind of funny being given his direction because it was so Cloverfield. And if you know me and how I feel about Cloverfield, which I love Cloverfield and I would defend it to my death. But I've been accused, right or wrong, of repeating the Cloverfield shape. So I've been mindful to not fall prey to repeating myself. And then John says, this is what I want. It's like, but that's Cloverfield. But I'll do it.
I'll do it for you.
I'll do it for you, John. So the idea from the beginning for John was that this creature was a giant ear. Not literally, because that may not have worked, but its body could kind of open up, and these tympanic membranes allow it to hear in a way that normal creatures could not. Makes sense on his planet, not on ours, which is why, spoiler alert, it's defeated. So I explored this idea of these multiple pieces opening up to become these membranes, these sound membranes. And again, I was exploring ways of doing, even though the proportion and the shape was fairly simple, it's a gorilla-ish type stance. But I wanted to do something with the surfacing that was different, where this creature was mostly exo, and there was almost nothing inside except for the soft essential bits that are protected. But you could see through this creature at any angle. All those plates on his legs and arms, they all undulate and vibrate, et cetera, et cetera. Again, for the purposes of sound. And you can see here that his hands are closed. Those little rabbit ear type things are closed. The reason those exist are utilitarian in terms of like slashing someone in half. That was one of the desires. Strange the desires we get. When I used to work as an industrial designer doing wheelchairs for the disabled, the desires are so different.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like, I want something with teeth and cut in half and heads rolled on a stairway. And okay.
Very extreme. Different.
Very different. Those are essentially like antennae, where a bug would put its antennae on a surface to feel vibrations in the ground. So I thought it might be interesting that these things can come down to the ground, either stabilize it, it's a threat display, whatever it is, whatever your interpretation, the audience's interpretation of it is. The most important thing, in my opinion, is that it has some type of utility and functionality that feels and appears to make sense, even if it does not. Because when we look at stuff, terrestrial life, there are so many things that we see that just make no sense. We don't understand, and maybe we never will until we can talk to the animals. So that was the idea here. And the more you can impart texturing and detailing that feels plausible and realistic, and then you give it to a company like ILM who can animate the hell out of it, then all of a sudden everyone has done their part to imbue this with a sense of realism, and it will, even though be completely strange, it will feel realistic. So this was kind of my final proposal toward the end of the production, and then things started to ramp up and they wanted to go a different direction. Classic move in storytelling is once you see something, whether it be the creature that I've worked on or the story you're developing or in the edit, because this is a digital creature, it can happen in the changes can happen well after you've shot the film. And it was just feeling like, okay, you know what, we want to go a different direction. So at that point, John went with ILM. Everything was at ILM. It made sense to stay at ILM, and ILM finished off the creature. And although there's the spirit of this in it, they did their own thing, which worked quite well for the film. Shazam, here's a different approach to creating creatures and interpreting creatures. If you recall the Rock of Eternity, any Shazam fans out there, the Rock of Eternity is a very important place where these sculptures reside. And I didn't say specifically what these sculptures are. The 7 deadly sins, which given that opportunity, it's like, whoa, the 7 deadly sins, how to reimagine those, but in the appropriateness of the director's vision. It's always about that. You're never in charge unless somebody puts you in charge. It is up to you to listen to the person, understand their vision, and try to realize it. Maybe try to elevate it, but you always have to answer their questions first. So with this, I paid close attention to the direction and the desires and did my best to create characters that felt grounded, which was really tricky to do. But the most important thing was that the iconography of each one, starting on the left, greed, wrath, however you want to say it, sloth. I'm forgetting the 4th deadly sin. That guy, gluttony. These guys were all going to be stone sculptures. So what that meant was everything I was doing in ZBrush had to be CNC cut out of a giant block of foam and then hand finished to look like the real thing. So even though the development of these, the intention was that, yes, they're going to be moving. This is Envy, by the way. They're going to be moving and living and breathing and walking. They ultimately have to work in the sculptural form. So I developed it sort of standing up, which I'll get to in just a moment, knowing that they're going to walk around in certain scenes. And that had to work as a creature. And you can kind of see here, my take on Envy was that this creature wanted to be everything that even the other creatures were, that it was not. It was weak, it was atrophied. It had I felt a little nod to the Hunchback of Notre Dame was appropriate. I always like to have characters and creatures I work on have a sympathetic quality, an empathy that the audience can feel for it. So that was the goal here, rather than just doing kind of classic gore. And these are getting progressively more mangled in the facial features. I thought it'd be interesting to have somewhat of a relatable feel to this particular character, whereas in the others, I'm going to move a little bit quicker ahead now. This guy, there was no empathy for him. The director just wanted it to be a gluttonous creature, so much so that its entire belly, from the throat, mouth down to the belly button, was going to be a mouth. So hence that giant fissure down from his mouth to his navel. So once again, as much as one must respect direction, I want to point out something that we have to be mindful of. I'm doing an obese creature, and I'm using reference of obese people. And for me, I bristle at laughing at fat people while I'm sculpting this, or I bristle at getting that emotion from others to look at this and go, oh, look at that fat creature. I mean, I know that gluttony is supposed to be overweight by virtue of consumption, but one has to be careful how they convey that. So having it be ridiculous and theatrical kind of gave me comfort that we're laughing at something that is not real anymore. But it's an area of sensitivity that I struggle with at times with my job, my own personal moral compass. Same with gore, like the previous character of Envy. I gave him acne, post-acne scars for a reason, but I don't want people to point and jeer and laugh. I want people to feel empathetic to that. So anyhow, moving on. Getting this guy to go from standing position to sitting position was a real challenge because none of these things were rigged. They're just drag and stretch and yank to submission. So I pity the poor people who had to take my models that the standing does not relate in terms of where those polygons are of his butt to the new polygons of his butt. But it didn't matter because these are, again, concept sketches in 3D. I'm gonna hustle because there's a lot of stuff ahead of us still. Sloth was meant to be this slothy-like creature. So what's your definition personally of sloth? Well, what does the word sloth mean to you, or the character sloth? Is this what I would have done on my own accord? Doubtful, but it's cool because I was directed to do so. Was I told to do this? Well, this is the beauty of working closely with the creatives, the writers, the directors, the producers. They'll have an idea, you'll execute it, they'll see it, and either realize that's a cool idea I told you to do, or I'm so sorry I had you do that. It happened in Prometheus. I remember, sidebar here, Ridley Scott, I was working on the engineer deep into the development of Prometheus, and Ridley said, I want it to be completely androgynous, the engineer, so that when you see it, it's neither man nor woman. And I was like, just the face, or like head to toe? And he's like, head to toe. It's like, so the balance of no breasts or some amount or hip proportion and all these things. And I came in, I don't have access to it easily, but I came in with the ZBrush models showing various forms of that.
Yeah.
And really it was like, I just wasted your time, didn't I?
Oh, no.
Well, it was an interesting idea. I at least couldn't reconcile it. Somebody else perhaps would be able to, but there was no getting it to look anything other than freakish in not a good way. So sometimes the direction you're given, whoever told you to do it, might recognize it's a bad idea. This guy, Sin number 4, I can't remember what he is. Somebody help me out. Do you know who this is?
Was it Pride?
I'm confusing Pride with another one. We'll call it the Devil for now, since I'm an idiot.
I don't remember.
I can't remember.
Avarice.
Okay, I'll go with that. I have no idea what you're saying, but yeah. I have 2 wrists, actually. So this particular demon the challenge was, how are we going to make this fit into a very specific pre-built set piece? So the wings, as interesting as it may have been, I kept having to reduce the scale, but I wanted to make them bigger and bigger to kind of say that this can only fly with this size wing. Of course, I'm getting a little too realistic for the need of the franchise. So we just made it fit within the envelope of the set piece. And this was the set piece proportion. The pillars were already built, and we had to squeeze our characters in there. So this beast, which was intentionally supposed to be gorilla, bear-like, human-like, was born, that stance was kind of born out of the proportion of how big he wanted it, but how small the pedestal was that he could stand upon. And these are all exercises in both design, but also how the design relates to its environment that I have no say in, which is fine. I don't need to have a say in it. I'm having to fit my vehicles onto a street that's already been conceived. And all of this, I must admit, I had a bit of time on these, and it's mostly because we were trying to find what the design was, but there was a lot of them to do simultaneous. And the interesting thing about this project for me was the sculpture that was to be a stone sculpture drove the design, because that file had to be submitted early enough so that they could CNC cut and hand carve and make these perfectly integrated to the stone environment that was already built. So that meant designing the creatures the way you wanted to. Nope. You design it as a sculpture, and then we'll figure out how to make it work as a living, breathing creature later. So there are some interesting discoveries after the fact.
I love that you got to possibly visit your creatures like you could go and see them in real life.
Yes, I was
staring down at you.
And I couldn't go to the set.
My heart, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I just moved, and there was no time to do anything other than sit on my butt.
Oh.
Federation fighters, these are from Star Trek Discovery, and this was something that was thrown at me very late in the game. It was an opportunity to design basically little fighters, small, tiny fighters, in a final battle sequence. And how many fighters have been done in science fiction films? Tons. What can I do that is visually entertaining, different, but appropriate to fitting the language of Star Trek? Now, there is the challenge, as always. So this is one of the rare times I did sketches, and they were rough. I should have included my sketchbook sketches because they were horrible. And I wasn't concerned about the beauty of the sketch. I was concerned about getting enough ideas out the next day, because this was a one-day turnaround for pencil drawings and renderings, if you want to call these renderings. So these were all to kind of communicate the feel that the Star Trek show, the Discovery show, was going, and also explore some opportunities that were interesting visual changes. And as we move forward here, you'll see that there's a design motif of this thing looking like basically it's a torpedo with a gun on it. And I ended with this one, which I thought, you know, it's maybe not the coolest of them all, but I loved the idea of this one having a guy on the top canopy pointing one way and a guy underneath upside down pointing the other way. It's the complete inverse. You've got a gunner underneath, but if they spin, now that gunner underneath is going backwards through space, but that doesn't matter because in space, there's no up or down, left or right. In space battles, they always fly as if they're going through air resistance. And I thought, here's an opportunity to fly the way you would in space, which is you're flying forward and you can spin on a z-axis, hit the thrusters in reverse and go the other way, as opposed to doing this big arcing turn. That's more visceral, the classic Star Wars reference to World War II footage, but I just wanted to try something different. So I went the route of this double canopy thing. So let me exit out of these sketches.
Oh, but I love these sketches. I don't mind them.
Super simple. I wish I had time to kind of talk about the process of the sketches, but it's
very all simple. Back to your foundations.
It really is. This was based on, if you know how to render a sphere, then you know how to do this. Being a good designer, that's subjective in these. I'm not saying they're good or bad. They communicate, which is good.
Yeah.
A director can look at these and goes, wow, my gosh, those really suck. And that means you succeeded. So the idea here was to not suck too much. So version 14 was kind of the chosen direction. I kind of pushed for it myself. And literally, I remember, this is probably one of the fastest designs I've done. They said yes to this. My mom and stepdad were over for lunch. Lunch was on the way. I had 45 minutes in which to do my ZBrush sculpt. And in that 45 minutes, this was the end result. That quick. That is a testament to ZBrush. It truly is. And it was and you know, is this as refined as I want it to be? Clearly not. But it's, again, a testament to the speed that you need to work at and having the tools that allow you to work at that speed. Excuse me. So you can see here the top pilot doesn't need to see out the glass, but it's there because it's nice for the camera to see in.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you've got the bottom gunner, and you might be thinking to yourself, God, he's going to have a serious headache the entire time. Again, you're in space, zero gravity. There's no up or down, left or right, so it does not matter. And I just thought that could be kind of an interesting thing. You can fly vertical, sideways.
Yeah.
The scene, you just don't even see them. So that's the way it goes. Maybe they'll come back. Maybe there'll be another battle. What are the chances
a
of
little
that?
Top Gun inverted right there too.
Yeah. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, there you go.
Canopy. Slappy from Goosebumps, another departure from process. The day I got the call to do the job, this was the first sketch, just minutes after. It's like, okay, so you're thinking this, or is it more like this, or you're talking kind of like this? How pliable is this character going to be? Is it going to be an actual puppeted thing, Slappy? So we started off with this, and it was just a matter of exploring shape and form and what feels classically the classic puppet from that era. It's a genre in itself. And then there was conversation of what if we did a makeup on Peter Dinklage and had him be Slappy. So this was an experiment, and it always works out this way. I was in Melbourne about to do one of these types of presentations. And I got the call whilst we were all out hanging out with one another. And it was, emergency. Tomorrow we're presenting this idea. Can you do Slappy as Peter Dinklage? It's like, so you need me to do like a sculpture of Peter Dinklage first from scratch and then Slappy on top of it. Sure, no problem. I'm not drinking a lot of beer right now. All right, here I go. So I left the party early and went back to my hotel room because I'm a fool and committed to the craft, and chose to do this versus enjoy life. And it was, you can't help but also enjoy this, you know?
Yeah.
Like the imbalance or not, explore.
Well, when you enjoy it, it's not work, right? It's not work.
It is true. It is true. So these were explorations throughout the whole process, and it was getting strange. These are not the Peter Dinklage ones, although there was a little bit of stuff that was carryover from the Dinklage ones. And I really wanted to kind of make it freakier. It just felt too obvious. I was wrong in the end, but you know, I felt like having that one sleepy doll eye. There's nothing more upsetting than, you know, your sister who's got one
mechanism. Yeah,
it's like stuck. So I thought that lazy eye was kind of cool. And then doing some hair, which was, this is taking our ZBrush model, throwing it into Modo and using some of the Modo fur features. But in the end, this Slappy didn't make it. It's sort of a version of this. I believe Ironhead did the final sculpt and design of it. This I wanted to talk about. This is the XB arm, which means nothing to you just yet. It's the X Borg from Picard. Ooh. The X Borg is those who were turned into the Borg were basically saved, and all of their Borg gear was taken off. And most of the people who were turned into Borg, a limb, either both or left or right, was turned into some kind of accoutrement. And when they removed that tech, they were amputees, basically. So this was about how do we get those amputees an arm? And it always begins with, well, not always. This had to begin with a scan. And the reason why is we needed to create this. There was no time or money to do it as a visual effect. We wanted to go the Battle Angel Alita route of doing this amazing thing. And I had an incredible team of artists working with me, but we just didn't have the resources to do that. So we knew it had to be a wearable thing. And how do you get that wearable thing to work as a physical thing? Tricky stuff. But first stop was get a scan of the actor who's going to be sporting this fancy dinner glove. And once we got that scan, the next thing I was doing was creating the printable components that the prosthetics design company Vincent Van Dyke Effects was executing. And you need to be on the same page with your artists who are going to execute this. So Vincent and I spent a lot of time talking about, God, what can be done? And we concurred on what can be done and now how do we do it? So he would tell me what works best for him for cores, meaning what the inside of this glove has to be, because it has to be a glove that you can slide on like a glove, which means we're going to have a mold that goes over both sides, and you're going to inject resin, silicone, something rubbery inside of it. And when you take the mold off, there's your cool shape, and you peel it off the mold, has to come off the hand, which it won't in that particular case, and then you put it on your actor, and then it has to look cool. That was the hope. We had no time but this first execution to work. So we had to talk every single moment that it was like, okay, do you like, here's the red arm of the cleaned up scan. Those black lines indicate where we're going to separate the components so that you can take the glove on and off. You pull the whole glove on and off, you're left with a pinky and a thumb inside of it. Then you pull the pinky and the thumb out afterwards. Okay, now that we've done that, this is the basic idea. Vincent, are you good with that? We got our print back. You can see the pinky coming off and the thumb part also coming off, thumb forefinger. And it proved that, and thank you, Gentle Giant, because they did the printing of this. The precision of ZBrush out to printing it, the fidelity that you get. We'd proven that out on other things in the past, but this was a different approach to it. It had to work perfectly one time. So after that, it was then designing on top of this guy's arm and making sure all your wall thicknesses were accurate. And a lot of it was a shot in the dark based on just kind of going, I think that's going to work, and experience with that has worked in the past, so this should and has to work. So this was kind of the final shape design. It was the best. I mean, I got to be honest, it was the best I could do with the time I had. So do I love the design? Do I feel that it is what the design was supposed to be? I like it a lot because it is what I was able to do. And thank you, Vitaly Bulgarov, for all of your little bits and pieces that I've stolen with your consent numerous times to try and complete the job.
Yeah, his kit bash kits are legendary.
They are. You got to be careful that you don't. I believe it was David and Yariv that were saying, you don't want to have people recognize your kit bashing.
Yeah, you want to use them smart, because people will just recognize them. You use it once and you can see it.
Yeah, exactly. And those hoses going from the wrist to the thumb, you recognize it if you know his work, because I didn't do anything to those. But that's a 3D printed part, and now it's a process of molding. We have the keys at the base near the elbow, so that will register these perfectly. But I'm going to go back one step. See those red dots on the hand and the wrist? Yeah. Those are places that the mold are going to hold on to that core so that it stabilizes the interior piece and make sure that you don't end up having it drift and create a wall thickness that's too thin, because we had one shot at making this sucker work. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first casting Vincent did. I was at Disneyland with the family, and he sent me these.
Beautiful.
A little bit of a blow through, but we knew what to do there. But all the detail that was in the ZBrush model and 3D printed out, there was no handwork done. There was no time to do handwork. This is it. And so we put all the pieces together, did a paint job. Just before the paint job, I'm going to hit click here. So that was it. Out of the mold, first shot. It's Sunday evening. This is working Monday morning.
I love it.
Love it. Shows the reality of the industry too, right? How quick things have to move.
It is, and you've got to know when to use the right tools. I've seen some sculptors do some traditional sculpting where I look at it and think, yeah, the only way you could do that is in ZBrush. And then I see that they did it with their bare hands and a lump of clay. It's like, oh, I'm wrong. So again, you can do this many different ways, but time is often the thing, at least for me, that defines how artful something can get and how and when to use the technology of digital building and then 3D printing. Klingon stuff, I know we're at 1:48. We're into our hour. This is the last of it. Paul, can I go for a few more minutes?
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
The Klingon stuff.
I probably would get taken down in the comments if I said no.
That's right.
Then
This
you're like,
is the reason for the presentation. Hey, Paul, is that okay if I do this? Leaving you with only one answer. Sorry.
Like I said, it's just me and me and Jessica doing the. So go for it. Absolutely.
So the Klingons, very provocative and debatably successful end result. That's not what this is about. This is about process and interpretation and the way you communicate with your director, producers, and because Star Trek is such an established franchise, there's that fine line you're walking with adhering to canon and the classic designs and the expectation of that, yet elevating it so that it feels like I'm not just getting the same old thing, but not going so far that you end up abandoning all that canon, all that work that people have done, and you abandon not just the design, but you abandon your audience. So there are people that absolutely do not like the Klingons, and there are people that love it. I did my best with all the people involved, and I'm not going to make any excuses. I'm just going to talk about the evolution of this. So there's the basic Klingon. Yes, this is without hair and a beard. It's without all the trappings. So I will say this in defense of the Klingons. Imagine taking somebody like Fabio or Farrah Fawcett. I'm using such old reference. I have no
I know where you're at. I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, no older than Paul's references.
Yeah.
But imagine shaving their head, shaving their eyebrows, if they have facial hair, gone. Who is it you see? You won't recognize them. They become unrecognizable. I have the great fortune of not having had hair for quite some time, so you recognize me. But hair does a lot to define a character. So when I'm asked to do a bald Klingon, it's like, you're not going to recognize them. So we got to be careful. When I've put hair on these Klingons, they look like Klingons. It's the strangest thing. It's kind of the obvious thing. But exploring the Klingons through their age was really a fun exercise. We haven't seen naked Klingons until we got to do this on Discovery. So playing with clavicular regions, the back, we went full head to toe on one of our Klingons, a female, strangely enough, for an intimate sex scene. And being able to say what's underneath the hair or what's underneath the clothing is kind of a fun playground, because there's very little reference to say that what we did was actually incorrect. Debatable, I know. So this particular character was an old age Klingon, and then we had our very, very young Klingon of Takavma, who was a very, very dark black pigmented Klingon. And such a delight to do this, because it was a super fast one that had to look as realistic as possible, as much as I could. Because again, I'm not a ZBrush aficionado by any means. I certainly don't have the skills to do what many other people are doing with ZBrush and with Blender and with Unreal, etc. I feel incapacitated sometimes because I don't know all that stuff. So I do my best to convey the best illusion I can. But this is a real fun one of doing ZBrush taking ZBrush into KeyShot, and then basically that's about it. I do very little Photoshop work, post work on it. And it's not because I don't want to, it's because I usually don't have the time. So the journey of this whole thing, characters aside, I wanted to talk about where this was kind of born, this aesthetic that I was experimenting with. At the time I got the gig, there was an opportunity to start designing the Klingons in terms of the culture. And Brian Fuller was the showrunner at the time and had this really cool idea of infusing the Klingons with beautiful cultural reference, meaning that it's not just a brutish warring tribe of pirates. They're an intelligent species that in this particular moment in Star Trek, we are seeing this particular group who has embraced the arts, has embraced culture. And I had an idea that had to be proven to myself beforehand. And this, what I call the Black Rabbit, which is born out of two things. One, working with the foundation that I could go into a whole conversation about this, but it's basically for people with albinism, particularly those in Tanzania. And I wanted to do something that was referential to their struggle, because it's a very important thing. And the idea of creating a piece of art for a show, Tracy invited me to this show, which was Down the Rabbit Hole. And it was basically pieces of art inspired by the whole experience of going down the rabbit hole. And I thought, well, I don't have the time to do something totally exclusive, and I want to experiment with the thing I'm doing currently. Can I maybe hybridize the two? So I did a quick rabbit and experimented with doing this technique of filigree and making it look so delicate and so precious, which was my allegory to these young kids in Tanzania who get their limbs chopped off because they have pale skin. So that's a whole different story. Do your research, look up albinism in Tanzania, and you'll be mortified and hopefully participate in ending it. So moving on, I thought, okay, that technique did work, changing the mood here. And before we even got anywhere with the scripts, were not done. We're still kind of coming up with who are the Klingons. And so at this point in time, I'm working with Glenn Hetrick at Alchemy Studios. And we wanted to do a makeup test ahead Klingon, but we felt that the makeup test needed context. So I wanted to kind of throw in this idea that was coming up from some of the artwork of their spaceships looking like cathedrals. So this was a sketch on top of a roughed out ZBrush model. I mean, that's as detailed as it was, and I would scribble on top of it and then start to throw these details. There was no time to do it right, but there was enough time to get it to feel fussy and detailed enough to say, we can do something pretty cool, plus we can 3D print this stuff up full size and have it as a costume. So this was my proposal for a design direction for them to experiment with. By the way, that on the chest plate and the pectoral plates is the famous speech from Charlie Chaplin about war in Klingon. I needed some sensible text to put on there, and rather than just doing Greek gibberish, I thought, you know what, that's a fantastic speech that is sadly timeless. So it is the Charlie Chaplin speech in there. This was the final direction, but now I had to create the components that we were going to 3D print out. And Gentle Giant was outrageously generous by printing this test out for free as full-size armor to be worn in a makeup test. So this is the makeup test. So we got a full-blown test of a pale Klingon. What does a Klingon with albinism look like? Which for me was talk about the definition of serendipity. I did not know that we were going to be doing a Klingon with albinism.
Wow.
So it was just like, oh, this is so great that maybe there's a way to kind of put some details in the costume that are a nod to those who are in peril because of it. So these tests were shot by Chad Michael Ward, brilliant photographer. You know,
he's amazing.
He's unreal. He made this and us look so damn good.
Yeah.
But you can kind of see what we were proposing here conceptually. And what was really fun about this, you can see Glenn there, airbrushing me in the makeup. One thing I do love to do when I can is wear the prosthetics that I'm proposing others are going to have to wear, so I can understand what they're going to have to go through, what they're going to have to feel, any kind of discomfort, et cetera, et cetera. It really helps a lot to be in the makeup. And also it allows Glenn and I to communicate much more intimately about the pros and cons of what we're doing as we move forward. So that got the ball rolling. But the periscope helmet, which was a design that was begun by a different designer, the prop department asked if we could build it. And I took a look at the design and thought, yes, we can. But these are the 2 points I want to make, which is question everything whilst being informed. When somebody says, can you do it? Can you execute this design, please? Typically, the answer is yes, and you do. If you're somebody like me, I feel like, one, I'm given the opportunity, which is important, but I feel it's also my responsibility to make sure that I'm being asked the correct question, because sometimes you may not be. So here's the design that Amro Atia, brilliant artist, had proposed and was approved. This was done. This was approved. Moving forward, hey, Neville, can you build this? And that's when I was able to, again, I was given the ability to have the voice to say, I fear that we're not doing the aesthetic that's in harmony with the rest of the Klingon culture that's been developed and we're building right now. Do you mind if I reimagine this without completely changing it? We'll keep the basic feel of it. And this is what I proposed. Now I'm jumping way far ahead in terms of iterations, but I wanted to, we were going down this path of classic Spanish French armor. And I wanted it to have that quality of detail and fussiness. And Cameron Farm said this in a message today, a brilliant ZBrush artist, that this is about creating heirloom. And within the Klingon culture, we were trying to create heirloom. It's passed down from generation to generation. And having those motifs that say Klingon were critical, but breaking out and having design details that feel fresh and new and controversial were what I was doing with this. So you can see that this thing is chock full of detail, and it was more about experimenting with techniques within ZBrush, creating a single vertebrae and then stroking that along a shape and having pen pressure change its size and hitting Command Z about 1,000 times before it felt right. And this was the byproduct of that grand experiment. So once this was approved, then we were kind of set to go with the rest of the design. But there were occasional departures, which we'll come back to. And that is, we had a Klingon autopsy. So we got to bust open a chest. We got to get to the heart. And which was kind of cool. It's like, oh, that means we need a Klingon heart. What's a Klingon heart look like? And because Klingons have redundant anatomy, meaning they have two hearts, not just one, there are two hearts here. And there's also an enhanced adrenal gland attached to the heart that would suggest that the Klingons, one of the reasons they're so good at battle is because when their adrenaline kicks in, it is part of their heart. That adrenaline is in the system as fast as it can be. So these all, again, do a heart, understand what the question is, but with the knowledge of what can be done with anatomy. You never see this, which is unfortunate, but it's there. And at the very least, it gets the people that are hiring you to go, oh, this person actually thinks about the details we did not ask them to think about. Redundant rib cage. You can kind of see there's a rib cage behind a rib cage. So in the autopsy, we had to crack the ribs and crack them again to get to the heart. And then we needed a spreader, the classic chest spreader to allow easy access for the surgery. So we'd already established the language of who the Klingons were via the set pieces and that periscope helmet. So this spreader with the scalpel, which is at the very top there, various details could be done so quickly now because I had a Klingon head that could be squashed down into a coin and become kind of a medallion shape. I had a Klingon skull, which was a shoulder pad, a pauldron, on the test armor that could be used as a motif in this. You can kind of see at the head of the scalp. There's a few Klingon skulls around it. So once you start amassing those details, they can be incorporated into the iconography of something as simple as a scalpel, which is Batleth. It's a Batleth scalpel, which is kind of cool. I got it here. I forgot I even had these things. That's one of the.
That's why you have a printer.
Well, interestingly, this was never asked for and never budgeted. It just wasn't in the budget or asked for. And I said, you've got to let me do it. You've just got to. And the answer was, you can do it, but we haven't budgeted for it. And it was important enough to me that I paid for it with the caveat of, I get that back. So,
oh, nice.
So I got it back.
Nice.
Anyhow, you get the idea. And then
right.
This is the Klingon torchbearer suit. You're seeing the sequence that was used in the episode 1, season 1 of Discovery. And what I want you to take in is the amount of screen time it gets and the detail that you see in it. And I remember watching this going, oh, that's it. All right, then. So that was like months and months of work. And it barely got any screen time at all. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's one of those things where part of it is because you're so passionate about the art that how you're going to use it doesn't matter so much. If you said your budget is X for this, I'm going to give you X plus because I'm so into it. This was an opportunity to try some things that we'd never done before, which is a full 3D printed suit, most of which would be worn straight from Gentle Giant, who printed the parts. So it all starts with a sketch. This is the last of it, Paul, just so you know.
Okay.
We're coming into the finish line. So it all starts with a sketch. Amro had done a design, and I was asked again, can you build this? And I thought, what was designed is a little unbuildable in the time that we have, in the budget that we have. So I think I need to reimagine what those things are. It was brilliant design, but it had to be rethought. So some of these are just iterations in Photoshop on top of the ZBrush model. And once it was where I felt we were in the right place, you offer up those variations. That skirt was only to hide the crotch, which is a classic challenge in superhero suits and costumes in general. How do you deal with that crotch? You're doing a high kick, you see the spandex stretch. So in the end, we just struggled with the crotch. We went down a route that everyone goes. So this sketch model, it's done the way you would do anything. We start off with the actor's scan. This was our stunt guy. Again, I forgot his name, but wonderful man who was willing to endure the process. And there was an intent of, I want the helmet to be a part of the upper body. So we were going that route initially, and I felt that after a while, that just doesn't make sense for all of the moves he was doing. He was informing, the stunt guy was informing certain choices this suit had to have. So having the helmet be a separate component that could move was critical, which messes with this whole area here in the shoulders. So here's the thing. This is years ago, before ZBrush had all those wonderful Boolean processes, before all the really cool stuff. It has some cool stuff, but it was done at a time when it was a bit of a struggle to try and make this work. But I knew ZBrush could yield what we needed it to do. But everything that's being designed and sculpted here had to work as a physical wearable object, not break, be safe, be breathable. The list goes on. So I couldn't do everything that I wanted because it wasn't going to be a ZBrush, it wasn't going to be a CG suit that was born out of ZBrush. So you start off with going, okay, which parts are going to be molded in rubber, which parts are going to be the original 3D print, where are the breaks going to be in this costume, what's going to be foam versus a semi-rigid material if we are going to mold it, because we could only really afford one suit, but we had to have some backups for some of the pieces. So cut to, it's all done. Every single piece that you see here is designed in ZBrush. This is the funniest part, and I wish I had more time to elaborate on it, but I don't. But literally, because of the schedule that we were all up against and the speed at which everyone was moving in the production, they said, okay, Neville, go away, do your thing. When you're done, let us know how it went, because we need a suit on this day. So I would sculpt the feet first, and then we would have them printed. And the feet are being defined before I even got to the shoulders or the helmet. And then I would sculpt the ankles, and those would go out to the printer, and then the shins, and then the thighs, and then the crotch. I'm working from top to bottom. I knew in my mind's eye what it was going to be in the end, but nobody else knew until Alchemy first dressed the guy in the costume and we did our test. So it was, talk about a leap of faith.
Yeah. You
can tell this is no cheap outfit. And every single square inch was meaningful, down to the knee pads, which was I felt that the Klingons deserved a matriarchal point of view as opposed to it being just guys beating up guys. I felt there needed to be kind of a softer side. So there's a lot of referential iconography that has to do with the female goddess figure, if you will. And plus, some might be asking, well, what are those curly cues at the top? Those are feeling awful Asian to me. They are specifically and intentionally Naga. If you're familiar with the Thai character named Naga, they come in variations, but it's snake-like, serpentine-like. And why that is there, and it's prolific throughout the design, is because, again, this is a whole different iteration or a conversation itself. I wanted the Klingons to have an incredible amount of backstory. So I went with ancient alien theory as a motivation to embellish and design the surface treatments to the Klingons. So when we look at Asian culture, Jewish culture, Islam, Christian, etc., there's certain iconographic whether it's textures, patterns, or shapes of things, those, in my brain, were all because of previous visitations of Klingons. This was their aesthetic. When they came to Asia, they kind of recognized those things on the boots as a cool element, and Earth people stole that and used it in their art, and it evolved over time. The Klingons were the ones that introduced that art and those cultural elements to us. Is that true? Yeah, because I did that. But does it defy Klingon canon? No, because we never talked about it before. So I felt this is a way to at least justify. And that's kind of my point again about when you make design decisions, have a reason behind it other than, I thought that was some cool stuff. That's not good enough because somebody else might not think it's cool. But if you have a backstory that resonates and has meaningful purpose, then you have just cause for potentially getting that to be part of a design and become canon. So these boots, as simple as they may seem, were critical in the aesthetic of the suit, because I then grew the suit out of that. Does design need to have soul? Ha, ha, ha. Well, oftentimes when you design boots and stuff, you don't need to worry about the bottoms of the boots because you don't see that.
Yeah.
Well, this was a flying suit that inevitably was going to be seen from underneath. Interestingly, you never saw the suit hardly in the show. So was it a moot point? No. Fans, those that like the suit will appreciate this. Those that like design will appreciate this. I felt it was relevant, and you are always got to be mindful of the fans. So one of the things that I felt, again, was important when you're trying to create aesthetic choices, design choices, the birth of a logo. This to me was important. I saw an opportunity here to understand the Klingon logo. The Klingons are known for, today is a great day to die. It's a good day to die. It's an honor to die in battle. And my idea here is you've got a Klingon upside down death mask skull face falling backwards with arms outright, like a cross, intentionally, falling upside down to his death, which is the Klingon logo.
Nice.
Now, that doesn't exist in canon, but there was an opportunity where I thought maybe we can give rise to a reason that this Klingon logo is the way it is. Some people like it, some people don't. I've got extra security on my doors as a result. But anyhow, every single thing, the hilt, the butt of the knife, it's same iconography because I have it as a Z tool and I can stick it on and create more and more details. And that's what this was about. Like I said, my goal was to have this sit somewhere and feel like you're looking at something from a museum. That might sound presumptuous rather, and arrogant, but that was the goal, to make it feel as visually complex and artful as a Spanish-French piece of armor. But every single moment had reason. The fingertips that were on the gloves, the demon that's in those fingertips have storytelling points. The goddess figure at the center, think of your chakras. Why is this goddess figure even located there? It's got reason for it. Why is there a cage on this? Before going to battle, this is to protect the goddess figure in battle. So, as said, if you ever got a chance to see this up close in person, you'll see that it's covered in not just purposeful design details, but ones that are kind of BS. There's a lot of filigree from using alphas that are purely just to kind of create visual noise, because there wasn't the time to create. Believe me, I wanted to design all of this filigree as being specifically Klingon. Didn't have the time, but you know that the camera's only going to be so far, and all you need is a specular hit to make it feel detailed. Winding up, the physical suit at Alchemy, Glenn Hetrick's place. We got what the suit hasn't been worn yet. We're looking at the suit, praying to the Klingon goddess that this will actually fit and work. And there's our guy in the suit before going on stage. Different actor, different stunt guy in this one.
So
but
beautiful.
the suit fit, and we had to poke some holes in the glass.
Oh yeah, see it. Yeah, I see it.
We didn't need that. I didn't even think we were going to use the glass actually, but we did in the end. So that was the net result of Klingon. So pretty much every single thing about that suit was, I'd sit down, I'd have a few hours to figure out the engineering of a component. And I swear to God, this is the truth. I usually had an hour, maybe an hour and a half, to then embellish the surface with an aesthetic. So I really had to plan my parts out smart, because every single day at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, I had to send a ZBrush file to Gentle Giant to print so that it could be printed over the next day or two to then be sent to Alchemy to then either start finishing, painting, molding, casting, whatever. And you literally just look at the calendar and go, okay, we're shooting this day.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting at my computer this day. It was unrelenting for so long, every single component. But I didn't let off the throttle once, I must admit. And in the end, does it matter? Was it utilized enough? That can all be debated. Because it's Star Trek and it's Star Trek Discovery, for those that happen to like the suit and like what we did with the Klingons, honestly, that getting up at 3 in the morning to get extra detail or extra resolve in something was for the fans. I'm not being patronizing here or trying to win points. You do it for that reason. As well as, for me, I'm a fan of cool stuff. I didn't want to have one single piece go out the door that didn't get attention. So anyhow, that's the long and short of it. I ran exceptionally long. Thank you, Paul, for letting me burn part of your time, if not all of it. If there are questions, you probably won't let me answer them, and that makes sense.
You're getting a lot of just thank yous, great work. Yeah. You're changing people's you're opening up a lot of stuff. People, the chat's just been pretty much a rolling Rolodex of people
of appreciation
and thank
respect,
you. Look at it.
Like just the amount of thought and effort that goes into it. It doesn't have to be technically crazy in ZBrush for it to be beautifully artistically embellished.
It doesn't, but without ZBrush and without 3D printing, that suit would have never happened. Can it be sculpted by hand? Look at Japanese sculpting chains out of jade. Sure, it could. There wasn't the budget or time, so ZBrush allowed us to do this. I can't speak more positively about the empowering effect ZBrush has had on me, obviously, but the industry. I still am just in awe of, Paul, your involvement with the company and what you've done for people like myself, and of course, Ofer, the genius. It's just, I would love at some point in my life, probably won't happen, to do something as significant as what Ofer has with a literal game changer. It's just incredible. And so for those of us that have learned ZBrush, yes, we are forever grateful. And for those that don't know it, producers of these shows, they're getting some amazing stuff because ZBrush allows it. And the artists, of course, the artists who dedicate the time, because it takes time to get good at this particular tool. And if I could just say one last thing,
sure,
because I felt this looking at the other presentations. If you feel overwhelmed by what you've seen with the presentations in the past few days and what's coming up, it can be. I'm overwhelmed today myself, just watching David Levy and Yariv show what they did and the other demos happening. Think of it this way. It's like going into an art store that has oil paint, watercolor, acrylic, clay, block printing materials. You've got paintbrushes, charcoal, you've got coarse paper, you've got canvas. You can stretch your canvas yourself. You can gesso it. You don't have, it's like, oh my God, what do I do? Buy a pencil, buy a pad of paper. Start off small and know that you can go back to that art store, get a few more tools under your belt, but Don't let yourself be overwhelmed by all the stuff that's available, and don't try and do too many things at once. Start small. It's baby steps. And the most important thing, I've said this and I will say it forever, is setting yourself up for success means being patient with yourself and knowing that you will fail. It is part of the process. But if you bite off more than you can chew, you might resist moving forward. And worse yet, you might say, you know what, this art thing is not for me. I'm not really good. Well, you tried sculpting out of marble day one. Maybe you should use, water-based clay, which is considerably softer. And that's all I can say at the moment is be patient with yourself, buy a pencil, buy a piece of paper, use that analogy when you open up ZBrush. Start off simple and small.
So how do you not get burnt out, like from that schedule? What did you do so you didn't?
I hate to tell you, man, it's caffeine. You don't know this stuff.
There it is. Caffeine.
How do you not get burned out, man? I was. So to say that I wasn't, but I wasn't burnt out to the point where I couldn't go on anymore. I just knew I needed, a few days rest and some perspective. You choose to do this stuff to yourself. Again, it's a whole other hour-long conversation, but when somebody says to you, hey, I need this by tomorrow, I bet the answer is you don't. You really don't. And it's a tough one to challenge.
Yeah.
Here's unfortunately what makes young artists do what they do. And if you've been paying attention to the potential strike within the film industry, the entertainment industry, people are kind of done with being told to do what they've been told to do when it's not necessary, and you recognize it. So one must be in a position where you can say either no to the project or challenge the deadline or challenge the amount of work that the person's asking for. And sadly, that power comes from money. And it's kind of true. If you have enough money to pay your rent, if you have enough money to eat that day, that means you can say no to a bullshit project. If you don't, you're kind of stuck, taking it. And getting yourself into a position to where you can start to flex your muscles, not in an arrogant way at all, in a respectful way of saying, okay, I understand you're asking for it tomorrow. I can give you something so much better the following day. Or if it has to be tomorrow, you do realize that I can only give you 1 as opposed to 10 things. Don't just say yes. That is my answer to burnout, as most of us suffer from burnout because of saying yes to unrealistic, unnecessary requests and deadlines.
Absolutely.
How much stuff gets thrown in the garbage that we do in this industry? It's painful and sad to watch at times. And then you realize, is that because they realize they don't need it, or because it was an irresponsible thing of saying, quick, I need a design of a thingamajig. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess I'll pull an all-nighter and do that thingamajig. And literally you come in the next day, eyes bugging out of your head and, bags under your eyes. And they say, oh, just so you know, we cut that thingamajig. And you're like, why did I kill myself doing it?
Right.
So it takes making the mistake of saying yes to certain things a few times to realize, nope, that is the metaphor to life, isn't it? Is how many dumb things we did in our past where we said yes to something. Might have been a date. It might have been a job. But life is full of feeling obligated, pressured to kind of say yes. And I can get very philosophical about this. But once you have the experience of being taken advantage of, and you put yourself in a position where you can't, you've got either the financial resolve to say no, or you've got an environment where you can feel safe to leave because you have money or someone to help you in the meantime. You got to have that support. And, the community of designers that I'm familiar with in the ZBrush Gnomon world, that community is super special. Yeah, there's a couple bad apples in there, whatever. Hopefully they'll learn. But how many of us have each other's back a lot, I'd say. A lot of us would go out of our way to help one another before helping the client, because I think we appreciate one another. And that's, again, because I don't think Ofer set off to create a community. If he did, then he's more brilliant than I already think he is. But, you know, Gnomon and their DVDs at the beginning of Gnomon, that community, that brought rise to all of us kind of holding hands and sharing the wealth, sharing the information. That's my favorite part of this summit and having this opportunity. And it's kind of not a better way to say thank you, obviously, ZBrush, Jessica, and the friends I've made over the years, and the community, to the people that I do not know that are gracious enough to spend the 45 minutes listening to me.
With bonus time. Bonus.
Yeah, I hope you guys have catheters in.
It's a pandemic 45.
Yeah. I'm 18 going on 23. Okay.
Yep. But true.
23 years of experience.
It's a privileged community to be a part of. And the work that I've done, if you like the work that I've done, I guarantee you a big reason that the work is what it is because of the community and what I've learned from them. I didn't come up with this stuff myself.
Well,
I'm done talking.
Break. Right?
Tag out.
I can't thank you enough. I know people have been watching this and loved it. There's so many people probably going to rewatch this. You inspired a lot of people during this time.
Always the goal.
And it's always fun to see the work you've done and what you're doing. You got to go print a set of those boots and just have them around there. Your boots for when it does actually rain down here.
Like snow boots?
Yeah. They're big enough snow boots or a small apartment. They're pretty big.
Those would sell probably. If you put those out, just like you said, the fans would gobble that up in like seconds for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. Take some of that stuff and appreciate it. It gives yourself a little more love in your work too when you do some of that extra little stuff.
I'll maybe spoon this guy tonight when I go to sleep.
A little snuggle.
Yeah.
I just super appreciate the pipeline that you developed to bring kind of like all of your VFX knowledge into practical effects and always bridging those worlds technologically and just with so many teams, like from Alchemy to the guys at Gentle Giant printing stuff out for you. Like it's incredible.
Wait till you see what we did with the Board Queen with Vincent van Dyke. Oh man. It's something special.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Neville, I can't thank you enough. Thank you
Likewise.
so much. Everyone, go ahead. Applaud.
Yeah,
now.
seriously.
No,
Like, yay, you're
thank
amazing.
you for bearing with me.
Inspiring.
Yeah, it
I
was
appreciate it, guys.
amazing. More than happy to have had you here and let you go so you could share everything too with the community. Now I got to follow up on that. So thanks for that. That was no pressure here on that one. So I couldn't thank you enough for taking time out of what is today, Tuesday, to be with us here on the final day of the summit. Thank you. And as always, whatever you need, we're here. It's a family, right? Like you're saying, it's all a family community too. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
Yes. Thanks, Neville. We're going to do some giveaways, and then I'm going to show some new stuff.
All right.
Seriously, no pressure. No pressure.
I believe in you, Paul. It's just a different flavor. You're a whole other kind of genuine knowledge dropping kind of dude. And so is Neville. And it takes all kinds, honestly, to motivate and inspire the community. Like you enable every user to like try something new to enhance their workflow. Like,
well, thank you.
Neville wouldn't have learned ZBrush if it hadn't been for somebody a part of the ZBrush community opening it up and showing him a fish.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. You never know,
Yeah,
right?
you never know if you'll inspire the next Neville page. Jeez Louise.
Louise. All right. Well, let's do some giveaways before we get back into the ending the day, ending the summit with me showing some new goodies. And I'm telling you something I'm going to show. I don't know if Neville's still going to watch, but it's going to be a big one for some of the stuff that he showed. I don't know how else to say this, but something that I'm going to show is going to change the way you would do something, even some of the techniques to do what he put on all that armor. I'm telling you right now, there's something it's a big one.
Tell me. I want a 3D print armor.
Listen, we only got a couple more minutes, and you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it live. You're gonna see it live.
Give it to me. Lay it on me.
Lay it on my. Lay it on my. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do some giveaways. People are here. They're watching. They're ready to get some free stuff, right? Besides getting the Neville knowledge drop. So let's get one of these space mouses out there for somebody. Here we go. Here we go. And we're drawing a winner. And let's confirm that. And here we go. And Ricard, congratulations. You have just won a space mouse. So it's just another way for you to navigate. I think Arif showed a great way too for shots, sitting with directors, things like that, showing the flying through a little bit inside of the ZBrush 2 world as well. It's a great way to think about using it in a different sense too, for designing wise too, right? Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Since we were talking about Nomen and they were the sponsor of the last presentation, let's give away their 1-year subscription to Nomen Workshop.
Oh, this is awesome. Because it's not just one class. It's a little bit of everything.
And it's not just one person, right? It's a lot of people. I don't even know how many artists they have now in the workshop. I'm sure it's probably a couple hundred, I think, right? I don't even know.
There are some videos that I watched on repeat my very first year that I was learning CG. I just, again, because it was so valuable.
Yep. And then me learning from DVD. So let's see. I put it in there. Michael. Here it is right here. You are the winner of a 1-year subscription to the Nomen Workshop. Congratulations. Yay. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. We got more. We got more. I got a lot to still give away, actually. Okay, so XMD lifetime membership. Again, for the ZBrush users. And if you're not a ZBrush user, what are you doing? What are you doing? There is a show special going on right now. 20% off ZBrush. 20% off ZBrush Core if you want to get in that way. For you ZBrush Core people, we're also giving an additional special on upgrading from ZBrush Core to ZBrush. And if you just want to get in the subscription way, there's also subscriptions. We have month-to-month. And we also have a 6-month subscription. We're giving 20% off the first payments for each one of those as well. Ooh. Okay, there's my last little plug there for you guys to get going. That special ends tomorrow. Okay, just saying, ends tomorrow. All right, let me grab this name. I almost hit confirm. There we go. And the winner of a XMD is Matthew Harrison. Congratulations.
Congrats, Matthew.
And there you go. And thanks for tuning in. An extra thing for you there for just tuning in as well. All right. And getting all that knowledge. I'm going to do a couple more. I want to do a couple more before we take a quick break. And then we end it with me showing some new stuff and announcing the winners of the Sculpt-Off. So lifetime membership to ZBrush Julie workshops. We had them as presenters. I think, was it yesterday?
Yeah, just yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. So Eric and Thomas are the two instructors there. Trust me, you're going to get some great knowledge, okay, from these two artists. Okay, so here is our winner for this, Jefferson. Well, let me see. Well, let me copy it. Oh, hold on.
I'm like, I didn't see it in chat yet.
No, because I accidentally... it was a Jefferson, but I now lost that one. You won, Jefferson. You won. Let me see. I have to go see if I can go find it. Another thing. Let me hold on. Give me 1 second. Real fast. Let me see. Let me go real quick and get it. Let's see. What is today? Today is Tuesday.
The 26th.
Hold on. I'll recognize the name. I got to go. I'll see how fast I can find it. I got to go literally in the system and see every single giveaway we've done, which is, I don't even know how many now we're at, and see if I can find it real quick and get the full name. I remember Jefferson. I remember
Starship.
That part. Huh? What happened?
Starship?
Ah, there it is. There it is. Found it. Found it. We're doing a lifetime membership. Okay. Yes, this is it. Just checking the timestamp. There we go. Did it. Mom's so proud of me now. Look at me now, Mom. I found some stuff. Okay.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm glad the system logs it.
What's that?
I'm glad the system that's doing the randomization actually logs it, so it keeps you honest.
Oh yeah. Oh no, you got to have that all logged. Okay, hold on. I'm debating if I want to give away one of the really big ones right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I'm the worst.
All right. All right.
Though,
all
but
right.
I'm like, just
all
please,
right,
yes, do it.
You got it. You got it. I'll give away one of the big ones, a 22-inch.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. There you go. Jessica said yes. Let's do
did
it
say
now.
Yes. I really hope.
Ready?
So many wonderful wins.
Huh?
Oh, wonderful. I hope you all win.
Ready? Let's see who won this. Let's see who won a 22-inch Cintiq. Okay.
It's so.
I love my Cintiq, man.
I love my
don't think I could
Cintiq.
go
I
back.
would never give it up. It's made my life so much better.
Nope. Not giving it up. Not giving it up. Okay, James, you have just won a 22-inch Cintiq from Wacom.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
just saying. There you go.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
It's amazing.
James. It's a life changer. I'm just saying. I love having a Cintiq. It's awesome. It's one of my favorite tools for me to have. Right. So congratulations. Let's see. I'm just trying to think if I want to do. I'm gonna do one more thing. I'm gonna do one more thing.
Okay.
A couple other things for. There we go. Let's do another keyboard. Let's do another keyboard here from our friends at 3 Connections. Wireless keyboard with a wireless number pad. Well, actually, I think it's a wireless number pad. Sorry, I keep saying wireless keyboard. It's a wireless number pad. Okay. So here is your keyboard. Okay, and let me make sure I get it. Yeah, there we go. And the wiener is, let me get the name here. Sorry, I'm gonna make sure I'm capping the right thing here. I confirm that. And Justin, you have just won yourself a keyboard.
The keyboard. Congratulations, Justin.
Congratulations, Justin. Okay, so we're going to take just a quick couple-minute break here, and we're going to come back, and I'm going to get into showing you guys some new stuff for ZBrush. Okay, so just give us a minute to, I'm going to refresh my water, get a little stretch on, and then we're going to come back. We're going to do a little bit of more ZBrushing, showing some new stuff, and then we're going to announce the winners of the Sculpt-Off. All right, we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Good.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
That was great.
I like that music, actually.
I wish we could still do behind the scenes and just going in our cameras when we're not on in frame here.
Yeah, us preparing to be seen is a very different story than what we are when we are.
It's a whole nother game. It could literally be some kind of little just mini show. It could literally
Just
probably be a
little
little
gifs,
quick
like,
TikTok.
of me like crumbs.
Right. Oh yeah.
The
It's
stretch,
great.
the drums.
Well, we're here. We're at the last presentation of the 2021 ZBrush Summit. Again, we got some more giveaways still to give. I got some more stuff to give away as well. And I've got also this little handy dandy thing, okay, in front of us, which is the next ZBrush. Okay. So we've got more. And again, I've already shown stuff that we've been working on here at Pixologic in the last couple days. So every day at the end of the day, I've been sprinkling a little stuff here and there, right? So if you were not watching any of the previous days, this is day 4, by the way. So if you were not watching any other days, they are recorded. They're up already on our YouTube channel. You can at least go rewatch some of that stuff, okay? Because I started showing some stuff on Sunday and then again yesterday, and then now we're finishing off with today. And then we're going to end the whole summit with the announcing of our Sculpt-Off contestants and who won that challenge, which was pretty amazing, pretty epic for sure, right? So hopefully everyone is ready to go, and I hope the people that are in other parts of the world, i.e. Europe, it's getting pretty late at night there for all of you as well, and wherever you are, hopefully I can wake you up a little bit too if you're a little tired. Oh, but
yeah, you're just gonna be like, look at me.
Neville's voice is so soothing too. I will say that, like,
but not in like a bedtime story way.
No, it's like calming, focused voice.
Yeah.
Like, okay, your voice is pulling me in. What's happening right now? I'm deer in the headlights, right? Kind of a voice. I love it. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I'm a big fan. Okay. So, all right, let's get in. Let's do this. Okay. So I'm going to I'm gonna dock. I've decided I'm gonna change things up a little bit. Let's do this. Let's
Do you
dock.
often, or are you just tired
Who?
and like want to like lean to one side?
Who's tired?
You.
No.
No caffeine, man. You're like, I'm
No.
never tired. It's ZBrush Summit. I live for
Tired.
this week.
No, I'm not tired. I'm fine. We're good to go. Don't worry. We'll be
You're
fine.
just gonna duck this.
Okay. So I'm gonna make let's go a little bit stronger just so you guys can visually see it a little bit more. Make a nice stroke there, and then I'm gonna make a nice stroke here through here. And what I now want to show, which I kind of been dropping little hints throughout even some of these presentations, is the interpolate. Okay. Now we'll actually adjust in your size, right? So we've made some more adjustments to interpolate. And for example, this is going from now, not only just looking at the strokes and equally giving you that number of stroke counts that you give, we're also now adjusting. So this was a smaller stroke compared to this. So now you have adjustments going through there. So it's adjusting your brush size, what's happening here. Okay. So besides that, here, I'll grab something like, I love me some clay buildup, right? And then I'm going to do a little stroke like this. Okay. And then let's go smaller again. And let's drop the Z intensity, right? So now I've got even a different stroke, nice and rounded, and then straight. And then I can interpolate that. And we're even adjusting that too now. So not only you got a brush size capability, you got Z intensity capability here, right? So you can see the height difference here, and we'll turn off perspective so you guys can see the height is higher here than down here, and you can see it's a slow transitional change in there, right? You're not able to do this in the current version that you guys have with interpolate. Okay, it's not possible, right? But now it's going to be possible. But not only that, if I throw on, let's throw on some color here, right? And let's use a red. Okay, and I'm just gonna go a little bit bolder with my Z intensity again, just so we've got
Always
that.
go bold, please.
Nice red. What's that?
Always go bold. I like this.
I'm
I'm just thinking of what character I would design that would use this specifically just to play and make my life awesome.
Yeah. My hand is just super steady today, right? And then so interpolation also takes color, right? So you can see you're getting a slow gradient transition from the red into the blue, right? So that's nice to be able to
is
do.
nice.
That's nice, right?
That's pretty okay, Paul, but no, that's really fun.
It's all right. It's all right, right? Okay. And then you have different things in here, right? So this is just going to open up a lot of stuff for you guys. So I'm just having like this color going, right? If you remember when I pulled up in the previous presentation, I pulled up a mask and stuff. So this has really opened up some things. And don't forget that you also have the ability, I'm gonna get rid of the color for now. Okay. Is when you guys are making a stroke, right? It doesn't have to even be the same type of stroke, right? It can be squiggly here and it can be more straight there. And then you can change your interpolation, say, let's do 5, and then I can interpolate through them, right? And then you're getting those 5 strokes in between those two. And you can see it's slowly trying to recapture that last stroke compared to the beginning stroke, right? So if you start adding elements like this, like adding color elements, okay, to this, right? And painting now in the blue, and then now grabbing a red, and then now making that one be maybe the wee, right? And then adding that in. It really opens up a lot of stuff for all of you. And I'm sure many of you have already been using this interpolate last to do a lot of different things, okay? And like I said, I've been using it in many different ways. And this is just expanding upon what we have already, okay? So there you go. There's a nice new addition to the interpolate feature, okay, that we have. So moving on, this next one, I think, just based upon what we've been doing with the streamers and the whole summit itself, okay, what we've been doing here, I think this is going to be maybe we're gonna have some fun with this one. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Let's make this a poly mesh, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna grab this cube. This is a thing for me. I just like using this cube. I'm just
This cube is your preferred cube.
What's that?
Your preferred cube.
My preferred cube.
I like
I'm just
that you have
changing
one.
some spans here. Just give it a little bit more love. Okay, I'm gonna divide it up a little bit just so get a little bit more geometry there, and I'm actually gonna delete that. Okay, and this one here, I'm gonna close this. This one, you guys are gonna get this one immediately. Okay, I'm just saying, I'm ready for the drum roll and claps. You now have knife circle and a knife rectangle. So we were talking about these a lot. You guys, the knife curves and knife lasso, a lot of you said these are huge brushes. So now you guys have what was missing here was actually the rectangle ability, right? For you all. So now you guys are going to have that along with also having the circle. Okay. So you guys, as I like to say, take a bite out of crime.
Yeah, these ones are, yes,
golden,
necessary,
golden,
appreciated,
golden. And there's one thing that I want to add for this too. These brushes, these particular brushes, especially when we start talking now about circles and rectangles. Okay. One thing you guys got to be aware of, right, is when we're using, and this goes with any of these brushes in here. Okay. When you guys are doing this, right, you see what kind of shape I'm getting. Okay. It's, you know, I can manipulate it and change it and do whatever I want with it. Okay. But there's going to be times I don't want that. And so in the stroke palette, there are other options here. Okay. For you. Like I can say squared. So now the only thing I'm going to get is a perfect circle. So if you did want to now slice with a perfect circle, you can do that. The other thing that I will tend to use is when you guys use these brushes, when you click, and by the way, if you look, I'm not holding the keyboard. Okay? Literally look up here, right? I'm not holding the keyboard anymore and the brush is still engaged. You don't have to hold down Control and Shift, right? Because you're going to be able to do things like spacebar, right? To move it wherever you want. Now, when I was clicking that, it was kind of moving away from where I click. So this is what I also like to do. I like to turn on this center here. And again, this isn't just for these two brushes, okay? That's for any of these brushes in here, like even these clip circles, the slicing, you know, when you're using these. So the difference now is when I click where I'm clicking, you can see the circle's not moving away from me now. And then I can take, you know, do that to my surface. Okay, so this is becoming an important part of what you guys can do, because there's times where I want to draw out like that instead of, and then have this surface doing what it's doing here and having a perfect circle. So keep these two options in mind when you guys are using these two brushes. And I know this should probably make a ton of people happy because a lot of people have been using these brushes, right? These slice, okay? No, it does not make holes through the whole surface. No. Okay, but you got cubes, you got now cube slicing, circular slicing, and then you've got free whatever you want, right? You can got
squiggle
the lasso
slicing,
version and the curve version. There you go. Okay, just another addition of something being added into the system for you guys to just keep expanding upon. We're growing upon what we're looking at. Okay, cool. Pretty straightforward. You guys know the slicing brushes. It's not like the slicing brush is anything new per se, right? But it's more of having the ability to do this with slicing some things up. So there you go. Okay, so let's move along. Let's go. Let's move along. I'm going to grab
what else is up your sleeve?
Again, a scan data here that we have. Okay. And what I want to do is, again, this is the courtesy as it's coming up on screen right now, 3dscanstore.com. Okay. So thank you for sharing this with us so we can use that in our presentations throughout the summit. So I've got my scan data in here. Okay. And in this case, unlike yesterday where I brought in an FBX and I was using it more for like a referencing, I had the images behind me and being able to do that. Go rewatch if you want to see that again. So I'm going to this time, I'm going to bring the textures in. I'm going to bring a texture in of the scan data from the images too, because this is photogrammetry, right? So I've got this data and I'm going to now select this, okay? And I'm going to use Spotlight, okay? So I'm going to add this to the Spotlight. And then this is going to allow me to have the image just floating here right, above the surface. So Spotlight has, in essence, 2 modes. It's got a projection mode, okay, and it's got an edit mode. I'm in the edit mode. When I see this big dial, it's edit. I mean, edit the image, okay? When I'm getting rid of the dial, when it's like this, we're now in projection mode. Some of you are using this and already love Spotlight, okay? Like myself, I'm a big Spotlight avid user. Now, the beauty here is I want to be now use, say, this image to paint with on my model, okay? Or in some cases, you guys want to use images to do sculptural changes to things, right? Because Spotlight can do sculpting, it can do painting, all right? So I don't know if you guys have ever had issues with this sometimes. So as an example, I've got obviously the scan, the 3D scan, raw data right now, and I've got the image, okay? Me, I would say I'd like to pick something, say like his eye, to kind of line up with, and then I can start moving in, right? And the reason why I'm doing that is when I scale up, you can see what's happening. See, the eye is staying with the eye. What we have here is it's tough to see what I'm trying to line up with from the image over top of the actual mesh itself. Now, we absolutely can just play with some opacity, okay? But now it's hard to even see the image to see if I'm really, you got to find that perfect balance here, right? So we wanted to come up with something like this to make this kind of workflow a little bit more of a smoother process. So some of you probably already noticed there's a new icon, okay? So there's now an edge detection, and you're going to be able to use this not just for, in my case, the way I'm using this with this image, okay? So now when I click on this, okay, it's just finding, and you see it's also taking on, right, the colors here, right? So you see I got a blue and a white. So if I change this to something more like a black, which the default is, right? And I do this, you get this now, right? So now you're seeing more of like a silhouette outline of the image. And now you're not just stuck here, right? And I can say, oh, you know what? I'm going to move in even closer to the head. Okay. So I want to reposition my head a little bit here, pull this on, and then I can say, okay, I'm still on the eye. I can click anywhere within the dial, find that eye marker, start sizing that up. And I can even, right to the point, I can start seeing the wrinkle, right? Lining up with the wrinkle here in this case, right? And now this visually is going to get easier for you to be able to see, to line up an image within the existing model behind. And then at any time, right, you can keep playing with this, and you can even bring it down a little bit more. You can bring it up a little bit more. You can do whatever you want with this, okay? And then I can restore the image back, and I know that's sitting in the right spot. It's sitting where I want to be. And then for me, I personally, the reason why this is called Spotlight is using the Spotlight radius even too, where you can see I'm making the brush actually have a radius. And then there you go. I have this. And if I switch to something like paint, right, this is going to project now, start projecting the paint in that area. Okay. That's the point of this, is helping us to line up things a little bit easier and be able to look at that in a different way. Now, what also, you could have some fun, just FYI, you could also have some fun with this if you wanted to. So what I mean by that is when you guys click on this, right, this is looking at the image and giving you guys kind of this outline, okay? Edge detect. You guys, if you click on this little camera here, right, we'll actually give you the geometry, see, from even that, okay? So hopefully you guys are thinking really differently right now about what you can do. So you can grab stuff from even anywhere that you want. I can grab stuff in here and just start experimenting and seeing, well, I don't have that. I'm sorry, I'm not in the regular version. Okay. You can start grabbing things from anywhere and start playing and manipulating with those, right? Grabbing any kind of image that you want and then see what that's going to do. Throw that in Spotlight, right? Grab that. This is the image I was playing with. This is the new one, right? And then detecting that, maybe a little map of the world. There you go. Click on the camera, right? And then there, it's giving you the result from that. Okay. So it's not only just maybe to do only lining up, help you guys line up textures and being able to get to really the goal of it was this, but like I said, you could have some fun with that. You guys can make different types of images and do a lot of different things with this, right? So there you go. That's a nice little fun thing for you guys, okay, to be able to do. And I know for me, I use Spotlight a lot. I'm a big fan of Spotlight. So it's been really good. right, to help out. Someone's asking about shapes. You have the capability to do that already in Spotlight. So I was showing it, I think, in the tips and tricks today, right? I think
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah. Was it yesterday?
Hmm?
I don't know.
Oh, no, yeah. No, yeah, you pulled in some shapes. Yes.
Yep. Yes, Ashley.
Yes, you did.
Okay. So you can click on this and make, that's what I'm clicking on to make the shapes, is this. So you guys can use anything. So then you guys as artists, you guys can as artists grab in even just any images like this, right? And then make it. So it's not now just only about images like this to make a piece of geometry like that. You guys can now just go grab any image and see, and using this new edge detection and letting ZBrush do the work for you with that edge detection. Okay. So pretty cool. Pretty fun. Okay. All right. Everyone's good on that. Everyone's with me on that one. All right. Here we go. Okay. Sorry. Just someone, I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. All right. Here we go. Let's go to this now. That's my buckle up sound for today. All right. So this one, I'm telling you, people, this is the one I was telling you is going to change some things for you. I know it will. Okay. It's a big one for me. I think this is a big, big feature that's going to be pretty awesome. And I'm going to be able to use it in multiple different ways. Okay. I'm first just going to talk about this in the sense of thinking about this. Okay. So if I am trying to take something like this rhino, right, and I want to make a relief, a bar relief, right, you have a problem here where we've got a flat surface, okay, and I need to take this rhino, who is also technically, he's angled, right, and I need to have a relief that's technically a raised surface, okay, right, with no undercutting. That's what I'm looking for. I want a raised surface with no undercuts, okay? Okay. This is going to take some time, right, to be able to manipulate things. Like if I was going to do this from scratch, it's going to be one of these. All right, let me get this there. And then I'd probably start doing something like this, right? I know a couple artists, even Vichar showed something like this in Sunday in one of his little tips, right? So we start getting this, but this is a lot of work, right? Even for something like this rhino, okay? So what I'm going to do is let's undo this, okay? And let's look at this again like this. So I'm going to keep the rhino on an angle, okay? And I'm going to just keep them sitting here and looking like that. And I'm going to now select this flat surface that we have in the back, okay? And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to open up project. And you can see project bar relief. I'm going to click on that, okay? And I'm going to let ZBrush do some magic, okay? Wait for it. Watch this. I'm going to turn the rhino off. Bam. Bam. We got a rhino that has been put in their bar. This is not the same projection stuff that you guys are used to. It's not even close. Yeah. Okay. This is giving us, there's a lot. I'm going to touch on some of these features for you too. This is not just also going to be a one button thing for you guys. It is, but there's also some other things for this. Okay. So you can see, even though that rhino was on an angle and everything, we're getting what I would want if I wanted to have, like, you know, a little raised surface with no undercutting here, right?
It's amazing.
Yes.
You don't even understand.
Okay, let's jump a notch. How about this? Right, this is some seriousness, right? This is from James Kane, right? Like, look at this model. Good, go ahead. Go make that a bar relief, right? Yeah. This is going to be way more complicated than even just that rhino where I just rotated it and squashed it. And then you'd probably start using the move brush and start working on this. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what it does even with this, right? So I'm going to just look again straight ahead on this. Okay. I'm just looking straight at this. And I'm going to come again down here to the projection and I'm going to say project, right? And I'm going to say, just give me what you're looking at. So ZBrush is looking at, you've got this mesh, it's done. And you've got all of this going on. Let's go ahead and now turn this stuff off. Okay. And then in fact, let's just solo this out. There you go. Look at that.
This is unfair. It's too powerful.
One button. One button.
I'm going to play with this so much.
The beauty of this, people, is I can use any subtool I want now, right? We can manipulate the subtool and do whatever I want with this, right? So you can see in this scene, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on in here, right? Yeah. So you can move all these subtools a unit, get them where you want to, press one button, and bang, there you go, right? Pretty simple. All right. So let's keep expanding upon this, though. I'm not done. We're not
Please
done.
show us more. I want to see more.
We're not done. Okay. Let's take something like this. Okay. Same thing, right? This now, if you start breaking this down, this is pretty complicated.
Yes.
Right. If I'm trying to say, oh, now how about an existing model, right? And now I don't want to just do a projection into something, right, that already exists. I want to do something else. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to open up my dock over here. Let's get rid of the stroke. And let's go ahead and now open up my alpha palette. And look what we have here. We've got settings now. You guys are going to be able to use any model you have, any model you want. It doesn't need to be all compressed into one subtool, anything like this. What is this? This is 62 subtools across multiple, mesh. I don't know if he has no folders, but you can have folders like I just did in the last one. So all you got to do over here, people, is hit this button right here, right? And then ZBrush is just looking at what your model is. Okay. And this is not a grab dock, people. This is making now an alpha bar relief for you. So now I, as an artist, I can take a mesh, do whatever I want, position it however I want to go with this, make an alpha, and then now let's go even just throw it on something else, right? So let's take something like even just a simple cube so you guys can visually right now understand what the heck I'm doing here, okay? And let's make sure that I got let's make sure I got some geometry on this, okay? So you guys can really see it. What am I sitting at? I'm not sitting at enough. Let's get a little bit more in here. There we go, right? And then now, okay, obviously I would not want to use this on a paintbrush. I probably want to use this on something like a standard brush, do a drag rec, grab that, and then just start pulling it out, right? And then, not just there too, I'm going to say, how about let's make a negative focal shift, okay? And then let's do something like this, right? And you see how far it's being pushed out right now? Right now, and I'm using symmetry too, okay? Let's not forget about combining things here, right? You have things also in the stroke palette, right? Don't forget about like adjusting lasts, playing with that, making that go negative if you want to, making it go positive, having some fun with that as well, making some manipulation in here to do this, okay? So we can really open up some things. So even if I do say something like this guy in here, right? So we've got this model, right, that I want to, it's just a bunch of different subtools, bunch of different stuff. And then I want to take this and put this on something else. So now, again, we've got settings here now that you guys can actually manipulate and play with. So I can simply say, okay, make a bas relief. And again, it's just going to look at what I have here, all right, in my document, and it's automatically going to make it, right? There, it's done, right? And then now I can go and I can come back to this guy. We can get rid of that, and then I can just start pulling that out. And then there you go, right? And then, of course, I can start adjusting my intensity too, right? Like, come on, right? And maybe I don't want even the whole dragon in there. Maybe I want something a little bit more, a little different, right? I want to go something more like that, right? Again, can't get any easier here with this, right? So you guys are going to have some controls for this, right? So you can see you've got a bunch of different sliders. So if we go back even to this dragon again, I'm picking this up, right? Again, multiple subtools and multiple meshes. You guys are going to have some sliders to give you some ability to do different things with, okay? You've got a relief count. In essence, that's how it's picking up the surface. So the higher you go with that slider, the more detailing you're probably even going to pick up when you're picking up the model from your document space, okay? That's what that slider is going to control. I have found I don't need to crank that up really high in all the experiments we've been doing, and this is why our default's set at 1,000, okay? It can go all the way up to 25,000, right? But I have found, like, that's a big gap, 1,000 to 25,000 right now, but this is all it's doing. The more you put that higher up, the more it's going to be picking up and finding even more details within that, okay? Pick up, because you might be dealing with a model, really a bunch of fidelity work on it as well. Then you have a contrasting slider. I have found I like to sometimes put that at a 0.2. That's really going to help the contrast of remember, we're making an alpha, right? So it's going to help the contrasting of the alphas, right? So if I just pick this up, right, make a bas relief, okay? I'm picking up this same thing, okay? And then now the contrast in here is a little different with the alpha, okay? So when I go and want to now go use that again on this, okay, I'm having a little bit more contrast in that image. So you can see that there's things that are going to just pop just a little bit more in here, right? Stuff like this is going to pop out a little bit more on your relief because I started adding a little bit more contrast to that, okay? So that is one thing that's going to become important to you, right? And then you have different stepping tolerance and a blurring, right? So if I completely turn off my blur, okay, and we go back again to this, and this is just to help us manipulate the surface a little bit different when we're going to draw it out as well, okay? So I can say make a bar relief of this. So now I've turned off the blur, okay? So, and now this is what I have. Okay, this is the new alpha that was generated and made. Okay, we come back to this, right? And we'll look at this again, and I'm going to draw this out. So what's going to be different is this. See the edging right here?
Yeah, where it seams in. How does this work on a not flat surface? Like if you were going to embellish like armor?
Fine. It's an alpha, right? It's an alpha. So if we
Just
grab
give us
like
a
a
sphere
sphere
and show me.
and we divide this up a little bit. Actually, well, let me first make it a poly mesh would be useful.
Yeah.
Right? And let's see, what am I
Details.
sitting at right now? Okay, that's good. Right? Fine.
Ah, beautiful. Oh my gosh.
No problem.
I'm going to make the coolest armor. You don't even know.
Exactly. This is where I remember I said what Neville was doing with his armor.
Yes.
Think about it now.
Oh my God. And just like so straight away, and more than just like having an alpha masked on UVs, it's like, doesn't even have to worry about that. Brilliant. Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever make an alpha the same way I was making them in ZBrush now that we have this feature and all.
Yeah.
Right?
No, not at all.
I'm not going to just do a simple drag, pick up dock kind of a thing now anymore. Just think about it. You guys can go sculpt. Think about the stuff with Marcin, what he was doing yesterday. Right?
People are going to have to make
all the skin stuff. Think about doing experiments, picking up that. What kind of detailed skinning stuff you're going to get with that as well. Different. It's going to look different. It's going to be different because of this new setting ability.
It's so wonderful. I'm just thinking about sculptors' business cards, just doing a nice relief on just like a really flat surface, easy to cast, and just like beautiful, like tangible art in the world.
Like that looks awesome. That looks so good right now. And this is the one that's not smooth, right? And again, people, you got to be thinking about this. Even when I do this, don't forget about your little adjust last stuff.
Yeah.
Right? I can even push it out more if I want to, push it back more.
Now, can you use spacebar on it to kind of like adjust the positioning just if you're...
No, because, well, this is a drag rec, so it's not going to be able to. You're using your brush stroke, so you can do like a drag dot, right? And start moving that where you want to. You can do stuff like that if you want to, right? And then start having that. And there's lazy mouse on right now. That's what that red line is.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
yeah.
But it doesn't also end there.
Wait,
okay?
there's more?
There's more. If you guys notice, there is also an apply, right? Button too. Okay. And this is completely different. This is actually going to convert any alpha you bring in to a bas relief. Right. So you can bring in alphas that you guys even have that are existing alphas and start manipulating and playing with those as well. And this, here, I'm going to put let's put a different material on this. Let's do skin shade, and then let's turn this. I want the paint on actually. Okay. And so what I'm going to do with this guy instead, okay, I'm going to turn on this right here. This B texture, right? And I'm going to make a bas relief from this guy. Okay. And then there you go. Do you see?
Oh, and with color.
See? Yes. Jessica's already got it. Right?
Oh, that's
so
nice.
Now, if I throw on my RGB with this, and we'll go back to the drag rack.
Yeah.
Right? And I want to drag this out. I'm getting this right now, right? So I'm going to say, how about we fill this first with some color? I'm going to fill this with some white. Let's get that texture that got made and draw it out. And now you not only have the bas relief of the sculpt, but you've got the paint, the poly paint from the model as well. Right? Guys, I hope your minds are just going.
No, it's like, just think of all the possibilities.
Yep. Yeah. This is going to be a game changer, I think, for a lot of people. And then also, just to throw it out there, I just hit 2 mesh, and look, I just made a whole new surface just from that, right? Which
Cool.
is because the alpha is a bas relief. I'm getting that on the model. So if I can turn off the paint, see? And we're going to even make a plane for you automatically, give you the result right in the plane. And in this case, because I picked up a model with poly paint, I'm getting that as well. There's just so many options and so many things that we're going to be able to do. And like Jessica said, putting it on some kind of armor is going to work. I thought I had my guy in here. I don't see him.
Oh, but this is the newer one. You don't have a lot of your.
No, yeah. I don't have all the stuff in here because I'm a tool, but I had a different guy in here, right? So it's endless now, right? So like if we even just grab like the Nick Zuccarello model, right? And then now we'll change the material up, right? And you want to start now building stuff like an armor for this. I can just do a simple duplicate with this. He's got some subdivision levels and checking that. And I believe he's got some layers on this right now. So I'm just going to bake them all in. I don't want them. Let's solo this out, right? And I can just take what Nick's already made here, right? And think about making armor. I'm just reusing, right, the actual geometry that I have here to be able to just make a different part of armor. So I can just say delete hidden. And then I'm going to use this old nice little trick with the lasso. Say get rid of that edge loop right in there. I don't need that face there. Get rid of this edge loop there. Get rid of this edge loop there. Okay. And then now I can say, okay, that's looking good. I also don't want that one there. And I don't want that one there, right? I'm picking and choosing what I'm looking at. Okay. Then I can do polygroups, auto group, right? And then you can see what I'm in essence have done here, right? I've got polygroups here. And then I can say, this is actually what I want for like some armor, right?
Yeah.
And then now I can say, let's go in the geometry, delete that. And now I'm left this. And I know some people have shared this. For me now, armor wise, this is the route I like to go. I'd like to throw on some dynamics. So we throw everything on now, throw everything back on. We'll throw him back on here. See that armor sitting right there, right? So I want to make a little bit of thickness with this armor. And so now, right, you got workflows like this that we're playing with. Okay. And I don't have to have the smoothness on. And then now this armor sitting on here, I can just also readjust it, make it come off the surface where I want it to sit, play with that thickness, right? Live. I'm seeing everything live happen to me. I can offset the thickness in a different directions if I want to. So I'm just now taking what I like to say layering of your work, right? I'm finding techniques. I'm finding features that are, boom, I got a quick piece of armor ready to go. I'm going to say I'm loving it, okay? I'm applying it. It's looking good. I'm switching some Z modeler. I'm coming in here. I'm going to do some Q meshing. I'm going to do some poly loop. I'm going to pull that out. So I'm going to tap the Alt key, start changing my polygroups. Let's do another one there, right? And then now let's look at this again, but now let's not have it thick. Let's look at it smooth, right? There's a piece of armor, right? And then now I say apply. And then now what do we have? We have go grab another sculpt that you made, like what we've been doing here, right? And talking about this. And now I want like that dragon thing.
Give me that dragon.
Yeah. What am I sitting at here? 300. Let's go a little bit higher. And not only that, right? We can use masking to benefit us too.
Oh, yes.
What we want. Switch back to my standard brush. Go back to that dragon. Get rid of, I don't want that texture, right? And then I'll just draw out the dragon.
Yes, dragon. Dragon
Right?
armor.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm telling you. Look at that's just
Oh, this is stupid awesome.
Right? And then again,
It's so
I have
cool.
people that I made that are smooth, right? So now this has got the nice smoothing through there. Okay. So guys, I hope everyone, yeah, go ahead. You saying, go ahead. I was talking over you. Okay. So hopefully you all can see the real big benefit. Again, this is in multiple ways that you guys are going to be able to do this, right? Don't forget, we started with it being down here, where you're going to be able to align your subtools and project any of those subtools that are visible into the selected subtool. And now I'm giving you guys, just grab any model you want and make it a bas relief, right? Even grab a different alpha, right? And then you're going to have these controls, depending on what you're picking up. We've got some controls in here, right, for you all. And it's picking up, like I said, poly paint information. Okay. So another reason why I started showing you guys that stuff with Spotlight, painting stuff on a model, right? It all funnels down into maybe what I want to do with this feature, right? And I do have a colored version of this dragon. I don't think I loaded it though. Let me see. Maybe I did, just for giggles. I don't know if
Take
I
a look, because there's nothing better than a dragon armor being a colored dragon armor.
Oh, I do. Colored version. I do have the color. Let's see. I want to see what this is going to look like. I don't even know. Right? Let's see what this is going to look. So again, I'm picking it up, right? And actually, I'm going to throw some of the smoothness back on. I like having a little smoothness on mine. So I'm going to grab this again.
It connecting into the surface underneath it with just like a little bit of like a fill is.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
It looks pretty.
Yeah, let's go back to this guy again. Let's throw it now on this, right? So I'm going to go here. We need to turn the texture off, so I'm going to fill it with some white first, right? So I want this white color. Whoops, my Elfie's looking away. To be filled on this first, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want. I want some white in there so that when I go to drag this out, okay, and I have an RGB on, I got that happening. What?
It's real cool.
Pretty cool.
It
right?
also is like making 2 buttons out of an entire like art style. How dare you, Paul? That's amazing.
So, this upcoming version that you guys, and obviously this is part of all the new features I've been showing you. Okay. We haven't set our release date yet, but knowing us, right? We will be dropping more information as we go with this. And for all of you that are registered users already, and for those of you that came part of the family this weekend, and well, it's not even the weekend, it's Tuesday, our promotional, right, pricing for Summit is still going on through today and tomorrow. This is a free upgrade. So everything I've shown you guys, again, we're sticking with the free upgrades. You guys are all still going to get a free upgrade. So if you're registered users of ZBrush, there you go. You're going to have a free upgrade for this. Okay. So that's it, people. I don't have anything else new right now to show you, but there's 3 days worth of things across the 3 days of something new and exciting. And hopefully that gives some people a lot of ideas. Okay?
That was brilliant. I like it a lot. Oh, it's so cool.
Especially for someone like you that's doing
oh my gosh, I'm dying
and stuff, right? That's a good big one, right? To be able to have that feature that I just showed, it's actually just fun. Like
it's all awesome. I can't wait.
I went and just grabbed a bunch of old models. I'm like, well, let's see what this does. Let's see
what
what
this dragon do.
Let's see what this does. And I'm like, I'm making like brushes that are going to be like crazy detailed brushes for armor or whatever right now. So it's going to be fun. I can't wait to see what you guys do with all the stuff now that we've shown over these 3 days, right? What you guys are going to be able to do with this version. Okay. So hopefully you all really enjoyed what we just shared with you. But I want to do some giveaways right now before we get into doing what happened in the Sculpt-Off. Who is our winners? Don't forget, don't go anywhere, right? We want to be able to tell who our winners are, right, of the Sculpt-Off. So let me close that. Let me get into my system, my little system.
Yeah, you're giving knowledge. You're giving free things.
Man, what a summit. There we go.
Yeah, this is a good summit. Feels good.
One of the best, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, it's up there. I'd say
you guys really do push the envelope every year.
We push it.
Yeah, you really, really, you give it your all.
Okay, here we go. Another XMD lifetime membership for you ZBrush users. This will only work in ZBrush. So if you're a ZBrush Core user, now's the time to get that upgrade. We're throwing in another special for those. Again, upgrading from ZBrush Core to ZBrush. Do it now. We're giving an additional promotional price on that. We're giving 20% off ZBrush. We're giving 20% off ZBrush Core and 20% off your first payments of ZBrush 6 month and ZBrush month to month. Okay. And there's a coupon code that the team will keep sharing with you guys throughout here. Okay. So I want you guys to be able to win some more stuff too. And then before we reveal the big winners from the Sculpt-Off, let's give away some stuff. I saw some familiar faces in there. Ashley, I left one for you, Ashley. There is one more chance, Ashley, for you to get one of those animals. I still have one left. Okay. So Let's see who won. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. All right, let's draw a winner. Let's draw a winner. Beep, beep. Okay, and our winner is for the XMD lifetime membership is Marcelo. Congratulations.
Yay!
You are the lucky winner of an XMD lifetime membership. There you go. All right. Okay, I got more.
Yeah, you've got lots more.
Let's show this. Oh, here we go. Okay, another Pablo workshop.
Ooh.
This is the ZBrush Creature Workshop, which, by the way, people, he's doing a free one, right? He's doing a
3-day free one. You just have to sign up on his website.
Here, I'm going to put the free one in chat right now, too, just so you guys all have the free one. It's 3. Go sign up. Yep. And the slots are limited, people. He doesn't have like infinite number of slots for you guys to go take that for free. So there you go. There's a free one for you all to get. And somebody's going to get now this one, the ZBrush Creature Workshop from 3D concept artist from Pablo Munez Gomez. Here we go. Let's draw the winner for that. Let me get the email. I love your drum roll. Thank you for that.
I think you can't make all the sound effects by yourself on No Caffeine.
I like it. You're coming through at the end too. Bringing it. Alexis, you have just won the ZBrush Creature Workshop.
Yay, Alexis!
I love that. Again, you guys are amazing in the community. You guys are all like, congratulations. It's not.
Yeah,
like,
there's none of the like.
Yeah, I love it. What a community. You guys are amazing. Really amazing group of people. Really love it. Okay,
yeah, you guys have
let's
really,
go.
Cultivated a wonderful,
I got another
amazing
one. I got another one.
Artist.
I got something else here.
What? Something else.
Okay.
Oh,
ooh. Here's her chance.
Why didn't I sign up? I felt like it'd be cheating if I signed up. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to sign up, but I like wolves.
Okay. Well, she said, Ashley, you said you didn't even put your name in the head, huh?
She didn't last time. She might have this time.
Did you put your name in this one, Ash? Hopefully. Let's see. It would be the funniest thing right now that I've been making jokes about this the whole summit. And like this is the last one, and she wins on the last one. It would be hysterical. I'd walk away, drop pen, drop microphone. I'm done. Okay.
Yes.
I think it'd be so funny if she actually won this for me. And again, I have no control. I don't even know who's winning this. It's just a random.
You don't even know who's in the system.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea who's in the system. No clue. Okay. So let me confirm the winner here. The moment of truth.
Bow, bow.
The moment of truth. Enter. Diana, you are
Diana!
The winner of a 1/6 Wolf Anatomy version 3 model from Evolution.
Really rad.
Right? So congratulations on that. Okay. Really, really, really cool work. Amazing. And just like Neville just pointed out, right? You can't not have stuff like this around you. And just even talked about just having it in eyesight helped him just even look at things. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how that is. I can't stress that enough. I do the same thing myself personally. So I'm excited about this. So let's do this. Let's take a quick, I got to pull up something else. We're going to take a quick, like 5-second thing so I can pull something up to announce who the winners are of the 2021 ZBrush Sculpt-Off. Okay, so give me a couple seconds here to pull some up. Roll that footage right now until I get roll the footage.
Is it up? You got your winners?
Nope. Hold on.
In the end, how many submissions were there out of the 5?
That I don't know because I didn't ask the official number. The
thread was well over 200 when I saw it at the time.
Yeah. It was big. There was a lot. Okay,
it's amazing.
I'm not sure how many there were total, the number. But it was definitely way more than last year.
Good.
For sure. There's a lot more people doing it this year than last year. Okay, so And it was fun. Again, it was fun. And listen, you all put so much work and effort in trying to do this. So that doesn't go unnoticed for sure by, I think, anybody, even the people who are just watching that weren't participating. But also, again, the cool thing for this year's participation, everybody wins something, right?
Yep.
Because all of you that competed and submitted your final image are getting that XMD, right? Toolbox. Just, you're getting it just for participating. Like, that's awesome. Okay. So it's going to, excuse me, definitely open up things for you. I'm going to take a swig of water for this. Are we ready? Do we have a bunch of, I'm sure, hopefully we got a bunch of competitors in here right now.
I hope so. I mean, I see names I recognize from day of, from looking at their streams, from seeing their Twitch handles and all that.
Oh yeah. You remember it, right? You start seeing the same names. Okay. Let's start doing this. Let's go. Okay. So first of all, we got to thank the sponsors that are involved in the Sculpt-Off. But again, I'm going to, at the end of this, thank all of our sponsors, all these giveaways that we have. It's due to them, right? Really, these were the 6 that were involved that we're doing for giveaways as part of the Sculpt-Off. So there's unique things that were only being won through the Sculpt-Off, i.e. a 3D printer from Form Labs, a computer, a notebook, heavy duty, serious notebook from MSI, a 24-inch Cintiq from Wacom, right? Keyshot Pro versions with the bridge, Gnomon 1-year workshops, and then of course the XMD. And you guys heard it from Pitch Dev. The top 10 people are also getting their brush packs, their IMM brush packs too. So there's a lot that was in this. Okay. So thank you all to Luxian, Gnomon Workshop, XMD, Formlabs, MSI, and Wacom for being a part of the Sculpt-Off again this year. It's incredible just to see how many companies want to team up and work with us to get you guys these things. It's just really awesome. It's makes the whole other part of it really good, right? So let's start off with 5th place. Let's do this. Okay. So this is what 5th place is getting. 5th place is getting Keyshot Pro with the bridge, a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop, the XMD lifetime membership, and like we said, right? Pitch Dev is giving you guys their brush packs that they made. They also were showing at today's presentation. Okay.
Amazing.
So we're going to go from 5th on our way up to 1st. And then we're also going to have a couple honorary mentions that are also going to be getting the brush pack. So there's going to be 5 placements, 5th through 1st. And then we also have 5 more that the judges are like, this is great. And then Pitch Dev was like, I want to give those 5 people also the brush packs. Okay.
Awesome.
So are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do this. Who is in 5th place?
Yay!
There you go.
I loved it. Was Miyazaki filmed inspired.
Yes.
Oh, it was so good.
Yep.
From Princess Mononoke, like the forest spirit reimagined.
Yep. Yeah. Was it from them? I don't remember. I know it's that, but I don't remember the exact movie. So, but there you go. Arcadia, you are the 5th place winner of this year's 2021 ZBrush Sculpt-Off. And
it was so
again,
good.
all you winners, give us time. It's going to take time to get you involved and get you in contact with the sponsors, especially the physical product stuff too. It takes time to get that to, depending on where you are in the world, right? So
but it'll happen.
It will 100% happen. If not, I got some people. We'll,
Paul will
hunt them
stern
down.
eyes.
So congratulations on 5th place. Great job. Beautiful piece. Love the flow. I remember when you looked at this, you're like, oh, that's awesome.
I fell in love with this one. I'm so happy to see it in the winner's circle.
Great piece. Great piece. All right. 4th place. Okay. So 4th place is getting the same thing as 5th place. Okay. Which is the Keyshot Pro. Again, full version. This is the $2,000 version of Keyshot Pro with the bridge. So this is about so the bridge is $149. So this is a $2,149 value. You got a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshops, which, like Jessica's already mentioned, classes galore.
Oh my
Rolodex of classes from so many different instructors and people. XMD, and then you also have your brush packs from the guys over there at Pitch Dev. All right, so we're ready for 4th place.
Awesome! Chris Baxter.
Kris Baxter. Right? I don't know if Kris is in here, but you are the winner. You're a 4th place winner, Kris. Congratulations. Great job. And again, to everybody,
Seriously.
Great job.
Great work.
Okay? So really fantastic. Great job. And like, again, people, those that don't know what the heck we're doing right now, these people had 3 hours total.
Yeah. They had no time to go from nothing to something and render it and make it look cool. Colors, lighting.
Sculpt it, render it,
everything.
position it. Yeah. This is not an easy task by any means at all.
It's highly stressful.
Not for me. No, it's super stressful.
I was like, I choose to disbelieve you there, Paul.
It's super stressful. Oh man, I love it. Okay, here we go. All right, on the 3rd place. Okay, 3rd place now. You're getting the same thing as 4th and 5th, but now you're getting also a 24-inch Cintiq. Okay, so again, you're getting a 24-inch Cintiq from Wacom. You're getting the KeyShot Pro. You're getting the 1-year subscription. You're getting a lifetime membership to XMD. You're getting the 2 brush packs from Pitch Up. I'm running out. I'm not. I'm just going to say I'm running out of things to say, but it's crazy, the Rolodex of things that our sponsors were really happy to give to you guys. So, right? So thank you all again for participating. I really appreciate it. Okay. So this has been a lot of fun to see what people do. Are you ready for 3rd place? Okay. Amy, you have won.
Jamie McGo.
I love this one. I thought it was such a funny flip on the whole Big Bird, Kermit, and the little guitar, and flipping all this, and setting up a little scene. They're hanging out.
Yeah, the whole background like stretched because they knew exactly like the kind of camera angle, so like they added all these neat elements in the background as well.
Yeah. So, and that's a great, unique way of doing this. Kermity Frog here. Kermity Frog. Here you go, Kermity. Right. So, 3rd place, Jamie. Congratulations.
Yeah.
On this.
Congrats.
And, yeah, man. Like, again, people, this is not easy to do for sure. Right. So, congratulations on this too. Being a 3rd. I don't know if they're in here. You would have to watch and see. The chat's moving too fast to see people.
That's true. I've been trying to, but
it's moving quick. It's moving quick. It's moving quick. Okay. Let's move on to 2nd place. Okay. 2nd place.
Wow.
You are getting a 17-inch Creator MSI computer. This is a serious computer. This is for people in our world, CG people, right? That's what this is for. Okay. And again, you're also getting the KeyShot Pro, 1-year subscription, XMD lifetime membership, and then the brush packs, right? From our friends over there at the Pitch Dev. Right. So 2nd place. We're coming up here.
Place.
You're talking 2nd place for the 2021 live ZBrush Sculpt-Off.
Yep.
And our 2nd place winner is
us.
Andre. Congratulations.
Good job, Andre.
Fabulous work. Great job. Congratulations. And you made it like a whole scene too, right?
Yeah, no, it's amazing what they've accomplished because it's not just a character, it's also the Baby Yoda Kit Fox, and the pyramids, and like really making it a really graphic and compelling final image.
100%. It's like
that's
almost
cool.
Like a poster, almost like an image.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. It wasn't just the sculpt too, right? Someone said already, there'd be a good bar relief. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, when you get that thing in your hand, this is exactly what you're going to do. You're going to pull both models and go, what does this look like now? Because I'm telling you, that's what I did. That's what I did. So congratulations on winning 2nd place in the 2021 live ZBrush Sculpt-Off. Congratulations.
Really cool.
Okay. So the moment of truth. Ooh. 1st place. Okay. So again, like Jessica said, I don't know the exact number of submissions. There was a lot of images. So I want to especially thank also our judges that took the time to go through these images. They also have a conversation together. So it's not just, hey, this image. They get in a meeting, they have discussions, they really look at these images and really go through them. as a unit too. So I want to just thank again Shane Olson, Joe Mena, and Chris Costa for being a part of the judges team to come together and award these people these prizes here that they're getting. And you're all winners. Okay, you're all winners.
No, they are all winners. They all win something if they finished and completed it, submitted. Yeah.
So this is first place.
First place.
First place. You're getting a Form 3. Look how many people we were just talking about in the streams that have their own 3D printers now. You're getting one.
So
if you've already got one, well, you're getting another one. Okay. You're getting another. If you got 5, you're getting number 6. You got 10, you're getting number 11. Don't worry about it.
Have like a whole printing bay.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a Form 2 myself, and it's awesome. And then the materials that you can print with, I'm telling you, whoever's winning this, experiment with some materials. It's awesome. The things that also you can do with the 3D printers. You can get stuff that comes off the printer and you can actually squish it, right? Or it's hard. You can literally drop it on the ground and it won't break. Snap joints. It's endless. It's amazing. Okay. So again, you're getting those brush packs from Pitch Dev. You're getting the XMD lifetime membership. You're getting the 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshops. You're also getting that KeyShot Pro, right? With the bridge, which again, that's one-click solution, going from taking all your models from ZBrush, throwing them into KeyShot, which, speaking of Pitch Dev, that's like what David showed you guys, right? He showed you a model going over into KeyShot, and he talked about that, using that workflow. And then, of course, the big Form 3 Form Labs printer. Okay? Here we go.
It's an incredible prize package.
Are we ready?
I'm so ready.
Here we go. First place. 2021. ZBrush Sculpt-Off. Now you're awake. You guys didn't think I was tired, did you? Because I'm not. Sorry if I woke somebody up. I apologize. But the winner is...
Yay!
Layla. You have just won an amazing package for competing in this year's live ZBrush Sculpt-Off. Congratulations,
Yeah,
Layla.
super congrats. It's
great job.
Awesome.
Love the little flip. And again, another one, she made it be like
compelling
an image in essence, right? Like a card, like an illustration a little bit too, right? Which was a great job. I remember her stream. I remember jumping in on her stream too. I totally remember it. So congratulations. However, I'd also like to point out, we've got some nice honorable mentions that did a great job too. And again, not only are they going to get the XMD, but they're also going to get the brush pack too, right? So here are your top 5 for this year's live ZBrush Sculpt-Off. Again, congratulations.
Congrats.
It was
Well
amazing. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, everybody that participated. It was
so
a blast. Okay. And then we have honorable mentions that are going to be getting the XMD and also those brushes from the Pitch Dev. So we'd like to call out these 5 images from the following artists. Okay. This is a great idea for Little Red Riding Hood, the Batman image. This Pac-Man was hysterical for me. I love the Pac-Man one.
Yeah.
The sloth one was great. Avatar kind of thing. I loved it. And the Anubis from Daniel, right? So Sophie, Daniel, Villeneuve, Pacopama, and Yummy. Congratulations. You guys are also going to get that brush packs from Pitch Dev. Besides also, and again, everyone that competed is going to be getting that XMD. Again, this is going to take us some time, right, to get in contact with all you guys, to get you guys your winnings that you have, and they all deserve. Again, special thanks to the 6 sponsors that were involved in the Sculpt-Off, but it doesn't end there, right? We got to also thank all of our sponsors that were involved, all the stuff that some of you have won. I don't even know the number of things we gave away. I want to say it was well over 75 items, just general giveaway. Okay. So again, I want to thank the sponsors involved in this year's Luxion, XMD, Gnomon School, the Anatomy Tools and Evolution, Wacom, 3D Connections, Form Labs, Gnomon Workshop, the list goes on, MSI, ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, 3D Character Workshops, 3D Concept Artists, and Good Smile Company Max Factory. I would love for all of you, just show it in the chat, show some love for behind the camera, okay? Show some love for the behind the camera people, the team upstairs, Grace, Melissa, Kyle, Michael, Xavier, Fareed, Daisuke in the chat, Scott, Mark. The list goes on and on for the number of people who are involved to make this happen every year. Thank you all too for all the other Pixologic staff, just not me in front of the camera. There's so much more going on behind the camera. I'm just the loud, obnoxious guy that they decided to let out of the cage for 4 days. Okay,
the one whose energy.
Yeah, well, you gotta have it. Gotta have no caffeine. No caffeine. So give them a round of applause. Thanks, guys. You killed it, as always. I really appreciate everything that's been going on, and then to you guys for joining us in this ride of the summit. And people, let's do it. Let's give Jessica too a nice little round for being part of today.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Yes, thank you.
Today was
2 days.
Today was amazing.
You had fun.
I had a really good time. I learned a lot. I'm inspired. I'm going to make so many relief everythings. Just wait.
Right. And these are all recorded, by the way. So you guys are going to be able to watch all 4 days again, right? If you want to. And don't forget, we'll be doing more stuff. And for those that have won, please please wait for us to be able to reach out to you with the sponsors. We will make it happen. Just give us some time to do that, right? So we're finishing up the summit. Okay, get a little breather, then we'll get going again, get those prizes out to you. So that's it. There you go, people. Put it in the books. 2021 ZBrush Summit. Right?
Huge success.
Huge success. Huge. I once caught a summit this big. Okay. Right? Oh, and then
Oh, thank you for that.
There you go.
To leave
finally
it unfinished.
revealed. Well, a lot of people already knew it was Keanu Reeves. So
that's just because people know you.
But it was a fun one, finishing the pillow off, just to have it. There you go. Love it. Just a little fun thing for me to have in the background, always over my shoulder. Keanu, free Keanu. I love it. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in, being involved in the chat, throwing the questions, and working with all of us, and making this such the event that it is. It's not anything without the community, which you guys are all part of. We can't thank you enough. We make these crazy tools and have some fun making this stuff in the walls here, but it really inspires us and keeps pushing us to see what you guys all do with it. And please continue to share your work. Don't be shy. Don't be bashful. Get it up there. Put it on ZBrush Central. Let people see your work. You never know how you're going to get discovered, who's going to hire you, or jobs you could get just by posting your work. It's pretty simple, straightforward, right? So, Jessica, do you have anything last parting words for the team and the people here?
It's one of my favorite communities. Digital sculpting, digital sculptors are wonderful and an amazingly helpful crowd. It's kind of been wonderful to see the tips and tricks and the openness of the presenters and the generosity of their information and all the sponsors that are just as willing to, support a community this wonderful. It's ZBrush Summit is pretty awesome.
Great.
Good job.
Well, thank you. Again, there's so many people involved in the teams, and if I forgot a name, apologize. Or Ernest, Jaime, Ofer, Natasha. The list keeps growing and growing. People we can say thank you to, and again, also all the sponsors that want to be a part of this with us. It's awesome to have all those companies want to join up and make this a fun event for everybody too. All right, well, I'm Paul Gabriel with Pixologic. We've got Jessica Drew. Okay. It's been a blast. It's been a pleasure. Day 4. It's done. Put it in the can. 2021 ZBrush Summit.
Yeah.
I'm Paul Gabriel with Pixologic, and I am out.
design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.